Chapter 1: The CEO is pregnant, and it turns out to be mine. His name is Wang Dong. The Wang from next door. Come up and move by yourself. On the day he received his diploma, his girlfriend ran away with an old man. I want to go to Maldives, Paris, London, New York, can you take me there? I want to drive a Ferrari to buy groceries and drink coffee in a villa. Can you give me these? I want to live a refined and superior life without working, but you can't support me. Wang Dong, besides your 1.87 meter tall figure in this face, what other advantages do you have? So, go away with your affection, we are destined not to be from the same world. Wang Dong silently put away his latest Apple phone, then turned around and left without any emotion. I didn't expect that on the day of graduation, I would be taught a hard lesson by reality. I originally thought that this relationship would blossom and bear fruit. I didn't expect the result to be like this. Wang Dong was not sad, just uncomfortable. At night, in a tavern, Wang Dong drank one glass after another, using alcohol to bid farewell to his lost love. A new day. Crown Hotel, Deluxe King Room. Wang Dong felt dizzy and his eyes were blurry. He turned over and found a woman lying next to him. The woman is bare-faced, with fair skin and beautiful features. Even the quilt cannot hide her beauty. The more I look at this face, the more familiar it becomes. Wang Dong suddenly remembered the other party's identity. Mu Ruoshi. A celebrity senior who is 1 year older than him. He started his own business while in school and became the president of a company. With her outstanding looks and wealthy family background, she is the recognized goddess of the school. Why did senior sister Shermu sleep with me? Wang Dong took a breath. What the hell is going on? Who can tell him what happened? Just as he was trying to recall what happened last night, the woman next to me twitched her eyelashes. Then a pair of bright eyes and white teeth appeared before my eyes. Eyes met. The next second, a woman's scream was heard. What a moving pair of eyes. Even the scream is so beautiful. The sheets slipped off, and Wang Dong's gaze moved downwards involuntarily. What a beautiful scenery it is. She is worthy of being the recognized goddess of the school, with skin as smooth as water and a figure that makes people's blood boil. Noticing Wang Dong's gaze, Mu Ruoshi's face turned red and she covered her chest with her hands. Ah, you are not allowed to look. Wang Dong was stunned for a moment, sighed inwardly and felt sorry, then turned his head and pretended to close his eyes. I heard the rustling sound of someone putting on clothes, and I didn't know how much time had passed. Wang Dong shifted his gaze back again, just in time to see Mu Ruoshi pulling the quilt over a spot of red. Strange thoughts flashed through his mind. Senior Mumu, I'm sorry, I drank too much last night, but I will be responsible for you. Mu Ruoshi only felt the pain of her body being torn apart at this moment, which was very different from usual. She was surprised when she heard what Wang Dong said. You don't need to be responsible for me. I drank too much last night and I am also responsible. Let's just leave it at that. No one of us should mention it again and pretend nothing ever happened. After saying that, he walked away with his torn legs, holding onto the wall. Looking at Mu Ruoshi's leaving back, Wang Dong felt a mixed feeling in his heart. I don't know if I will have the chance to meet senior sister Mu again in the future. What Wang Dong couldn't have imagined was that fate is sometimes so wonderful. One day 2 months later. He was delivering the express as usual that day. When it was delivered to a maternity and baby store, I walked into the store and saw a woman with a pregnancy guide in her hand picking out maternity clothes. The person in front of him was Mu Ruoshi. The top is a black slim suit jacket, with a white shirt underneath, and the bottom is a high-waisted pencil skirt and a pair of high heels. With a simple high ponytail and beautiful and delicate facial features without any makeup, she has a mature and elegant temperament, exuding an irresistible attraction. Mu Ruoshi looked around and suddenly found an extremely handsome man coming into the store. The man who impressed her the most. It's Wang Dong. At this moment, Mu Ruoshi's heart was shaken violently. But she quickly withdrew her gaze calmly and then retreated to the other side of the shelf. He tried to rely on the cover of the shelves, hoping that Wang Dong wouldn't notice him. However, just as she took half a step back, snap! An item accidentally fell out of her bag. It's a pregnancy test stick. 2 bars on top. Wang Dong's eyes narrowed. In fact, he had noticed Mu Ruoshi a long time ago. I saw the pregnancy test stick fall out of her bag, and she was looking at maternal and child products here. He seemed to have thought of something. Senior Mu, are you pregnant? Muruwashi was frightened and her heart was pounding. He saw himself? A trace of panic flashed in her bright eyes, and she answered irrelevantly, Wang Dong, why are you here? I've been delivering packages recently. Senior Sister Mu, you dropped your thing. Wang Dong walked back while picking up the pregnancy test stick on the ground. Muruwashi took it and quickly put it in her bag, her face blushing the whole time. When did you get pregnant and how long ago? Wang Dong's voice sounded again. Muruwashi was confused and opened her mouth, but didn't know where to start. She never thought that in such a big city like Yun City, she would meet Wang Dong again. At this time, Muruwashi happened to see a new couple pushing a stroller in shopping. Looking at their happy faces, Muruwashi felt a hint of envy. But when she thought of herself, her eyes soon dimmed again. She didn't know how to face the man in front of her. The Herb Tea House is not far from the maternity and baby store. The two sat down face to face, both with melancholy expressions on their faces. Wang Dong went straight to the point. He didn't expect to meet you outside of school. Yeah, what a coincidence. How long have you been pregnant? The baby can't be mine, right? Thinking of that encounter, it was Muruwashi's first time, Wang Dong asked subconsciously. Muruwashi was confused and fell silent when faced with Wang Dong's soul-searching questioning again. After a long time, she finally took a breath, as if she had made up her mind. It gave Wang Dong the answer he had been asking for. The child is yours. After hearing Muruwashi's words, Wang Dong's originally extremely uneasy heart finally relaxed, and joy surged in his heart. The child is your own. For some reason, Wang Dong felt happy instinctively. Thinking of Muruwashi's behavior in the maternal and child store, Wang Dong asked tentatively, are you planning to give birth to the child? Then can I take care of the baby in the future? Don't worry, although I just graduated, I will do my best to let you and the child live a good life. When I was in primary school, I went to the town to set up a stall by myself. I also worked part-time during the winter and summer vacations in junior high and high school. I have saved all the money I earned over the years and now have about 200,000 yuan in my hands. In the future, if I deliver more express packages every day, I will definitely be able to save more money. I know that this money may not be enough to raise a child, but I will try my best to give my baby the best. Wang Dong's eyes were firm and sincere, but there was a hint of anxiety underneath them. He was afraid that Muruwashi would reject him. Don't give him the chance to take care of the baby. Chapter 2 Living Together, here comes the mother of the child. Feel Wang Dong's sincerity. After a while, Muruwashi thought of the happy family of 3 in the maternity and baby store just now, and she finally spoke. At this moment, her face was full of kindness and tenderness. His eyes fell on his lower abdomen. Well, I plan to give birth to the baby. Since the baby has chosen me to be his mother, I will raise him in the future. Then, she pretended to be nonchalant and said, raising a baby now costs a lot of money. You have just graduated and are still in the stage of struggling in all aspects. Are you sure you want to take on this responsibility? Ding dong, it was detected that the baby in Maruxi's belly is related to the host by blood, the DNA match is 99.999%, and the perfect dad system starts binding. The system is binding 10%, 90%. System binding successful. Attempting to activate. Activating. 1%, 2%, 3%. System activation successful. After successful activation, the host will receive a novice gift pack. As soon as Muruwashi finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wang Dong's mind. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Eye of Identification. During pregnancy, mothers should pay special attention to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The Eye of Identification can better protect expectant mothers, and expectant fathers should always pay attention. The better the pregnant mother's physique, the healthier the fetus will be, so the pregnant mother needs adequate nutrition. The novice gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a nutritional startup fund of 50,000 yuan. The source of funds is safe and legal, so please don't worry. Wang Dong was stunned when he heard the voice in his head. System, is it the kind of system in novels? Is this true? Wang Dong frowned, full of doubts. Muruwashi noticed the change in his expression and thought that Wang Dong was frightened by what she had just said. Sure enough, it was just as she thought. The other party is a student who just graduated from college. Muruwashi felt sad. Wang Dong was afraid that Muruwashi would misunderstand him, so he quickly calmed down. I am sure that I will take the responsibility of taking care of the baby. As his father, if I don't take care of him, who will? And I have liked children since I was young, so I will definitely take good care of the baby in the future. There was light in Wang Dong's eyes when he talked about children. It can be seen that he likes babies from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the true feelings of the young man in front of her, Muruwashi didn't know what to do for a moment. Wang Dong's appearance and his promise were too sudden. She needs to slow down. It is normal to feel sudden, and Wang Dong also needs time to relax. After all, I suddenly had a child. And I am not that familiar with the child's mother. After a long silence, Muruwashi relaxed. She wanted to give her baby a chance, and also give herself a chance to try to get along with Wang Dong. Let's see if he can become a qualified and responsible father in the future. Muruwashi has been pregnant for 2 months, and her belly will start to show in 2 or 3 months. In order to prepare in advance, she went to the maternity and baby store to buy maternity clothes. I didn't expect fate to be so wonderful. I ran into Wang Dong before I finished buying everything. Wang Dong knew that pregnant girls would easily feel sleepy and physically tired. Seeing that Muruwashi did not reject him, he wanted to go a step further and asked tentatively, "Can I move in with you? That way I can take care of you and the baby in your belly at any time. I will pay your rent, and I will feel more at ease if I can be by your side to take care of you. Now that you have decided, give yourself and the baby in your belly a chance." After hearing Wang Dong's words, Muruwashi did not act pretentiously. Just as the other party said. Ever since she became pregnant, her mental state has not been as good as before. She often dozes off, and sometimes her body feels tired before she even gets to do anything. It's already like this with just 2 babies. It will get worse as the belly gets bigger. Okay, I live in Yayuju, and there are 3 rooms vacant. You can move in when you have time. Wang Dong moving in should help promote the relationship between the two. Okay, I'll pack up and move over there in a moment. Wang Dong had a look of joy on his face. He didn't expect Muruwashi to agree. An hour later, Muruwashi drove Wang Dong and the luggage into Yayuju. The properties here are large flats, and the people who live there are either rich or noble. Wang Dong came here to deliver a parcel and heard from the security guard that the housing prices were shockingly high. Just building a toilet can make an ordinary person struggle for 10 years. Pushing open the door, just as Wang Dong had imagined, Muruwashi's home was decorated luxuriously and warmly. No need to change shoes, I usually live alone here. This is my room. You can choose anyone you like. After entering the door, Maruxi's Oreo-like voice rang out. Okay. Wang Dong didn't act pretentiously and chose the room next to hers. Perhaps she was not used to communicating with boys, so after settling Wang Dong down, Muruwashi went back to her room to work. However, when she walked out of the room again, I heard a beeping sound coming from the kitchen and saw a busy figure inside. Walk over and take a look. Then I saw Wang Dong wearing an apron and cutting vegetables. Looking at the ingredients placed on the stove, all of which were dishes suitable for pregnant women, Muruwashi couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. The man said he would take care of himself, but I didn't expect him to take action so quickly. Ruwashi, why are you here? Wang Dong, who had just finished cutting vegetables, saw a figure standing at the kitchen door out of the corner of his eye. Muruwashi was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and said, "I've finished my work and came out to see you. I didn't expect you could cook." Wang Dong smiled and said, "I knew how to make it when I was in elementary school, but I don't know if it suits your taste." Ruwashi, there is a lot of smoke in the kitchen. You are pregnant. Please go to the living room and wait for a while. I will call you when it is ready. Okay, thank you for your hard work. In fact, Muruwashi is not a delicate person, and she can still smell the kitchen fumes. But for the sake of the baby in her belly, she chose to listen to Wang Dong. 20 minutes later, the meal was ready. There are braised eggplant, stir-fried cauliflower with shredded chicken, red dates and longan syrup, and pork ribs stewed with lotus root. These were all made by Wang Dong specifically for Maruxi. The fragrance filled the living room, and Muruwashi was surprised. He didn't expect Wang Dong's cooking skills to be so good. Serve the rice and put the bowl and chopsticks in place for Muruwashi. Wang Dong smiled and said, "Come and try it to see if it suits your taste." Muruwashi nodded slightly. After taking a bite of pork ribs stewed with lotus root, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. It tasted really good. It's delicious, Wang Dong, I didn't know you were such a good cook. Just eat it if you like. Wang Dong observed the expressions on his faces and breathed a sigh of relief. He was just worried that Mu Ruoshi wouldn't be able to get used to the food he cooked. After all, the other party is the president of the company. He is not short of money and he must have a life of luxury. What should you do if you eat too much good food and can't get used to the food you make? Fortunately, I was overthinking it. Mu Ruoshi likes it. Chapter 3, Massage. The focused man is so handsome. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Wang Dong, why don't you come to work in my company? I can arrange an easy job for you. Mu Ruoshi suddenly spoke. She had selfish motives. First, she wanted to see Wang Dong at any time. Secondly, I feel that Wang Dong is now delivering express packages, which is not only hard work in the wind and sun, but also very dangerous. It's not a long-term solution. If something happened during the journey, what would happen to her and the child? Okay, I'll think about it. Wang Dong did not rush to agree, nor did he refuse. Although going to Maruxi's company can help her and reduce her workload. But as a man, he should have his own job. Should take the responsibility of supporting the family. Now that he has the system, I believe he can make a career out of it. Give Maruxi and her children a good future. He doesn't want to be a gigolo who relies solely on his wife. Seeing Wang Dong say this, Mu Ruoshi didn't force it. After all, love requires mutual understanding. At this time, the voice of the system came into Wang Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of cooking for a pregnant mother, obtaining the kitchen master skill, and a bonus of 8,000 yuan. Wang Dong, who was eating, was stunned and quickly took out his mobile phone, and sure enough, 8,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. What are kitchen master skills? Wang Dong was thinking about it, and the next second he heard the system voice again. System reply: acquire the kitchen master skill to become a kitchen god, and whatever you cook will be the most delicious. Wow! This system is too amazing. With this skill, he can find different ways to prepare delicious food for Maruxi every day. Taking good care of the child's mother is no problem. After dinner, the two went to the mall and bought some daily necessities. Wang Dong's shopping cart was filled to the brim. Mu Ruoshi held Wang Dong's arm, and the two of them stood together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, like a match made in heaven, attracting passers-by to turn their heads. That boy is so handsome. The girl next to him is also very beautiful. What a perfect match, whoa. Where should I kneel to find a boyfriend like this? Mu Ruoshi felt very shy when listening to everyone's discussion. On the way home, Wang Dong drove very slowly and Mu Ruoshi, who was sitting in the back seat, was drowsy. She slowly opened her eyes only after the car stopped. Normally, she would never sleep in the car. On the one hand, she is familiar with her bed, and on the other hand, she subconsciously feels that the car is unsafe. But today she actually fell asleep. Could it be because Wang Dong was around? Mu Ruoshi looked up at Wang Dong and suddenly frowned, seeming to be in great pain. Seeing this, Wang Dong got out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and asked with concern, "Ruoshi, what's wrong with you?" "My leg is cramping." Mu Ruoshi gently rubbed her calves, took a deep breath, and seemed to have calmed down. "Don't worry, it's okay now." But how could Wang Dong not be worried? This is the mother of his child. His big hand covered Mu Ruoshi's delicate hand and gently rubbed her cramped calf. The two were so close that they could even hear each other's heartbeats. Plus the warm palms caressing her skin. Mu Ruoshi blushed immediately and quickly looked away. She originally wanted to refuse. But Wang Dong was the father of her child after all, her future husband, so she agreed. Wang Dong was not much better off, his face turned red from his ears to his neck. After rubbing for a while, Mu Ruoshi stammered and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Wang Dong then let go of his hand, but before Mu Ruoshi could catch her breath, she was suddenly picked up. "Wang Dong, what are you doing?" Although Mu Ruoshi looked very frightened, a hint of joy unconsciously flashed in her eyes. He symbolically hit Wang Dong's chest twice. "I'm worried about you walking back by yourself." Wang Dong held her and walked straight to the elevator. "I haven't taken the things yet. I'll come down and get it later." After returning home, Wang Dong put Mu Ruoshi on the sofa, took slippers from the shoe cabinet, and squatted down to change them for her. Mu Ruoshi said a little embarrassedly, "Wang Dong, thank you for your help. No need to talk about trouble between us." Wang Dong shook his head and smiled, then naturally put Mu Ruoshi's legs on his own legs and continued to gently rub the cramped area. Muruwashi's legs were perfect, long and straight, and her skin was as smooth and white as cream. Just a light touch from his hand left a red mark. He had also had cramps and knew how uncomfortable they were. What's more, Muruwashi was pregnant now. Wang Dong's massage technique and intensity are very well controlled. The pain from cramps and the numbness in my legs from sitting too close to the road are slowly disappearing. Even better than a professional masseur. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. At this moment, looking at Wang Dong's focused profile, Muruwashi's heart was pounding. After massaging for nearly half an hour, Wang Dong asked if Muruwashi felt better. Muruwashi nodded with a red face. It doesn't hurt anymore. Wang Dong rubbed for a while before putting Muruwashi's legs back on the sofa. Because of sweating, Wang Dong told her to have a good rest or take a shower, and he went back to the garage to get something. He bought so many things that Wang Dong had to go back and forth twice to move them all. He was so tired that he was panting and sweating all over. At this time, Muruwashi had just come out of the shower. Seeing Wang Dong sweating profusely, she hurriedly took a towel to wipe his sweat. "Ruwashi, thank you." Wang Dong was both touched and happy, and felt that he and Muruwashi had become closer. "No need to say thank you between us." Muruwashi carefully wiped the sweat off Wang Dong's face, but her hair was still wet. Water droplets dripped from her collarbone to her chest, wetting her clothes. The water was barely visible, which made people imagine a lot. For a moment, Wang Dong was stunned. Seeing Wang Dong like this, Muruwashi couldn't help but curl her lips. She inherited her mother's fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. From childhood to adulthood, countless people have given her love letters. It was love at first sight. Therefore, she is very confident about her appearance. When the sweat had been wiped off almost completely, Muruwashi withdrew her hand and urged him, "You should take a shower too." "I'm not in a hurry, but you are. If you don't dry your hair, you will easily catch a cold." Wang Dong helped Muruwashi sit back on the sofa, and went to the bathroom to get a hairdryer. He thought that Muruwashi's hair was very long and not easy to blow dry, and it would be very tiring for her to do it herself. "As a grown man, I live a rough life and it doesn't matter whether I wash in the morning or in the evening." Wang Dong took out a hairdryer from the bathroom, adjusted it, and started to blow Muruwashi's hair. It was his first time blow drying someone's hair, and he was very unfamiliar with it. He had to be very careful, for fear of burning Muruwashi. But fortunately, he was born with a strong learning ability and got the hang of it in just a few minutes. Chapter 4. This guy is so handsome, could he be the president's boyfriend? Muruwashi has very long hair. Wang Dong patiently moved every wet hair and blew it dry strand by strand. The black and soft hair brushed across her cheek, revealing Muruwashi's delicate profile. The faint scent of shampoo lingered at Wang Dong's nose, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Muruwashi's hair went from wet to fresh and flowing. Her hair is waist length and her waist is so thin that it can be held in one hand. "Go take a shower." Muruwashi took the hairdryer from Wang Dong. "Good." Wang Dong went straight to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he came out of the bathroom shirtless. He is 187 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back, strong muscles, and 8-pack abs. The muscles on his arms are fully bulging, exuding masculinity. With his handsome face and high nose, even the male stars on the screen are not as good as him. It's like a walking hormone. Muruwashi happened to come out of the kitchen with milk at this time, and their eyes met inexplicably. Her face immediately turned red. She knew Wang Dong had a good figure, but she didn't expect it to be so good. Wang Dong looked down at himself and then he remembered that he was not at home. "I quickly apologized to Muruwashi. I'm sorry, I'm used to it at home." "It's okay, I forgot to get you pajamas." Muruwashi swallowed her saliva, reluctantly looked away, went into the bedroom and got a set of pajamas for Wang Dong. "I haven't had time to wash my new pajamas yet, so you can wear this one first. It's new and never worn." Wang Dong took the pajamas and originally wanted to say that it didn't matter if it was worn before. But he was too shy to say it out loud. A few minutes later, Wang Dong came out of the bathroom. The 187 centimeters tall muscular man was wearing Hello Kitty pink pajamas. This immediately made Muruwashi laugh. Seeing Muruwashi laugh, Wang Dong inexplicably started laughing too. Although he resisted wearing such cute pajamas, there was nothing he could do. Who told Muruwashi to like pink? The guest bedroom is adjacent to the master bedroom. At night, Wang Dong lay on the bed, thinking back to what happened today. Life with Mu Ruoshi seems to be more fulfilling and happier. They are so happy now, just wait and see when their baby is born. Wouldn't he be the happiest man in the world? He must make good money so that the baby's mother doesn't have to work so hard. In the master bedroom, Mu Ruoshi was also thinking about what happened today. She stroked her belly and murmured to herself, "Baby, do you think your dad will be a good father in the future?" Mu Ruoshi's eyes flashed with happiness as she looked forward to her future family life. Because she was more sleepy due to pregnancy, Mu Ruoshi fell asleep while thinking. On the other hand, Wang Dong was so nervous because of the sudden appearance of the child that he couldn't sleep all night. The next day, when Wang Dong woke up, Mu Ruoshi was no longer at home. Not surprising. Mu Ruoshi is the president of Mu Group and a workaholic. The meeting is already being held in the company. Wang Dong walked around the huge house alone, with a faint fragrance wafting from every corner of the house. I can't tell what the smell is, but it smells good. Wang Dong remembered that Mu Ruoshi also had this smell. When I smell it, it feels like Mu Ruoshi is right beside me. Wang Dong unpacked and arranged the daily necessities he had bought yesterday. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Wang Dong hurriedly called Mu Ruoshi. She asked her what she wanted to eat and he prepared it and sent it to her. Mu Ruoshi on the other end of the phone seemed very busy, but she still squeezed out time to speak gently to Wang Dong. There is no need to go to so much trouble. I'll ask my secretary to order some takeout. Even when you are pregnant, you still have to work so hard. Wang Dong felt very distressed. It's not a trouble. I'll deliver the meal to you and then go deliver the express. Besides, the food outside is somewhat unhygienic, which is not good for you and the baby. After listening to this, Mu Ruoshi felt that it made sense and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I want to eat braised spare ribs and fried eggplant slices. Okay, I'll send it to you when I'm done. Hang up the phone. Wang Dong went out to buy groceries. Mu Ruoshi's home is in a high-end residential area, with all living facilities nearby. Wang Dong quickly bought all the necessary ingredients and rushed into the kitchen with the help of his kitchen master skills. In less than half an hour, 2 delicate and fragrant dishes were perfectly cooked. Wang Dong took out the thermos box from the cupboard, arranged the dishes on a plate, and then drove straight to Maruxi's company. My home is not far from the company, just 10 minutes away. Came downstairs to the company. Wang Dong called Mu Ruoshi. The other party was still busy, and this time seemed to be in a meeting. When Mu Ruoshi heard that Wang Dong had arrived, she quickly arranged for her secretary to come down and pick him up. Her gentle appearance frightened many people for a moment. On weekdays, Mu Ruoshi is very serious in the company, and a look from her can scare people to death. Even her secretary, who had followed her for many years, had rarely seen her smile. Moreover, Mu Ruoshi has a habit of never answering the phone while working. But today she not only answered the phone, but also smiled so gently. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. Who is the person on the other end of the phone who is so charming? Downstairs, as soon as Wang Dong stepped into the company's door, he was stopped by the beautiful receptionist at the front desk, who refused to let him get close to the elevator no matter what. The company's employees turned their heads to look over. It's not because Wang Dong was stopped, but because he is handsome. Everyone was guessing which male star it was. But this idea was quickly overturned because the clothes Wang Dong wore looked very cheap, like street stall goods. The receptionist looked Wang Dong up and down. Seeing that he was dressed casually and carrying food, I thought he was a delivery man. Hello, sir, company regulations state that takeout food cannot be brought upstairs and can only be left at the front desk. After hearing what the front desk clerk said, Wang Dong was stunned. It seems like they treat him like a delivery man. I'm not here to deliver food. Halfway through his words, Wang Dong wondered if Mu Ruoshi had told the employees in her company my relationship with her. Then he thought about it and decided to change his words. I'm here to deliver food to my friend, and someone will come down to pick me up later. I heard that I was delivering food to a friend. The receptionist was stunned, thinking that someone was delivering food to her colleague. Then she apologized. Sir, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Fine. Wang Dong didn't pay attention to what the receptionist said. He kept looking inside, thinking that the food should be eaten while it is hot, as it would be less delicious if eaten a minute later. After a while, a woman in uniform, dressed like a secretary, hurried out of the elevator. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Dong? Wang Dong nodded and asked, "Are you Ruwashi's secretary?" The secretary nodded repeatedly and said, "My surname is Li, sir, you can call me Secretary Li. President Mu is still in a meeting. Mr. Wang, please follow me." The two of them entered the president's exclusive elevator one after the other. The receptionist was stunned and finally came to her senses in a daze. Could this handsome guy be Mr. Mu's boyfriend? But she had never heard that the president had a boyfriend. I couldn't help but feel terrified, but luckily she had just apologized quickly. This Mr. Wang looks gentle, elegant, and handsome. I shouldn't blame myself for this. Chapter 5, I cried and discovered a huge secret. The elevator went straight up. Although the secretary didn't look directly at Wang Dong, he kept looking at him out of the corner of his eye. But I was very confused. She has been with Mu Ruwashi for so many years, but she doesn't even have a friend of the opposite sex, let alone a boyfriend. It's not that they didn't like her. Those young men often sent flowers to the company and confessed their love to Mu Ruwashi. But Mu Ruwashi never accepted it, and even got furious and ordered the security guards to kick her out of the company. Because they all have ulterior motives. Rather than saying they like Mu Ruwashi, it would be better to say they like the Mu Group. The man in front of her was more handsome than the stars on TV, and he personally delivered meals to Mu Ruwashi. It is indeed different from those playboys. And seeing how happy Mu Ruwashi was when she answered the phone just now, she must be very satisfied with Wang Dong. The secretary no longer dared to look down on Wang Dong and looked at him with respect. Soon, the secretary led Wang Dong through various offices and conference rooms, and finally stopped at the door of the largest and most luxuriously decorated office. The secretary knocked on the door several times. A familiar voice came from inside. "Come in." After opening the office door, the secretary held the door open and said to Mu Ruwashi, "Mr. Mu, Mr. Wang is here." Then Wang Dong said very respectfully, "Mr. Wang, please come in." When she heard that it was Wang Dong, Mu Ruwashi immediately raised her head from the computer desk with a very happy expression. "Wang Dong, you are here. Well, you're not done yet?" Wang Dong put the food on the small table next to the computer desk. Then he walked to the computer desk and looked at Mu Ruwashi gently. "Finished." Mu Ruwashi stood up from her seat, and Wang Dong naturally raised his hand to help her. The two of them got along very naturally, like a couple who had been married for many years. The secretary at the side had eyes bigger than bells. I couldn't believe that this scene was actually happening. She became even more convinced that Wang Dong would be the future male owner of the Mu Group. After Mu Ruwashi sat down on the sofa, Wang Dong opened the thermal box, which contained exquisitely presented meals. Suddenly the office was filled with the tempting aroma of food. Seeing the food, Mu Ruwashi couldn't help swallowing. "Wow, that looks delicious." In the morning, because of morning sickness and the nausea she felt after eating breakfast, she only drank a few sips of water. This is going to be really hungry. Wang Dong picked up a piece of pork ribs for Mu Ruwashi, then looked at her expectantly, asking her to try it and see if she liked it. Mu Ruwashi picked up the ribs and took a bite. It was soft and glutinous and melted in the mouth. "Delicious, this is the best ribs I have ever eaten." It can be seen that Mu Ruwashi was not lying because she had already finished eating the first piece of ribs. He reached out again to grab the second piece. "Just eat it if you like." Wang Dong quickly picked up a few more pieces for Mu Ruwashi and served her a bowl of vegetable soup. Although Mu Ruwashi didn't mention drinking soup, thinking about balanced nutrition, he still cooked an extra vegetable soup. Secretary Li saw everything the two of them were doing together. She joined the Mu Group after graduation, and was later cultivated by President Mu and became her full-time assistant. It can be said that her current achievements were all due to the promotion of President Mu. She hopes more than anyone else that Ms. Mu can find her own happiness. Wang Dong is indeed different from other young masters. She could see that Wang Dong liked Mu because of her as a person, not her money. She believed that Wang Dong would definitely bring happiness to Mr. Mu. It's great to see the two of them getting along so well. Secretary Li voluntarily left the office to avoid ruining President Mu's good deeds. In the office, Mu Ruwashi said while eating, "Let's buy another apartment. The one we live in now is a bit small, and it may not be big enough after the baby is born." The reason for this suggestion is not because the house is really small. But Mu Ruwashi took into consideration that men have strong self-esteem. Although Wang Dong didn't say it, he must feel uncomfortable living in the house she bought. The two of them pooled money together to buy a new house, which not only took care of Wang Dong's self-esteem, but also allowed her to use this reason to convince her parents in the future. Wang Dong was stunned. Knowing that Muruwashi was thinking about her, he couldn't help feeling a little warm in his heart. Don't worry, it will take a long time to give birth to a child. He doesn't have the ability to buy a house now, he has to wait. Even a tall and strong man still has to pool money with his wife to buy a wedding house. Isn't this a joke? But think about it carefully. Wang Dong was suddenly in trouble. How could he earn enough money to buy a house? At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Congratulations to the host, you used the kitchen master skill to cook and received praise, and were rewarded with a mansion fragment. Collecting 5 fragments will unlock a mansion worth 50 million. Wang Dong's heart moved. Oh, the system boss is so good at handling things. The fragments of the mansion were like timely help to him. This way he won't have to worry about not being able to buy a house. Muruwashi thought about it and realized that the child was only a few months old. Also, strenuous exercise is not advisable during early pregnancy. It's not too late to consider buying a house or moving after the fetus is stable for a few months. Finish lunch. Wang Dong was afraid of delaying Muruwashi's work, so he told her not to overwork herself. I asked what he wanted to eat for dinner, then left the company to deliver a package. Muruwashi didn't return home until 7 in the evening. But Muruwashi also came back with her secretary Li Zi. She came to get the documents. Seeing Wang Dong in the house, Li Zi was numb. She originally thought that Wang Dong and Mr. Mu were just a couple. Unexpectedly, the two of them have developed to the point of living together. This is a huge secret. Mr. Mu trusts her so much that he brought her back. Li Zi secretly swore that she would never tell this secret to anyone. Back. Wang Dong naturally took Muruwashi's slender white hand, looked at Secretary Li, and nodded at her as a greeting. Muruwashi explained, and Li Zi came over to get the documents. Li Zi took the documents and prepared to leave. Wang Dong looked outside and saw that it was already dark. So he suggested that Secretary Li stay and have dinner together before leaving. Li Zi's heart skipped a beat and she quickly waved her hand to refuse. How could she deserve to have dinner with Mr. Mu and her boyfriend? Muruwashi naturally knew Li Zi's concerns, and said with a smile, Li Zi, come stay and have dinner with us. This is good. Seeing Muruwashi say this, Li Zi had no choice but to agree to stay for dinner. You guys chat, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Wang Dong poured a glass of water for Li Zi and a glass of milk for Muruwashi, then went to the kitchen to busy himself. Soon, the sound of cutting vegetables came from the kitchen. Muruwashi had always been curious about how Wang Dong cooked such delicious dishes, so she walked over. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Wang Dong looked focused, his slender fingers tightly gripping the knife handle, and he quickly cut the carrot. The sound of cutting vegetables is rhythmic and melodious. The carrots immediately turned into carrot shreds of uniform thickness. The whole process was like magic. Muruwashi was stunned. The processed ingredients were neatly placed on the counter next to Wang Dong. Chapter 6 Amazing Reward, You Get a House. Wang Dong cut vegetables very quickly and prepared all the ingredients in a blink of an eye. Then set up the pot. Hot oil dish. The flames instantly rose into the air. Wang Dong was not afraid at all. Flip the spoon. Stir fry quickly with a spatula. Then add salt, MSG, soy sauce. A blend of spices and meat. It was as if a beautiful symphony was played in the pot. The whole process is smooth and flowing. They were both stunned at once. Only when a plate of steaming food came out of the pot did Wang Dong realize there was someone behind him. Looking back, he saw 4 eyes looking at him. How did you get here? Wang Dong put down the food in his hand and walked towards Muruwashi. Muruwashi swallowed her saliva. With such a big fire, you actually turned the pot over like a magic trick. How did you do that? You'll get used to it if you do it more often. Wang Dong smiled slightly. He is a good cook himself, and now he has the skills of a kitchen master. No matter how difficult the dish is, it is a piece of cake for him. There's a lot of smoke in the kitchen, you guys should go sit in the living room first. Muruwashi shook her head, thinking that it was more interesting to watch him cook in the kitchen. Wang Dong's energetic look while cooking made Muruwashi's heart beat wildly. Be good and listen to me. Wang Dong took Muruwashi's hand and walked her back to the living room. The kitchen is full of fumes and is not suitable for girls. What's more, Muruwashi is pregnant. Seeing the two of them being so sweet, Li Zi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, and followed them silently. Unable to persuade Wang Dong, Mu Ruoshi had no choice but to wait obediently in the living room. Wang Dong cooks very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. The 3 of them sat at the dining table, and Wang Dong served soup and picked up meat for Mu Ruoshi with great care. Mu Ruoshi took a bite of the chicken and was so addicted to its soft, glutinous, and smooth texture. This chicken is even better than last time. Mu Ruoshi's eyes were sparkling, like a teenage girl. Eyes full of admiration. She ate several pieces in a row and kept picking up more. She couldn't stop at all. If it tastes good, eat more. Wang Dong was very happy. The skills rewarded by the system were amazing. Li Zi is just a subordinate and won't make too many comments regardless of whether the food is delicious or not. But picking up food again and again still betrayed her. Finally, I couldn't help but speak and praised sincerely. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious food, Mr. Mu, you are so lucky. All 3 of them were very full and satisfied with this dinner. When Li Zi returned home, her belt was tight and her belly was bulging from eating so much. At this time, the system's voice sounded again in Wang Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have completely conquered the stomach of the mother Mu Ruoshi, and won the Qingyu villa with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. Please choose the time to claim it. Good job. The previous reward of villa fragments was shocking enough to him, but now he was given the house directly. He has delivered a parcel to Qingyu villa. Although the houses there are not as expensive as here, they are not cheap either. The environment is very good and there are complete living facilities nearby. It's okay to stay for a while. In the future, he will be able to exchange all the villa fragments and bring Mu Ruoshi and the children to live in a big villa. Afraid of the long night and many dreams, Wang Dong chose the next day as the pickup time. The next day, Wang Dong hadn't woken up yet when a strange phone call came in. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Dong? Wang Dong yawned sleepily. Who are you? I am the property manager of Qingyu Villa. My last name is Xia, and you can call me Manager Xia. The house you bought in Qingyu Villa will be delivered today. Please come and pick up the key at a suitable time. Wang Dong suddenly lost all desire to sleep. I got up from the bed and said, okay, I'll be there in a minute. After Wang Dong finished washing up, he immediately drove to Qingyu Villa. Following the instructions, I soon found the Qingyu Home Buying Center. Before Wang Dong could say anything, the woman standing at the front desk snorted coldly. Express deliveries cannot be brought upstairs, so just put them on the shelf. Wang Dong was stunned. When he was delivering express here before, the front desk clerk knew him. But he had never seen the woman in front of him before, and guessed that she must be new. So I explained that I was not here to deliver a package today. If you don't deliver the express, are you here to buy a house? The woman glanced at him up and down. Although the man in front of her could make cheap goods look like luxury goods, the clothes were still cheap goods. No matter how handsome he is still a poor loser. After going through a lot, she is no longer a girl of 16 or 17 years old. Face is of no use to her. Now, she just wants to be with a rich man. You will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The house in Qingyu Villa is so expensive, it is not something a stinky courier like him can afford. Seeing the disdainful look from the receptionist, Wang Dong immediately understood. She is looking down on herself. Seeing that Wang Dong didn't leave, the woman became angry and left quickly so as not to delay the client from buying a house. When choosing a house, the boss of Renmin University considers the environment and the complexity of the personnel. Who would want to buy something when they come in and see a poor guy lingering in the lobby? At this time, a woman in a suit and glasses rushed out of the elevator. Are you Mr. Wang? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Xia Anan bowed and nodded to Wang Dong, leaving the receptionist stunned. Qingyu Villa is different from ordinary residential areas. It is built near a scenic spot. There are mid-range and high-end houses, and the managers in charge of each house are also different. Manager Xia is the only manager in charge of high-end houses. How could a courier afford a high-end house in a quiet villa? How is that possible? The day before yesterday, interrupted Wang Dong. Manager Xia, you may have recognized the wrong person. He is a courier. Manager Xia ignored the receptionist and greeted Wang Dong with a smile. Mr. Wang, please follow me this way. This was the last high-end house she had. She had read the purchaser's information many times, and the photo on Wang Dong's ID card was exactly the same as him. It's impossible to admit your mistake. Besides, who says couriers can't afford to buy a house? Sometimes couriers earn more in a day than her. Wang Dong ignored the front desk and followed Xia Yinan. At this point, the front desk had to accept it. Wang Dong is the buyer who purchased the high-end residential area. She immediately regretted it deeply. I feel like I missed out on a rich second-generation young master who likes to keep a low profile. And this rich second generation is so handsome. Good-looking and rich. Isn't this the perfect husband she dreamed of? The receptionist quickly took out a mirror and dressed herself up, trying to restore Wang Dong's impression of her. Wait, she must seize this opportunity. Take down Wang Dong. Chapter 7. Huh? The CEO's mom is here? So sudden. The other side. Xia Yinan introduced the quiet villa along the way and praised it highly. Wang Dong was also very happy to hear this, because before he had only delivered express to mid-range houses. I didn't know that there were high-end residences inside. And what the system rewarded him with was a high-end residential community. The two soon arrived at an apartment building in a high-end residential area. 6th floor, room 601. One elevator per household. After a careful look, I found that the decoration is in the most popular modern minimalist style at the moment. It looks particularly luxurious and elegant. There are 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, including a master bedroom, a study, and even a children's room. Overall, Wang Dong is particularly satisfied with this house. Seeing that Wang Dong was satisfied, Xia Yinan's tense heart finally relaxed. The two immediately returned to the office to sign. The whole process took only 3 hours. Xia Yinan was smiling all the way from the moment she sent Wang Dong downstairs. High-end residential properties have high profits, and the commission Wang Dong gets from this house is higher than her salary. Mr. Wang, if you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. Good. Wang Dong held the house key, but still felt very dazed. Ordinary people work hard all their lives but still cannot own a house. If you want to gain a foothold in a big city, you can only rely on your parents' life savings. But after emptying my family's pocket, I could only afford the down payment. The rest depends on your hard work year after year, like a beast of burden. And now that he had just graduated, he had already bought a house of his own with full payment. Although the area of this apartment is not as big as the villa, it is enough for him, Muruwashi and the baby to live in the future. Wang Dong planned to wait for Muruwashi to come home from get off work and give her a surprise. However, as soon as Wang Dong got out of the elevator, a figure appeared in front of him. The receptionist was wearing delicate makeup and winking at him. My dear brother, I had a bad attitude just now and misunderstood you. Can you let me treat you to a meal to make up for my mistake? No, my wife is waiting for me to come home. Wang Dong took a few steps back. He didn't like the strong smell of perfume. It smells so bad. When he heard about the wife, the receptionist's face immediately fell. She wanted to say something, but Wang Dong had already walked away. Next to her, Xia Yinan glanced at the front desk. Shaked his head. I thought that with the receptionist's performance and her personality, she might not be suitable to stay in the company, even if she was a relative introduced by a leader. She walked back to the elevator while texting the HR. Because there is little work in the company. Muruwashi got off work and went home early. She had just returned when Wang Dong also arrived home. Wang Dong found an opportunity to say to Muruwashi, Ruwashi, I want to tell you something. Seeing Wang Dong's serious expression, Muruwashi clenched her hands unconsciously, not knowing what he was going to say. What would he say to himself? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Just as she was thinking about it, Wang Dong said something shocking. I bought a house in Qingyu Villa. Muruwashi was stunned for a while. She had also looked at some houses recently and learned about Qingyu Villa. The environment was quite good. But the house price is not cheap. The down payment alone would cost hundreds of thousands. How could Wang Dong, a college student who just started working, have so much money? Be able to buy a house in a quiet villa? Is he asking for money from his family? We still have a house to live in now and don't need to ask our family for money to buy one. Like I suggested before, let's buy a house together, I'll pay for it, but you. Hundreds of thousands is not a small amount of money for an ordinary family. I didn't ask my family for the money. This money is mine. I won 5 million in the lottery. Wang Dong stretched out 5 fingers, full of pride. Mu Ruoshi was surprised. She heard the employees talking about it during lunch. It is said that a college student won a lottery ticket worth 5 million. But she didn't expect that this 1 in a billion probability would fall on Wang Dong. This man is so lucky. 5 million is not a small amount. If an ordinary person gets this wealth, he will definitely hide it for his own entertainment. But Wang Dong told himself the truth without hiding anything. This means he trusts her a lot. Thinking of this, Mu Ruoshi felt warm in her heart. Ruoshi, are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to see the new house. Mu Ruoshi nodded and said she was free. At this time, the doorbell rang outside. Mu Ruoshi has always lived alone and few people come to visit her. It is even more impossible to find Wang Dong, because those who knew Wang Dong had no idea that he lived here now. With doubts in his mind, Wang Dong got up and went out to open the door. Standing outside the door was an elegant, dignified, and fashionably dressed woman. The moment the woman saw Wang Dong, she was completely stunned. OMG! What a handsome man! This face is even more beautiful than my husband's when he was young. The woman was so immersed in Wang Dong's appearance that she forgot the purpose of her visit for a moment. Wang Dong has gotten used to the fact that he often impresses others with his handsomeness. He looked at the woman in front of him in confusion. Hello, who are you looking for? The woman came back to her senses when she heard Wang Dong's voice. She coughed lightly a few times and suddenly became serious. Who are you? Where is my daughter? Before Wang Dong could say anything, the woman had already entered the house. As soon as Mu Ruoshi saw the woman, she quickly stood up from her seat with a look of panic on her face. Mom, why are you here? Wang Dong, who followed in, heard Mu Ruoshi calling the woman Mom. My heart suddenly tightened. Just now he felt that this woman's features were somewhat similar to Mu Ruoshi's. But he didn't think about it that way. He was not prepared at all to meet the parents so suddenly. At this moment in the living room, the woman was sitting on the sofa in a domineering manner, and Mu Ruoshi was sitting beside her. Wang Dong sat alone on the sofa opposite. The atmosphere was somber and serious. Mom, let me introduce him to you. He is my boyfriend, his name is Wang Dong. Wang Dong was also very nervous just now, but when they sat face to face, he miraculously relaxed. I greeted the woman calmly and generously. Hello, Auntie. My name is Wang Dong. Mu Ruoshi's mother, Shangwan Wanqing, was born into a wealthy family. She was the only daughter in the family and started her own company at the age of 17. The company was successfully listed in just 5 years, and later he took over the family company and managed it in an orderly manner. Today, she is already a wealthy lady with assets worth hundreds of millions. Because he has been in a high position for many years, he always carries an invisible sense of oppression and majesty. Over the years of doing business, she has traveled all over the country and met many young talents and children of aristocrats. When they saw her, they were all more or less afraid. But when Shangwan Wanqing asked about her daughter, Wang Dong replied one by one. Throughout the whole process, Wang Dong was not stage frightened and did not hesitate, and his answers to the questions were obviously well thought out. Although Shangwan Wanqing didn't say it, she was quite satisfied with Wang Dong in her heart. Her daughter is so outstanding. Only a better man could be worthy of her. As for how strong the family background is, it is not important. In her opinion, good character is the key. As it stands, Wang Dong is qualified. Chapter 8. Is my daughter pregnant? Tell me. It was evening. Wang Dong went to the kitchen to cook. Shangwan Wanqing's eyes were filled with satisfaction. She didn't expect that this man could actually cook. My daughter told me that he bought the house in Qingyu Villa in full. He has such financial strength at such a young age. She thought Wang Dong should be a rich second generation. Such a rich kid can't even cook, let alone turn on the gas at home. Therefore, she didn't really believe that Wang Dong could cook. But she was very satisfied that the young man had such filial piety. Seeing that her mother didn't believe her, Mu Ruoshi subconsciously defended Wang Dong and spoke for him. Mom, Wang Dong's cooking is delicious. Mom, please take a look at how delicious it is to get my daughter to praise it so much. By the way, what is Wang Dong's job? Mu Ruoshi did not hide the fact that he had just graduated this year and was currently delivering packages. Shangwan Wanqing frowned. She never expected that Wang Dong was a courier. How can a courier afford a house in a quiet villa? It's still a high-end residence. Mom, Wang Dong just graduated, and delivering express is just a transition period. We have to trust him. Although Shangwan Wanqing did not refute, her expression became serious. How did you two meet? Hearing this, Mu Ruoxi frowned. She told a story about her encounter with Wang Dong, mixed with both truth and lies. More than 2 months ago, something unexpected happened in my company. I was very upset, so I went to the bar to drink some wine. I didn't expect that I got drunk and walked into the wrong room. Wang Dong was a very nice person. Not only did he not do anything out of line, but he also took care of me all night. After hearing Mu Ruoxi's words, Shangwan Wanqing was furious. Mom has told you many times not to go to the bar to drink alone. There are all kinds of people in the bar. Fortunately, you met Wang Dong. If you met someone with bad intentions, your life would be ruined. It's scary just thinking about it. She only has one daughter, Mu Ruoxi. If something happens to her, what should she do then? After learning this, Shangwan Wanqing's impression of Wang Dong improved a little bit. The two people spoke quietly, but the living room was connected to the kitchen, so what they said was still clearly heard by Wang Dong, who was busy in the kitchen. Wang Dong felt warm knowing that Mu Ruoxi was protecting her. I saw many people online saying that they went to their girlfriend's house to propose marriage. Instead of standing on his side, his girlfriend joined her parents in criticizing him just to get more betrothal gifts. Wang Dong felt very lucky. The sound of cooking could be heard from the kitchen from time to time, and the tempting aroma gradually filled the living room. Just smell it. It makes people drool. Shangwan Wanqing was shocked. This man actually knew how to cook. Soon, Wang Dong brought one tempting dish after another to the table. Auntie, Ruoxi has eaten. Good. Mu Ruoxi stood up and asked her mother to go to the kitchen together. The three of them sat around the dining table. Wang Dong skillfully served Muruxi some vegetables and soup, and reminded her to eat more vegetables so that she could have a balanced diet. Shangwan Wanqing saw all of this. Mu Ruoxi has never liked vegetarian food since she was a child, but now Wang Dong can coax her into eating it. It's really not easy. Watching the interaction between the two, she suddenly felt that her daughter had grown up. In the blink of an eye, I will be able to get married soon. Wang Dong used the public chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat for Shangwan Wanqing and said, Auntie, try it and see if it suits your taste. Thanks. Shangwan Wanqing regained control of her emotions, picked up the meat and tasted it. The braised pork was soft, sweet, fatty but not greasy. There was a gleam of surprise in her eyes. This was even more delicious than what a 5-star chef could cook. Over the years, she has traveled to many places at home and abroad and tasted many delicacies, but this is the first time she has eaten such delicious food. Shangwan Wanqing was secretly surprised, but remained calm and said, Wang Dong, you cooked this meal very well. I'm glad you like it, I was just worried that it might not suit your taste. Wang Dong was also very happy to receive Shangwan Wanqing's affirmation. She is sensible, can cook, and is not intimidated by her overwhelming presence. The more Shangwan Wanqing looked at Wang Dong, the more satisfied she became. Suddenly, Mu Ruoxi retched a few times, covered her mouth and ran to the toilet. Wang Dong immediately took a few tissues and followed with a nervous look. In the bathroom, Mu Ruoxi was leaning against the toilet and vomiting, and all the dinner she had just eaten came out. Unable to help in other ways, Wang Dong could only pat Mu Ruoxi's back to make her feel more comfortable. After vomiting for a long time, Mu Ruoxi finally stood up, her whole face pale. Wang Dong wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, regardless of the dirt. A look of heartache. Are you feeling better? Much better. Mu Ruoxi vomited with tears in her eyes, looking very touching. After Mu Ruoxi stopped vomiting, Wang Dong helped her out of the bathroom. Shangwan Wanqing also followed at this time and took Mu Ruoxi from Wang Dong, with anxiety and confusion in her eyes. She understands her daughter. I am in very good health and rarely get sick. Why did I suddenly vomit? And this symptom. Ruoxi, are you feeling better? Shangwan Wanqing helped Mu Ruoxi back to the dining table, but just saw the braised pork in the bowl. Mu Ruoxi retched a few more times. Not wanting to see the meat anymore, Mu Ruoxi left the kitchen and sat back on the sofa. Drinking some warm water will make you feel better. Wang Dong brought a cup of warm water to Mu Ruoxi. I drank some water and then took a break. Mu Ruoxi's pale face finally looked better. Mom, Wang Dong, go and eat, don't worry about me. Shangwan Wanqing suddenly sat down next to Mu Ruoshi, staring at the two of them with a frighteningly dark face. Ruoshi, are you pregnant? The harmonious atmosphere in the living room disappeared at this moment, and Mu Ruoshi sat up from the sofa. Auntie, Ruoshi is indeed pregnant. At this point, Wang Dong had no choice but to confess. Shangwan Wanqing immediately stared at Wang Dong angrily. She never imagined that after not seeing her for a few months, her daughter would become a mother. She still remembers how hard it was for her to carry Mu Ruoshi. Pregnancy cannot be done on a whim, it requires careful consideration. This is not only responsible to the children, but also to yourself. You guys are taking this too lightly. Mom, I thought about it for a long time before making this decision. Shangwan Wanqing ignored Mu Ruoshi, thinking that she had been hiding something when she talked to her before. He turned around and asked Wang Dong coldly, what was going on? That day. Wang Dong told the whole story of what happened that day. It turned out that day, Mu Ruoshi was drinking in a bar and was targeted by a few hooligans, who put drugs in her wine while she was not paying attention. Mu Ruoshi later realized something and endured the discomfort in her body to avoid the gangsters, but accidentally broke into Wang Dong's room. At this point, Shangwan Wanqing had nothing to refute. After all, Wang Dong really saved Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dong said with a firm face, Auntie, don't worry, I will be responsible for Ruoshi. Mom, I am also responsible for this matter. Shangwan Wanqing looked at her daughter and sighed for a long time. Finally compromised. Chapter 9 Mom, you are going to be a grandmother soon. Are you excited? Are you happy? How could a mother not understand her daughter? Just by looking at Mu Ruoshi's eyes, she knew it. Mu Ruoshi likes Wang Dong very much, and Wang Dong is kind and patient to her. They were in love and had a child, so how could she bear to break up her daughter's happiness? But if a woman gets pregnant before marriage, it is always the woman who suffers. Therefore, they must get married as soon as possible. Now that it has happened, there is no point in pursuing responsibility. Shangwan Wanqing sighed again and said, Ruoshi, pregnant women have the hardest time, so you should take good care of your baby during this period. Mom will send someone to help with the company's matters. Then, she looked at Wang Dong and said, Wang Dong, being responsible for Ruoshi is not just about words. Contact your parents and have the two families meet for a meal to discuss your marriage. Hearing this, Wang Dong made another promise. Auntie, don't worry, I will ask my parents to come over as soon as possible to discuss the marriage, and I will definitely not let Ruoshi down. Mu Ruoshi drank a glass of water and then rested for a while. The symptoms of morning sickness completely disappeared. The three of them continued to sit down and eat. Wang Dong moved the braised pork aside and picked up some light and non-greasy dishes for Mu Ruoshi. There was no sign of greasiness and Mu Ruoshi no longer had morning sickness. The three of them ate in silence, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while. Faced with a whole table of delicious food, Shangwan Wanqing had no appetite at all. I was always thinking about my daughter's pregnancy. As she thought about it, Shangwan Wanqing sighed heavily again. Seeing her mother like this, Mu Ruoshi felt very guilty. Mom, I didn't intend to hide it from you. I just wanted to find a chance to tell you later. I'm afraid you'll worry if I tell you now. You are my only daughter. If you don't tell me, I will be more worried. You can't hide it from me anymore, okay? Shangwan Wanqing said distressfully. Mu Ruoshi nodded and said, no more, Mom. Shangwan Wanqing finally felt relieved. Has the child been named? Mu Ruoshi gently stroked her belly which had not yet bulged, and said, Mom, it's still early. There's no rush to give it a name. That's true, but the child's name will accompany him throughout his life, so you can't be careless. You have to think carefully when naming him, and you can't use those internet celebrity names. Hearing the internet slang, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help laughing out loud. Mom, you are quite fashionable. That's, your mom is surfing on 5G. Shangwan Wanqing smiled complacently. As the boss of a listed company, most of the people in her company are young people. If you want to manage them well and want the company to develop over the long term, you must first understand the thoughts of young people. Think from the same perspective as young people. But then Shangwan Wanqing changed the subject and looked at Wang Dong. There is no rush to choose the child's name, but both parents must meet as soon as possible. Mom! Mu Ruoshi interrupted Shangwan Wanqing. Firstly, she believed in Wang Dong's character. Since Wang Dong said he would try his best to arrange it, he would definitely arrange it. There was no need to keep urging him. Secondly, she was not ready to meet her parents-in-law. It's my first time experiencing this, so I'll feel a little bit uneasy. Wang Dong gave Mu Ruoshi a comforting look. Then, he looked at Shangguan Wanqing sincerely. Thank you, Auntie, for believing in and helping Ruoshi and I. Don't worry, Auntie, I will call my parents over as soon as possible. After dinner, Wang Dong immediately called his parents. As soon as the phone was connected, chickens and ducks clucked together. For a long while. Then I heard a middle-aged woman's voice, "Son, is your work going well recently? Have you eaten?" Hearing the familiar greeting, Wang Dong felt warm in his heart. The woman was Wang Dong's mother, Mo Chuntao. The parents are far away and have no idea about their children's current situation. All the thoughts and expectations are melted into the words, "Have you eaten?" "Mom, I've eaten." "Have you eaten?" Mom has eaten too and is watering the vegetables in the garden now. You don't have to go to work today, so how come you have time to call me? Are you short of money? Wang Dong quickly denied it. "Mom, I'm not short of money. I called back to tell you some news." Hearing Wang Dong's words, Mo Chuntao suddenly became nervous. The children are far away from home and parents are worried about their safety. When she heard her child say he was going to tell her some news, she instinctively worried whether it was good news or bad news. No one knows his mother better than his son. How could he, as a son, not know what his mother is thinking? Wang Dong quickly said, "Mom, what I want to say is good, not bad." "Good thing?" However, before Wang Dong could open his mouth, Mo Chuntao directly said, "The only good thing you can tell us now is to find a girlfriend and get married as soon as possible. You are not a child anymore. Look at Ergu, who grew up with you. He already has 2 children now. Don't rely on your good looks to complain about this and that. Find someone who can take care of the family. It doesn't matter whether she is pretty or not. You can't eat your face. Don't always look for women who are only after money. Look at the one you were dating before. She spent all your money and then ran away with someone else because we were poor." Wang Dong listened to his mother's chatter patiently and waited for her to finish. Kai Yu said, "Mom, now you not only have a daughter-in-law, but also a grandson." Mo Chuntao was stunned for a few seconds, but chose not to believe it. "Son, it's not dark yet. What are you talking in your sleep?" She knows best about her son whom she carried for 10 months. The last thing I can expect is such a stunning event. "Mom, I'm not kidding. The child has been pregnant for more than 2 months. The mother's name is Mu Ruoshi. We live together now. Is it convenient for you and Dad to come over tomorrow?" Only then did there be a complete silence on the other end of the phone. Not even the chickens and ducks were crowing. They all seemed to be stunned by him. "Lao Wan, Lao Wang." Mo Chuntao dropped the bucket and ladle and rushed into the house. "My son said we are getting ready to be grandparents." When hearing the news, Dad Wang Dechong's first reaction was disbelief. After confirming again and again that his son was not joking, he was so excited that he was speechless for a long time. The old couple are immersed in the joy of having a grandson. What Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao hope most is that Wang Dong can succeed and take root in the city as soon as possible. Get married, have a child, and live a happy family. Now that the woman is pregnant, it can be said that the son is ready to become a father. This is a great start. Wang Dekang suddenly thought of something and started scolding Wang Dong. It turned out that he was concerned about his son getting the girl pregnant before marriage. They felt that the Wang family owed Mu Ruoshi a debt of gratitude. Wang Dong explained the whole thing half truthfully and half falsely, and only then did Wang Dekang calm down. Then he kept telling Wang Dong to be good to Mu Ruoshi and take good care of the baby in her belly during this period. Finally, the family discussed how to meet Mu Ruoshi and her mother tomorrow. The first meeting between the parents of both sides should naturally be grand. I think there are a lot of things to prepare, and if I rush in the morning, I might not arrive until the afternoon. Chapter 10. The Queen Mother comes and both parents meet. The next morning. After breakfast, Wang Dong drove Mu Ruoshi and Shangguan Wanqing to Qingyu Villa. Qingyu Villa is built around a 5-level tourist attraction and covers an area of 50 acres. It is a high-end residential area where every house is surrounded by rivers on 3 sides and has a direct view of the river. The environment is famously good. Mu Ruoshi looked ahead, but her peripheral vision was watching Wang Dong, who was driving seriously. When she first found out she was pregnant, Mu Ruoshi thought about raising the child by herself. But no one expected that Wang Dong would appear. The other party is not only responsible for herself and the baby, but also cooks 3 meals a day to take care of her. Now he has spent all his savings to buy a house for her. Wang Dong really put himself into his life plan. This moment, Muruwashi felt that she was very happy. Shangguan Wanqing sat in the backseat, looking at the scenery along the way. Although it is not as good as a villa or a mansion, she is still very satisfied with this community. After all, Wang Dong had just graduated and bought a house in this area through his own efforts. Already better than many rich second generations. The car drove past a mid-range residential area, but it didn't seem like it was going to stop and continue to move forward. Soon we had left the mid-range residential area. Shangguan Wanqing was stunned when she saw this. Because Wang Dong's family background was not so good, she assumed that Wang Dong bought a house in a mid-range residential area. But now, the car is heading towards a high-end residential area. This means Wang Dong bought a high-end residential complex. This thought emerged in Shangguan Wanqing's mind, and she was secretly surprised. The price difference between mid-range residential areas and high-end residential areas is not just 3 or 5 yuan, but millions. Wang Dong used all his wealth to buy this house? At this moment, Shangguan Wanqing really believed that Wang Dong sincerely wanted to marry her daughter Muruwashi. At the same time, I am also happy for my daughter, who has met a good man who truly cherishes her, loves her, and is willing to give for her. Enter the house. Shangguan Wanqing and Muruwashi's eyes lit up. The layout of this house is really nice. Right, I also think the layout is good, and the decoration is beautiful. Muruwashi has a particularly good impression of this house. Shangguan Wanqing also nodded frequently. This house was indeed very comfortable. Wang Dong took the two of them on a tour with a warm smile. Wow, this kid's room is gorgeous. As she said that, Muruwashi turned around and looked at Wang Dong and said, when the baby is born, we will decorate it in a forest animal style, which will match the mountain view outside the window. Okay, you can decorate it any way you like. Wang Dong would always satisfy the mother's requests. The scenery outside the window is so beautiful, it is hard to imagine how happy it will be to live in a well-decorated children's room when the child is born in the future. Such a comfortable environment is great for both Moruxi and the baby in her belly. Imagining the happy life after the baby is born, Muruwashi turned to look at Shangguan Wanqing and said happily, Mom, when the baby is born, you must come to play often. Shangguan Wanqing responded with a smile, of course you have to come. I'm the baby's grandmother. Although I don't know whether my daughter will give birth to a boy or a girl in the future. But no matter whether it is a boy or a girl, she will pamper the baby 100%. The more I look at the house, the more satisfied I am. Time passed quickly and soon it was afternoon. The three of them hurried back to Yayuju. Wang Dong's parents came from far away, and Shangguan Wanqing, as the girl's parent, naturally had to receive them. After Wang Dong told her last night, she immediately contacted a 5-star chef and asked them to come to their house and cook a meal for her in-laws at noon. However, Wang Dong refused and said that he could do it himself. Muruwashi was very nervous at this time. She had been trying on clothes in the room. It was her first time meeting Wang Dong's parents, and she had to leave a good impression on them. However, after trying on many sets of clothes, she was not satisfied with any of them. At this moment, I happened to see Wang Dong passing by the door. Muruwashi directly dragged him into the room, held up the clothes and asked, which one do you think looks better? Wife, you look good in anything you wear. When Muruwashi heard Wang Dong calling her wife, her face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head shyly. This was the first time Wang Dong called her wife. Muruwashi looked so cute when she was shy that Wang Dong couldn't help but want to continue teasing her. He approached Muruwashi and chuckled in her ear, my wife is so beautiful. That casual tone and that handsome face. Muruwashi suddenly forgot to breathe. Oh, pick one quickly. Muruwashi shyly hit Wang Dong lightly. Wang Dong then put away his smirk and carefully looked at the clothes in Muruwashi's hand. Muruwashi has a good figure and looks beautiful even in a rag. But he still considered the characteristics of the clothes and chose a cheongsam that was elegant and decent. Okay, I'll wear this one then. Muruwashi hummed a song and happily went into the bathroom holding her cheongsam. Soon, Muruwashi came out of the bathroom. She wore a well-tailored cheongsam and took small steps, looking noble and elegant, like a shining pearl. This scene made Wang Dong stunned. He knew Muruwashi was beautiful, but he didn't expect that she could wear the cheongsam so perfectly. Muruwashi walked up to Wang Dong and asked him shyly, does it look good? My wife is so beautiful. Muruwashi is a natural clothes hanger, everything she says looks good. At this time, Wang Dong's parents called and said they were almost at the address Wang Dong gave. After hearing this, Wang Dong went downstairs with Muruwashi. Holding hands, they waited outside the door for Wang Dong's parents to arrive. Soon, a taxi came into their sight. Mo Chuntao kept looking out the window. While admiring the beautiful houses here, I was looking for my son. The taxi driver was also shocked. Thanks to Wang Dong's parents, this is his first time to visit a high-end residential area. Wang Dong's parents said that their son and daughter-in-law lived here, so they came. Other people's sons also have sons, but they can live in such a luxurious community on their own. His son stays at home all day long and relies on his parents for support. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. On the other hand, Wang Dekang didn't say a word from beginning to end. The more he looked out the window at the scenery, the darker his face became. The houses here are simply astronomically expensive for them. My son just graduated, how could he live here? Could it be that he is being kept by someone and becomes a son-in-law? Wang Dekang has only one son, Wang Dong. How can he become someone else's son-in-law? Besides, is it easy to be a son-in-law? Lao Wang, it's my son, my son. Mo Chuntao pointed at the figure in the distance and pulled her husband Wang Dekang, looking extremely excited. Even from a distance, she recognized it at a glance. Wang Dechang's face softened a little when he saw Wang Dong and the people beside him. The fact that the woman accompanied Wang Dong to pick them up shows that she is sensible and values Wang Dong. But even so, he didn't want his son to be alive and son-in-law. Wang Dekang thought so. The taxi had stopped. Wang Dong opened the door and saw his parents, his face filled with joy. Mom and Dad, you are here. Little move. Mo Chuntao got off the car in a hurry, feeling very excited. Speaking of which, she hasn't seen her son for more than half a year. Wang Dekang followed closely and got out of the car. Uncle and Aunt, hello, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Muruwashi took a deep breath and took the initiative to greet the old couple. Before getting off the car, Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao noticed Maruxi. Because she is so beautiful, even prettier than the stars on TV. I thought she would be cold and difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, Muruwashi not only took the initiative to greet them, but also cared about them so much. It was obvious that she was a thoughtful girl. I immediately had a liking for her. Chapter 11, Nervous, the ugly daughter-in-law meets her parents-in-law. Mo Chuntao had a good first impression of Maruxi. She responded enthusiastically, Ruwashi, hello, I am Wang Dong's mother, Mo Chuntao is Wang Dong's father, Wang Dekang. The more Mo Chuntao looked at her future daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. Not only is she beautiful, she speaks well and is very polite. At this moment, Muruwashi no longer had the airs of a cold female CEO. She was very friendly and completely different from usual. The two chatted as they walked, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Seeing that Muruwashi and her mother got along so well, Wang Dong did not disturb them. Instead, he went to the trunk of the taxi to move his things. However, as soon as he walked in front of his dad, he pulled me aside and scolded me in a low voice, saying that although our family was not well off, we had not yet fallen to the point of being alive and son-in-law and living off a woman. Hear what Dad said. Wang Dong knew that he had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, Dad, I'm not a son-in-law, so I called you here to discuss the marriage. Ruwashi is going to marry into our family. Wang Dekang was stunned for a moment, with a half-believing and half-doubting expression. Really, you didn't lie to me? Wang Dong patted his chest loudly, saying that he was so handsome, how could he possibly lie? Wang Dekang finally felt relieved after hearing his son's repeated assurances. But then I started to worry, their family is so well off, our family. Dad, I'm not a bad son to you. Seeing Wang Dong so confident, Wang Dekang couldn't help rolling his eyes at his son. This is the only face that can justify you. Knowing that Muruwashi was pregnant and needed nutritional supplements, the old couple wanted to move their entire home here. In the end, I just couldn't lift it anymore, so I threw some away. Wang Dong carried bags of things into the house. At this time, Shangguan Wanqing hurried down from upstairs to greet her in-laws. In order to look her best to welcome her in-laws, she rushed out as soon as she finished putting on her makeup. Although Shangguan Wanqing had never had any contact with Wang Dong's parents before, she has a high emotional intelligence and has been working in the business world for so many years, so she can get along with anyone. When Mo Chuntao and Shangguan Wanqing saw each other, they both felt that they had met too late. The more they talked, the more they found each other interesting, and in the end they even started calling each other sisters. The topic went around in circles before returning to the two children. "Oh, last night when Xiaodong told us that he had a girlfriend and a child, my head was buzzing and I couldn't recover for a long time." Mo Chuntao was all smiles, immersed in the joy of preparing to become a grandmother. "But don't worry, Sister Wan Qing. Our Xiaodong is a good boy. He will definitely take good care of Ruoshi. If he dares to treat Ruoshi badly, I, as her mother, will be the first one to not let him go." As she said this, Mo Chuntao glared at Wang Dong. Seeing his mother's intimidating look, Wang Dong held Mu Ruoshi's hand and said, "Mom, Dad, Auntie, I promise you that I will take good care of Mu Ruoshi and will never leave her for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Mu Ruoshi lowered her head shyly. Wang Dekang said, "Xiaodong's mother and I had discussed this before coming. Although our family conditions are average, we will never let Ruoshi suffer any grievances. We will go through all the necessary procedures including engagement, wedding, and betrothal gifts." Many men online, upon hearing that the woman is pregnant, try to reduce the bride price or even decide not to hold the wedding at all. Wang Dong's parents assured that all the procedures would be followed. Shangguan Wanqing thinks Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao are nice people. With parents like these, it's no wonder they could raise such an outstanding son. Afterwards, she thought for a while and said, "I feel relieved when you say this. However, Ruoshi is pregnant now, so it is not safe or convenient to hold a wedding. I thought about letting them get the marriage certificate first, and then holding the wedding after the baby is born. As for the betrothal gift, it is just a token of my appreciation, so you can give it as you see fit." After a conversation, Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao both breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that wealthy families like this one would look down on them. I won't agree with Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi being together. Even if they agree, they will list a bunch of unacceptable demands. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Wanqing was surprisingly easygoing, and there was no sign of looking down on them in her words. After talking about marriage, they talked about children. The atmosphere gradually became cheerful. On the other side, Wang Dong saw that the time was almost up. He got up and went to the kitchen to cook. He had already prepared the ingredients, so all he had to do was cook. Therefore, in less than an hour, Wang Dong had prepared 8 dishes and 1 soup. At this time, Mo Chuntao was telling Mu Ruoshi about Wang Dong's embarrassing stories, which made Mu Ruoshi burst into laughter. "Mom!" Wang Dong's face turned red and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He had just learned to crawl at that time, and his mother put him aside to cook. Who knew that he would wet the bed at night because he was playing with fire nearby? This incident has always made my mother laugh, and she tells it to everyone she meets. Even though he is immune. But the target this time is different. It's Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dong didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the child's mother. So he quickly changed the subject. "It's time to eat." Knowing that her son was shy, Mo Chuntao stopped talking and stood up to gather everyone. "Xiaodong has prepared dinner, let us go eat." In the kitchen, several people sat around the dining table eating, passing food to each other from time to time and making excuses. The living room was filled with laughter. Shangguan Wanqing wanted to maintain her figure, so she hasn't been eating carbohydrates recently. But I can't resist the delicious food made by Wang Dong. I ate 2 big bowls of rice without realizing it. Mu Ruoshi also kept picking up food and ate with a very satisfied look on her face. Seeing that both mother and daughter liked the food cooked by their son, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang were very proud. At the same time, I am also sighing that the meals my son cooks are getting more and more delicious. Seeing that Mu Ruoshi had almost finished her meal, Wang Dong served her a bowl of chicken soup. This chicken was brought by my mother from her hometown. "Do you want to try it and see if it suits your taste?" When Mo Chuntao heard that her son used the chicken stew he brought, she quickly put down her chopsticks and introduced it. "These are chickens raised at home. They are not fed with hormones or feed. They only eat rice and corn. They are very delicious when stewed in soup. All my relatives and friends love them. You can try them and see how they taste." At this time, Mu Ruoshi was already full, but when she heard that the chicken was raised by her future mother-in-law herself, she picked up the bowl and took a bite. The chicken itself is fresh, and Wang Dong handles it well. This bowl of chicken soup is surprisingly delicious and makes people want to drink it again. "Auntie, this chicken soup is so delicious." Mu Ruoshi finished 1 bowl directly, licked her lips, still not satisfied, and filled another bowl. "Ruoshi likes to drink it, so Auntie will bring a few more next time." Seeing that Muruwashi liked to drink, Mo Chuntao was very happy. The old couple got up before dawn to kill the chicken and brought it here after processing it. On the way here, she was afraid that Muruwashi would despise her. Chapter 12, Do you have money? My daughter-in-law buys things for me. Should I pay for them? After dinner, several people sat at the table and chatted. The topic always revolved around Muruwashi, Wang Dong, and their unborn child. Speaking of my son. Mo Chuntao smiled happily and kept praising her son just to leave a good impression in front of his future mother-in-law. Sister Wanqing, don't worry, Xiaodong has been a very sensible child since he was young, and he will definitely take good care of Ruwashi. Wang Dong is indeed a good kid. I can see how good he is to Ruwashi. Shangguan Wanqing followed her in-law's words and first praised Wang Dong, and then spoke out what was in her heart. But the future cannot be decided at the moment. If Auntie finds out that you have let Ruwashi down in the future, Auntie will not let you go even if you are the father of the child. All mothers hope their children are happy, and Shangguan Wanqing is no exception. Therefore, all she could do was to eliminate the risks for her daughter in advance. It can also be regarded as a warning to Wang Dong. Shangguan Wanqing has no plans for the future of her daughter and Wang Dong. There is no point in talking more. She believes that time will tell. Of course. Mo Chuntao hit Wang Dong on the shoulder, her tone full of warning. If you dare to let down such a good girl like Ruwashi, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. Mo Chuntao said this not to please Shangguan Wanqing, but because she truly recognized Mu Ruwashi as her future daughter-in-law. My son has grown up. Now my daughter-in-law and grandson are my treasures. Wang Dong was about to speak when he was interrupted by Mu Ruwashi. Her face blushed and she looked at Wang Dong with loving eyes. Mom, uncle, and aunt, I believe Wang Dong will be good to me all his life. Wang Dong also looked at Muruwashi, his eyes flashing with emotion. Muruwashi has always trusted him. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Seeing the two of them so sweet, both parents were very pleased. After dinner, Shangguan Wanqing received a call from Maruxi's father, who seemed to have something urgent to discuss with her. My husband is very strict. The other party doesn't know that my daughter is pregnant yet. Muruwashi didn't dare tell him, for fear that he would be angry. For the sake of her daughter, Shangguan Wanqing also planned to keep it a secret for the time being. Before leaving, she asked Wang Dong to take good care of their daughter and that she would come back when she had time after she had finished her housework. My mother just left. Muruwashi thought that there was nothing to do in the evening, so she suggested going out shopping. Family members can also enhance relationships. It happened to be the weekend. The pedestrian street is very lively. Afraid that Muruwashi would be squeezed by pedestrians, Wang Dong held her hand all the way. Ask Muruwashi if she is tired. Muruwashi shook her head happily, not tired. Don't underestimate her because she is a cold female president or an icy beauty. But deep down, I have always longed to go shopping hand in hand with my partner like ordinary people. Now, this dream has finally come true. Seeing how sweet the two were, the old couple consciously stepped aside, fearing to disturb them. Handsome men and beautiful women, see such a combination. Passers-by looked back frequently. The man envies Wang Dong for having such a beautiful girlfriend like Muruwashi. The girl envies Muruwashi for having such a handsome boyfriend like Wang Dong. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time Muruwashi was not shy. She openly held hands with Wang Dong and went shopping side by side. A family passed by a clothing store. Muruwashi stopped and asked Wang Dong, "It's the first time I meet my uncle and aunt, and I haven't prepared any gifts. Why don't I buy them some clothes?" Wang Dong thought about it. His parents lived frugally for most of their lives for him. They never bought new clothes for him and just patched them up and continued to wear them. Now that he has graduated and is earning money, it is time to repay them for their upbringing. Let them enjoy their life in peace. Okay, but let me make it clear first, I'll pay. As a man, how can you let a woman pay when you go shopping? Muruwashi knew that men all have self-esteem, so she did not refute. I was thinking of finding an excuse to give money to Wang Dong later. And so, the family walked into the clothing store. The clerk saw a customer coming. Immediately come forward to greet you and say welcome. What can I do for you? Let me see that shirt. Muruwashi has a great eye for choosing clothes. As soon as she entered the store, she fell in love with a shirt hanging on the wall. This beautiful lady has great taste. This shirt is a new model in our store. The clerk praised her and helped her take off the clothes. Behind him, Wang Dong's parents looked amazed. The old couple had never been to a big city, let alone visited any pedestrian streets. I have never seen such a luxurious clothing store. In the town, clothes are sold in a shed where the clothes are hung on hemp ropes or spread out on wooden boards. There are also better decorated shops selling clothes. But those are damn expensive. A piece of clothing that costs 100 yuan can buy half a month's worth of pork for your family. They are reluctant to buy it. Seeing her future daughter-in-law choosing clothes, Mo Chuntao nudged Wang Dekang with her elbow and asked in a low voice, "Old Wang, do you have money?" Wang Dekang nodded and took out a wad of cash from his pocket. As soon as he heard that he was going out shopping, he took all his money with him, even his passbook. "I'm afraid there won't be enough money." Seeing the money, Mo Chuntao finally felt relieved. All her money was in her luggage. At this time, the clerk handed the taken clothes to Mu Ruoshi and introduced that these were clothes made of silk fabric, which were not only comfortable but also breathable. Mu Ruoshi always wore high-end custom-made clothes, so she naturally knew the fabric of this shirt. But to be on the safe side, she still touched the fabric of the clothes to make sure it was silk and the clerk was not lying to her. She turned around and handed the clothes to Mo Chuntao with a gentle tone. "Auntie, please try this clothes to see if it fits." Mo Chuntao was immediately flattered. "I didn't expect that Mu Ruoshi would actually pick clothes for her. I was just thinking that once the future daughter-in-law has chosen her clothes, the old couple will pay for them. It's a token of their appreciation." Mo Chuntao took the clothes and immediately burst into tears. I don't know if she was moved by Mu Ruoshi picking clothes for her. I am still touched that Mu Ruoshi really treats her as her mother-in-law. "Auntie, go try it on, you will definitely look great in this dress." The clerk was also very considerate and quickly took Mo Chuntao to the fitting room. "Okay, I'll try it. The material is smooth and soft, and you can tell it is good material just by touching it. Thanks to my future daughter-in-law. She can wear such nice clothes." While Mo Chuntao was trying on clothes, Mu Ruoshi picked out a set for Wang Dekang. The future daughter-in-law bought it for them, and the couple was so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Pregnant women need to take appropriate walks, but they should not walk for too long at once. After buying clothes, they returned home. At night, Wang Dong's parents also stayed at home. With 2 more people at home, it's more lively than usual. Feeling the lively atmosphere, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help but think. After the baby is born, the house will be more lively. Not only Maruxi was thinking about it, Mo Chuntao was also sighing. In the blink of an eye, the son not only had a wife, but his wife was also pregnant. Thinking about the future. A little kid called her grandma in a childish voice, and Mo Chuntao was so excited. Chapter 13. You two don't sleep together? The other side. Wang Dong was helping his parents make the bed in the guest room. "It's the first time for my parents to come. Many things are not useful." After teaching Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang how to use electrical appliances and water heaters, Wang Dong was about to leave. My mother suddenly called him. "Xiaodong, Mom will give you something." After saying that, he took out a wad of money from his luggage bag. The money was wrapped in yellowed newspaper, and it was obvious that it had been saved for a long time. "Mom, you keep the money, I have enough money to spend." Wang Dong was touched, but did not answer. Mo Chuntao quickly said, "This money is not for you, it's for Ruoshi. You can use it to buy her a ring and a necklace. Don't let her down. The family has a single income. In fact, you can't make much money in a year just relying on the harvest from the fields. Tens of thousands of yuan is already a family's annual income." Therefore, Wang Dong refused to accept it no matter what. "Mom, I'm not short of money. You can keep this money." Wang Dekang came over and said in a serious tone. "Ruoshi is a sensible and good child. Your mother and I are very pleased that you have found a good daughter-in-law for our Wang family. Take the money. If it's not enough, there's more in the passbook. Your mother and I live in the village and don't spend money normally, but it's different for you. Living in a big city costs a lot, and now you have to take care of Ruoshi, so you need money everywhere." Seeing his parents' firm attitude, Wang Dong had no choice but to accept the money. "From childhood to adulthood, I have paid a lot for myself." Feeling their love, Wang Dong silently made up his mind that he would let them live a good life in the future. "Mom and Dad, when I make money and buy a big house, I will bring you here to enjoy a peaceful life." Wang Dekang was relieved. "It was enough that you had this intention. Your mother and I have been used to living in the village all our lives. We are not comfortable in the city. As for you, just take good care of Ruwashi and the baby in her belly. We are all waiting to hold our grandchildren." Although his father said this, Wang Dong still wanted to bring them to the city to enjoy a good life in the future. "But we'll discuss this later." He nodded and said, "Okay, then Mom and Dad, you guys take a rest first. I'm going back to my room." After saying that, he went to his room. "Hey, little movement." Mo Chuntao held her son back. Mu Ruwashi's room was on the east side, so why did her son go to the west? "Don't you and Ruwashi live together?" Faced with his mother's question, Wang Dong was speechless. He really didn't sleep with Mu Ruwashi. The brain is working rapidly at this time. "Mom, Ruwashi is pregnant. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for us to sleep together, so I'll sleep in my own room." Mo Chuntao frowned. Ruwashi was already having a hard time during her pregnancy, and you let her sleep alone. She got thirsty in the middle of the night and there was no one to pour her water. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and go sleep with Ruwashi. You two sleep in one room." "Mom." Wang Dong was in a dilemma. Except for that night, the two had never slept in the same bed. Let him go rashly. How can I bring this up to Maruxi? He saw that his mother looked like she would beat him to death if he didn't go. Wang Dong had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk towards Mu Ruwashi's room. Mo Chuntao felt relieved only after seeing her son enter Maruxi's room with her own eyes. Wang Dekang looked puzzled. His son had already said that Ruwashi was pregnant and it was not convenient for them to sleep in the same room. "Why did you force him to go to Ruwashi's room?" Mo Chuntao snorted lightly. "I know my son best. Every time he lies, his eyes are wandering around. He said that it was inconvenient for Ruwashi to be pregnant. He was just fooling us." Wang Dekang didn't believe what his wife said and thought she was making a big deal out of nothing. Mo Chuntao believed in her intuition. The couple is so sweet that they can't wait to stick together all the time. If there was nothing going on, how could they sleep in separate rooms? Pregnancy is not an excuse. But she was too lazy to argue with her husband. He rolled his eyes at Wang Dekang and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Here, Mu Ruwashi just came out of the shower. She was wearing white silk pajamas, which outlined her perfect figure. Her long hair was tied into a fluffy bun, but there were still a few disobedient strands that ran out and fell on her smooth, white neck. There were drops of water left over from the bath hanging on her neck. She looked pure, sexy, and full of temptation. Wang Dong swallowed unconsciously. This scene made him feel hot. Why is Wang Dong in his room? Mu Ruwashi was surprised. He walked over and asked softly, "Wang Dong, why are you here?" A gentle voice brushed past Wang Dong's ears, blowing away his heat. Wang Dong was embarrassed. "I told her about my mother." After hearing this, Mu Ruwashi's face turned red. It was strange that when she thought about sleeping in the same bed with someone else, she felt an inexplicable expectation in her heart. Afraid that Mu Ruwashi would think too much, Wang Dong hurriedly explained, "Don't think too much. My mother didn't mean any other meaning. She just worried that it's unsafe for you to sleep alone." After saying that, he pointed at the sofa and said, "You go to sleep, I'll stay here for one night." He was complaining in his heart. I wondered if I should wait until my parents fell asleep before sneaking back to my room. Come back tomorrow morning. Do it without anyone knowing. Wrong. Why does this plot look so much like an affair? Just at this moment, Wang Dong's thoughts had strayed, but were pulled back by Mu Ruwashi. I didn't think it through. Husband and wife should really sleep together. Before she could finish her words, Mu Ruwashi's ears were already dyed rouge. Wang Dong was afraid that Mu Ruwashi said this out of consideration for him. "Hurry up and tell me, you don't have to force yourself, I'm a grown man, I can sleep anywhere." Mu Ruwashi felt very uncomfortable when she saw that she had finally mustered up the courage to say it, but Wang Dong refused. "So are you going to sleep or not?" Wang Dong subconsciously replied, "Sleep. That's more like it." When he comes out of the shower, Mu Ruwashi was already lying on the bed. "Maybe I'm too tired today and I'm pregnant." Mu Ruwashi was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Wang Dong lifted the quilt and lay down on the bed carefully. The fragrance of shower gel lingered in his nose, and when he turned his head he could see Mu Ruwashi's fair and soft skin. Faced with such a juicy scene, you can only look but not eat. Wang Dong's back teeth were broken. please. He is a normal man with full of vigor and vitality. Ah. At this moment, Wang Dong regretted his decision to the core. If I had known this would happen, I would have just stayed on the sofa for the night. Next to her, Muruwashi, who was sleeping in a daze, felt Wang Dong's hot body temperature and unconsciously put her hands and feet on him. Clinging to Wang Dong's body like an octopus. Fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 14. Go and get your certificate today. A sleepless night. Early morning. While Muruwashi turned over and changed her position, Wang Dong quickly went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. Lower the body temperature. Only then did I gradually feel sleepy. However, before they had slept for long, a noisy telephone ring rang in their ears. Muruwashi woke up in a daze. When she touched Wang Dong's hard chest, she suddenly opened her eyes. Wang Dong was so sleepy that he raised his hand to turn off the alarm clock, then turned over and hugged Muruwashi in his arms. I could feel Wang Dong's body temperature and the sound of his breathing so close to me. Muruwashi's hand slowly covered Wang Dong's arm. She tilted her head slightly, and Wang Dong's perfect face appeared in front of Muruwashi without hesitation, with his breathing even and rhythmic. The pajamas on her body were untied at some point, revealing a large area of fair skin. Muruwashi's face flushed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. A feeling of sweetness arises spontaneously. Is this the company of your other half? The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. When Wang Dong woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Muruwashi in his arms felt the movement and slowly opened her eyes. Eyes met. And so close. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. But the next second, the damn phone rang again, instantly breaking the atmosphere. Muruwashi coughed a few times, and your phone rang. Wang Dong picked up the phone and took a look. It was a string of random numbers. It's obviously a scam call. He directly clicked reject and blocked the number. At this time, Muruwashi beside him had disappeared, and only the sound of water splashing in the bathroom could be heard. Wang Dong lay on the bed, Muruwashi's figure lingering in his mind. My body became inexplicably restless. He threw back the quilt and went back to his room with big dark circles under his eyes. As soon as I walked out the door, I ran into my mother Mo Chuntao. Mom, you're up. Wang Dong shouted weakly and continued walking towards his room. Little move. Mo Chuntao grabbed Wang Dong and asked, didn't you sleep well last night? Wang Dong hummed. A beauty in my arms. It's not just that I didn't sleep well, I didn't sleep at all. However, Mo Chuntao knew that he didn't sleep well that night. Instead of caring or feeling sorry for him, she complained about him. Mo Chuntao pinched Wang Dong hard and lowered her voice. Ruwashi is still pregnant, you two are so irresponsible towards the child. Wang Dong was completely confused. It was he who didn't sleep well, not the mother. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. Wang Dong was helpless. Mom, it's not what you think. Mo Chuntao rolled her eyes at him. No matter what happened last night, you must control yourself from now on and not do anything bad to Muruwashi. Wang Dong nodded repeatedly, and Mo Chuntao finally let him go. When you come out of the wash. Mom, Dad, and Muruwashi are already having breakfast. See Wang Dong. Muruwashi couldn't help but think of the scene in the morning, and said with an unnatural expression, I've got you a bowl of porridge, cooked by your aunt. Ruwashi, you eat, don't worry about him. Mo Chuntao didn't show any good face to Wang Dong. I was misunderstood by my mother for no reason. Wang Dong felt so wronged. Although I thought so in my heart. But his body was still honest and he sat down next to Muruwashi. Wang Dekang suddenly spoke, Xiaodong, after dinner, your mother and I will go back. Wang Dong was stunned. Mom and Dad, it's a rare opportunity for you to come here, so stay a few more days before going back. Muruwashi also tried to persuade them to stay. Yes, uncle and aunt, please stay a few more days. Wang Dong and I will take you for a walk. Mo Chuntao smiled and shook her head. She said, we have a lot of chickens, ducks and geese at home, and we have asked the neighbors to help feed them these past 2 days. But we can't trouble them for too long. And seeing that you two get along so well, we feel relieved and will go back first. Wang Dong knew that his parents were concerned about their hometown, so he stopped forcing them. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll take you to the station later. Mo Chuntao nodded and suddenly thought of something. Then he looked at Wang Dong and Muruwashi, you two haven't been led yet, right? I heard the word get certificate. The two of them were stunned unconsciously. It's not like both sides haven't thought about this issue, but they just haven't found the right opportunity to bring it up. Muruwashi shook her head and said she hadn't received it yet. Mo Chuntao suggested that now that the parents of both parties have met and the marriage has been decided, why not get the certificate first? Wang Dong turned around to ask Muruwashi for her opinion. Muruwashi lowered her head and said nothing, which was considered as her agreement. Got a marriage certificate. It is convenient whether for prenatal checkups or to register the child in the future. She didn't mention it before because she thought women should be reserved. Furthermore, her mother didn't know about her relationship with Wang Dong at that time. She had never met Wang Dong's parents and didn't know what they were like or whether they would accept her and the baby in her belly. Now everything has come into place. It's time to get the certificate. So after sending Wang Dong's parents to the station, the two went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once you enter the hall, then I saw many couples who were in love, sitting in the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau with their numbers in hand, waiting to get their marriage certificates. As soon as the two came in, they caused a sensation. Getting a license is a big deal. Before coming, Muruwashi put on light makeup, wore a white shirt, and a black slit skirt, which perfectly set off her curvy figure. Coupled with her charming and delicate face, it is unforgettable at first sight. Wang Dong was wearing a gorgeous black suit, which perfectly highlighted his slender figure. His smooth, fair face was angular and cool, and he was even more handsome than the stars on TV. What is even more fascinating is his arrogant temperament. There was also the affection in his eyes when he looked at Muruwashi, and the tenderness when he spoke to her. I envy that girl so much. Her husband is so handsome and he only has eyes for her. She must be so lucky. My eyes are full of you too, why don't I see you being moved? Because he is more handsome. When the man heard his girlfriend say this, he was speechless. After all, his looks are definitely not as good as Wang Dong's. Woohoo, I also want to have a boyfriend like this. The single female staff members in the Civil Affairs Bureau also look envious. They have been working here for so many years. I have seen tens of thousands of newlyweds. I have never seen such a good-looking combination. There were not many newlyweds coming to get their marriage certificates, and two of them came after a short while. The staff checked the relevant documents and confirmed that it was the person himself, then took out a form for them to fill out. When they were watching, the staff couldn't help but sigh, you two are so good-looking, the baby you will have in the future will definitely be very good-looking. Thanks. Muruwashi replied with a smile and gently touched her belly. When the staff saw her action, they immediately understood that it seemed like a double happiness for the two of them. How many months has it been? More than 2 months. Muruwashi answered with an unconcealed smile. The first few months are the most difficult, so be careful. The staff gave careful instructions and brought the two to the counter. It was the first time for Wang Dong to experience such a scene, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But all the tension was at the moment the seal was pressed. The dust has settled. Chapter 15 Proposal, Amazing Super Reward. The two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand, holding their marriage certificate. Muruwashi was in a trance. I can't believe that I'm married to such a handsome guy. They are a legal couple. The sunlight shone through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the two of them. Look ahead, there is a bright future ahead. At this moment, the long-lost system voice sounded in Wang Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of getting a marriage certificate with Bao's mother, and winning a Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG and a bonus of 500,000. Oh my goodness. Hearing about the system's reward, Wang Dong couldn't help but take a breath. Benz. Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. But now, he not only owns a car, but also money and a beautiful wife. Isn't the winner in life yourself? Seeing Wang Dong's strange expression, Muruwashi suddenly became very nervous. Wang Dong, do you regret marrying me? Wang Dong took a deep breath and said in a gentle voice, wife, don't let your imagination run wild. Marrying you is the greatest blessing of my life. I will hold your hand and grow old with you. My wife, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Feeling the affectionate words of the man next to her, Muruwashi looked at the marriage certificate in her hand. My heart is full of happiness, husband, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Wang Dong smiled brilliantly. He raised his hand and put it around Muruwashi's waist and said mysteriously, wife, I'm going to take you somewhere. When Muruwashi heard Wang Dong calling her wife, the uneasiness in her heart completely disappeared. Curiously asked, "Husband, where are you taking me?" When calling husband, Muruwashi's voice was soft, with the shyness of a little girl. Wang Dong was very happy. But he still couldn't help teasing Muruwashi. "What did you just call me? I didn't hear it clearly." Muruwashi naturally knew that Wang Dong was playing dumb, but she still cooperated and called him husband in a soft and sweet voice. "My wife is so good." Wang Dong kissed Muruwashi on the face. Successfully made Muruwashi shy again. "Ha, he thinks the mother of the child is so shy, how funny." Then, the two came to the mall. Muruwashi was confused and didn't know why Wang Dong brought her to the mall. Until I walked into the gold shop. Only then did she realize that Wang Dong wanted to buy her a ring. What is most touching is not "I love you," but every action of his is saying "I love you." When the teller saw the two people walk in, he was immediately stunned. What a beautiful appearance. I wish I had a boyfriend like this. When the teller saw Wang Dong's face, he cried secretly in his heart. After adjusting her state, she showed her signature smile. "The two of you are really a perfect match. Are you here to buy a ring?" Wang Dong nodded and asked, "Do you have any recommendations?" "Some." "Oh my god. A handsome guy is talking to me, how happy I am." She couldn't wait to take out a ring from the counter. "This is a new product in our store, and which means I will only love you for the rest of my life. This ring is so beautiful." Muruwashi picked up the ring and looked at it carefully. The surface was carefully carved with exquisite patterns and a dazzling diamond was inlaid in the center. The price is also very beautiful. 399,999. The teller said that this ring is not only beautiful in appearance, but the ring part also adopts a comfortable arc design, which can better fit the finger and improve wearing comfort. Look at other. Muruwashi was afraid that Wang Dong would feel too burdened, so she silently put down the ring. At this time, Wang Dong suddenly picked up a ring, held Muruwashi's hand, knelt on one knee, and said, "Ms. Muruwashi, will you marry me?" Muruwashi covered her mouth and was stunned. Seeing this scene, everyone in the store gathered around and started to make a noise. "Marry him, marry him. This man is so handsome. Oh my god. Proposing right in the store, so cool. I do." Muruwashi was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Hearing Muruwashi say yes, Wang Dong smiled and put the ring on her finger. At this moment, the crowd suddenly started to make a noise. "One kiss, one kiss. Kiss quickly." Passers-by outside the store saw how lively it was inside and rushed in, each one of them worried that the two would not be embarrassed enough. Shout harder and in unison. "One kiss, one kiss." But everyone, Wang Dong slowly approached Muruwashi and kissed her like a dragonfly touching the water. "Good. I wish you a baby soon." Everyone congratulated the two. Wang Dong responded to everyone with a smile and thanked everyone for their blessings. Muruwashi on the side felt sweet and excited. The size of the ring was perfect for Muruwashi's hand. Wang Dong didn't even ask the price. He just took out his bank card and handed it to the teller. Muruwashi felt sorry for Wang Dong's hard work in making money, so she persuaded him, saying, "This one is too expensive, let's change it." "No matter how expensive it is, my wife is worth it." When the teller heard Wang Dong's words, he couldn't help but said enviously, "I really envy you. Your husband is so handsome and willing to spend money on you. He is really good." Muruwashi snuggled up to Wang Dong, her face full of happiness. At this time, the system sent another reward. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task of buying a diamond ring for the pregnant mother, and you will be rewarded with a set of Wanjia Plaza stores." Wang Dong took a breath of cold air. Wanjia Plaza was the most prosperous area in the city. The shops inside may not be available even if you have money. Now, he actually has a whole set. Wang Dong was grinning in his heart. With this shop, whether he rents it out or starts his own business, he will make a profit. The influx of pedestrians did not retreat. With the idea that since they were already here, everyone started picking out jewelry. This made the store clerk very happy. On the other side, a brand new silver sports car was parked outside the gold shop. People with sharp eyes immediately recognized that this was the Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. A sports car worth 2 million. When they heard the price, the crowd went wild. "Oh my god. I have never seen such an expensive car in my life. This car is so cool. Damn car dealer, I could tell at first glance that it was my car. Dad misses you so much that he only eats 4 meals a day. Outside the store, all one could hear was envy. At the same time, everyone was wondering who the owner of this car was. Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi in the store also heard the noise outside. The two of them just came out to buy rings. See Mercedes SL63 AMG. Mu Ruoshi turned her head and said to Wang Dong, "That car looks pretty good." My original intention was to ask Wang Dong whether he liked it or not. Buy him one if he likes it. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man in a suit who delivered the car walked straight up to Wang Dong. They bowed and nodded to him with great respect. "Mr. Wang, this is the Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG you bought." Everyone around was shocked by this scene. Mu Ruoshi was also feeling uneasy. Could it be that this car was bought by Wang Dong? The next second, the middle-aged man's words gave everyone the answer. This car was bought by Wang Dong. Oh my god. Oh my god, did her wife save the Milky Way in her previous life? She has a rich second-generation husband who is so handsome, rich, and treats her so well. The domineering CEO story has come true. Oh, I really want to possess his wife. Wang Dong then remembered that the system rewarded him with a car. He took the car keys from the man in the suit, held Mu Ruoshi's hand, and got into the Mercedes in full view of everyone. Call. The sound of the sports car engine was as deep and powerful as that of a wild beast, shocking everyone present. This sounds expensive. The sports car whizzed away, leaving only tears of envy on the scene. Chapter 16. He's living such a good life, I feel so uncomfortable. Like a thorn in my back. Some are happy and some are sad. In the crowd, a woman dressed up beautifully looked in the direction where Wang Dong left. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was delighted. Was I seeing things? Was that rich second-generation Wang Dong? At this time, standing next to her was a woman with equally exquisite makeup. The woman's name is Xia Haiyue. It was Wang Dong's ex-girlfriend. The woman who had run away with the old man before and trampled on his dignity. At this moment, Xia Haiyue's face turned pale. She would recognize Wang Dong's handsome back even if he turned into ashes. He actually bought a car, and it's so expensive. She recognized the car, it cost nearly 2 million. How did he buy a car? How can he buy a car? Seeing Wang Dong living a good life is more painful than killing her. Seeing this scene, Xia Haiyue was so angry that she was shaking all over. She never thought of it. Wang Dong turned out to be a hidden rich second generation. You have to know this. She would never break up with him no matter what. Seeing Xia Haiyue's ugly face, the little follower hurried to comfort her. "Sister, you, don't be angry. Maybe Wang Dong is being kept by someone. Everyone in the school knows that Mu Ruoshi is a rich woman. When she gets tired of playing with him, she will definitely kick him away. After all, being handsome is useless, you will get tired of it after using it for a long time." It would be fine if the little follower didn't say anything about Mu Ruoshi. As soon as Mu Ruoshi and Xia Haiyue mentioned this, their faces became even uglier. The other person has a better figure than her, better temperament than her, and is richer than her. Crush her in every way. Now that Wang Dong is with a woman who is better than her, she feels even more uncomfortable. But what the little sister said makes sense. After all, she had been with Wang Dong before, and she knew his financial situation best. How could the other party have the money to afford such an expensive car? He must be being kept by someone. You mean, Wang Dong is really being kept by someone? Of course, sister, you have been with him for so long, you don't even know whether he has money or not. I believe that it won't be long before Mu Ruoshi will dump him and take the car back. After hearing what her little sister said, Xia Haiyue suddenly felt much more comfortable. Is it really like this? Believe me, it is. Seeing the sister's determined tone. Although Xia Haiyue still felt upset, she no longer worried about it. Let us go. The old man is still waiting for me. I'll try to get him to buy me a car this time. I can't lose to Wang Dong. Let us go, it's so hot, I didn't even put on sunscreen today. On the other side, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi returned home. To celebrate getting the marriage certificate, Wang Dong personally cooked a table full of sumptuous dishes, and the two of them were very satisfied with the meal. At night, Wang Dong moved directly to Mu Ruoshi's room and slept with her. The two of them slept in each other's arms and had a good night's sleep. The next day, When Wang Dong woke up, Muruwashi was no longer by his side. There was a note written by Muruwashi herself on the bedside table. "Husband, I'm going to work. I've heated up breakfast for you in the kitchen." Muruwashi's handwriting is just like her, elegant and beautiful. Wang Dong read the note over and over again, and his mouth was so happy that it almost stretched to the back of his head. This moment, he felt the embodiment of marital happiness. At the same time, he secretly decided to build a career and give Muruwashi and the baby in her belly a better life. "I think that I will have no free time when I am busy with my career." Wang Dong thinks he should move today. After breakfast, he immediately drove to the mall to buy the furniture he needed for his new home. Worried that he wouldn't be able to finish moving everything, Wang Dong called for help. The two agreed to meet at the entrance of the shopping mall. "Park your car." Arrived at the agreed place, there was already a familiar figure standing there. He was tall and strong, wearing sunglasses, a floral shirt and shorts, as if he had just returned from a vacation at the beach. But if you look closely, you can see that the shirt has several holes in it and the shorts have been washed white, looking like they have been worn for several years. This person is called Potato Head and he is Wang Dong's college classmate. His best brother. Donga. Potato Head. As soon as they met, they did a three-step layup to each other, which was particularly funny in the busy shopping mall. It attracted a lot of attention at once. Especially the girls who go shopping together, they cover their mouths and laugh while talking to their besties. "The guy in the white t-shirt is so handsome. I wonder if they have girlfriends. So handsome, how could he not have one?" Hearing someone praising him, Wang Dong couldn't help but smile brightly. Suddenly everyone was fascinated by it again. Potato Head was very depressed. He was obviously tall, about 1.8 meters tall, with a fair and clean face, not bad at all. But what can be said about this monster Wang Dong? He is just too handsome. Every time I stand next to him, he becomes a background wall. But real brothers never care about these. Although Potato Head may complain a few times, he never takes it to heart. "Brother Dong, why did you call me out?" "Long time no see, I'm calling you out for a get-together and maybe to buy some things." Right after graduation, Potato Head sent out resumes to major companies with great enthusiasm, hoping to build a career, make a lot of money, and then bring his parents to the city to enjoy a good life. But he thought the big city was too simple. He submitted hundreds of resumes and interviewed with countless companies. He went from being full of fighting spirit to being discouraged now. He has been unemployed for 3 months. He couldn't find a job this month and couldn't even pay the rent. At that time, he had only one choice, to return to his hometown. But he didn't tell Wang Dong, because he knew very well that Wang Dong had a hard time too. The two chatted about their recent situation while walking in the mall. Wang Dong looked at the list on his phone and bought a lot of furniture. "We have door-to-door delivery service for large items, so there is no need for them to move them." The two men each carried bed sheets, quilt covers, and some miscellaneous items to the garage. The new car was too flashy, so Wang Dong continued to drive the second-hand car he bought after graduation. In the car, Potato Head hesitated for a while and finally spoke. "Brother Dong, why don't you find an easier job? Running errands, helping to buy a washing machine and a quilt, is even harder than delivering packages." "No, I bought this for myself." "What?" Potato Head swallowed his saliva. The things he just bought were worth at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. "You said you bought them for yourself. That is 50 or 60,000. If he had so much money, Potato Head would have started his own business. By the way, has Brother Dong made a fortune recently? Chapter 17, Moving into a New Home, an Unexpected Scene. Speaking of starting a business, Wang Dong has this idea. It's just that he can't handle it alone and needs a helper. And Potato Head is the perfect candidate. With his help, things will definitely be much easier in the future. So, he told Potato Head about his idea of starting a business. Potato Head was shocked. Starting a business requires a lot of money. "Brother Dong, are you sure you want to do business?" He took a deep breath and said, "Brother, but I don't have so much money." Wang Dong waved his hand and smiled. "I have money. As long as you are willing to cooperate, you don't have to worry about the money." Seeing Wang Dong so confident, Potato Head silently lowered his head to take a look at the pants Wang Dong was wearing. He gave it to the other person when he was in school. He had bought those pants online before, but after he got them home he found that they didn't fit him, so he gave them to Wang Dong. Brother Dong, you've been wearing these pants for years and you haven't thrown them away yet. Stop joking about this. Wang Dong. Although I have money now, I don't pursue luxury goods. Anyway, clothes are meant to be worn, so as long as they are comfortable, it doesn't matter whether they are new or old. Seeing that Potato Head didn't believe him, Wang Dong threw the phone to him. Potato Head took the phone and his eyes widened bigger than copper bells. Tens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands. Oh my God. He had never seen so much money in his life. Oh my God. That's a lot of money, Brother Dong. Where did you get so much money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? Wang Dong. The system cannot be disclosed at all. Wang Dong only said that the source of the money was absolutely safe and legal, but did not tell Potato Head where it came from. It is said that they are not afraid of their brothers suffering, but they are afraid of their brothers driving a Land Rover. But Potato Head was different. He was very happy to see Wang Dong doing well. Potato Head thought that Wang Dong's strength had reached its limit. But what he didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. When he and Wang Dong arrived at Qingyu Villa carrying the newly bought things, his heart was hit hard again. Brother Dong actually bought a house. I bought a house in Qingyu Villa, but you should know that Qingyu Villa is a wealthy area in the city. It is notoriously expensive. He heard that even if he had money, he might not be able to buy it. This house is not only surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, but also built on the outskirts of a 5-level scenic spot. The environment cannot be better. He never dared to dream of such a luxurious house. Potato Head couldn't help but take out his phone to record a few videos, planning to send them to Taro Head and Riceball Head when he had time. Although Potato Head didn't find a job, he found a part-time job. It is impossible to start a business with Wang Dong in a short time. Therefore, the two agreed to finish their respective work this month and start their own business next month. After feeling the comfort of the mansion for an hour, Potato Head reluctantly left. Wang Dong continued to tidy up his new home. In the evening, Muruwashi returned to Yayuju after get off work. But I found the house empty. Looking at the empty living room without a trace of warmth, she realized that she had become accustomed to Wang Dong's presence. I can't live without Wang Dong anymore. Usually, Wang Dong would tell himself whether he was at home or not. But today, he just said he was meeting up with friends outside the sect. What friends? Get together for a day. Pregnant women always have wild thoughts, and Muruwashi suddenly became sad. Various possibilities come to mind. She took out her cell phone and called Wang Dong. Honey, where are you? Wang Dong then remembered that he had not yet told Muruwashi that he was decorating his new home. Honey, are you off work? I didn't deliver the express. I'm cleaning the house in Qingyu Villa. I'll be home soon. Muruwashi's heart finally relaxed when she heard the voice from the other end of the phone. Suddenly I became extremely happy. You don't have to come back, I'll go over. That evening. Neither of them returned to Yuyaju, but stayed there directly. A few days later. Wang Dong moved the things over one after another. The two officially moved into their new home. Half a month passed in a flash. Both of them adapted to life in their new home and to living in one bedroom. That evening. Wang Dong was killing people in the Canyon of Kings when suddenly the network froze and his pentakill was gone in an instant. He quickly ran into the room, but he was stunned as soon as he entered the room. At this time, Muruwashi was naked, wearing only sexy underwear and pants. The water fell on her fair face, like a lotus emerging from the water. Look down. Thin waist. The front is convex and the back is curved. Slender long legs. Wang Dong's eyes suddenly widened. Veins popped up on his arms, and a surge of energy surged in his body. Ah! Muruwashi screamed. She hurriedly covered herself with her pajamas and fled without waiting for Wang Dong to speak. Soon, there was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Although the bathroom door is not transparent, it can still vaguely outline Muruwashi's perfect figure. This is for a man with a strong blood. It's torture. Wang Dong no longer had the heart to play games. I ran straight to the bathroom next door and took a cold shower. Only then did I slowly calm down. After all this trouble, both of them felt very embarrassed that night. In the room, Muruwashi was lying on the bed. When she thought of what had just happened, her face turned red enough that she could fry an egg. Wang Dong outside the door was also conflicted. Although he and Muruwashi had physical contact. But they all drank a lot of wine that night. Plus it was pitch dark and I couldn't see anything at all. But now, I was afraid that I would lose control and hurt the baby. Wang Dong played games in the living room for half the night before tiptoeing back to his room. Used to sleeping with Wang Dong, Muruwashi couldn't sleep well after suddenly becoming a person. So when she heard some movement beside her, she turned around in a daze. It was wrapped around Wang Dong like an octopus. Wang Dong swallowed his saliva unconsciously again, feeling extremely miserable. It's such a pain. It was a new day, and both of them tacitly agreed not to mention what happened last night. Today is Saturday. The two planned to go shopping. But before I finished breakfast, Secretary Li Zi called and said that the company had an urgent meeting to hold. There is no way, the trip will have to be postponed temporarily. After Muruwashi left, Wang Dong was thinking about starting a business. Not long after, the phone rang suddenly. It was Potato Head calling. Brother Dong, open the door, I'm at your door. Wang Dong was stunned. Open the door immediately. After all, we are good brothers. He was just about to call Potato Head and ask him to come over to discuss starting a business. Potato Head brought a few bottles of wine and snacks, and the two of them drank and chatted happily. When men chat, apart from all the bragging, all that's left is sighing and women. I haven't been here for half a month, and it feels much warmer than before. But Potato Head always felt something was wrong, as if there were signs that a woman had lived there. Brother Dong, tell the truth, you haven't reconciled with that woman Xia Haiyue, have you? How is that possible? Xia Haiyue has become a thing of the past for him. It's impossible to have anything to do with her. Potato Head was happy after hearing Wang Dong's words. In the past, he and his two other roommates didn't have a very good impression of Xia Haiyue and felt that she was not worthy of Brother Dong. Now that they've broken up, they can't wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Time just passes by. Seeing that the end of get-off work time was approaching, Wang Dong urged Potato Head to leave first and they could talk about the rest later. Potato Head raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Dong, something's wrong with you. Do you have a new girlfriend? Introduce her to me. Get out of here right now, why are you asking so many questions? Wang Dong was helpless about the attributes of Potato Head's humanoid gossip. That means he has a new girlfriend. Who is she? Do I know her? Potato had a very excited expression on his face. Show me a photo of your sister-in-law. Is it the schoolgirl who confessed to you before? Or the one who studied dance? Or? Stop guessing and get out of here. Wang Dong urged Potato Head to go out. I don't really have a girlfriend. But I have a wife, a sweet and soft wife. Chapter 18 Brother Dong, you have a beautiful girl hidden in your golden house. Potato Head walked to the door. Suddenly I turned back because I had to go to the toilet urgently. Wang Dong pointed in the direction of the bathroom, and Potato Head immediately sprinted 100 meters over there. He just drank too much wheat juice and now he has to pee. When Potato Head came out of the bathroom, he was shocked to find that there was a woman in the living room. A woman who was too beautiful to be true. With this figure and temperament, you can tell at first glance that she is a rich woman. Shocked, Potato Head suddenly came to his senses. No wonder Brother Dong was so anxious to get him out, it turns out there was such a beauty hidden in his house. I see. But it's understandable. If he had such a beauty, he would keep her in a magnificent house. Etc. Potato Head was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the beautiful senior student Muruwashi who is 1 year older than them? Muruwashi was once a celebrity in the school and the white moonlight in the eyes of many men. The people chasing her can circle the school 3 times. But she has a cold temperament and never accepts any boy's kindness. Moreover, she has a prominent family background and is extremely outstanding. She started her own business during college. Now she is the female president of a listed company. Brother Dong is so awesome. Even a cold goddess like Muruwashi was won over. Since they had already met, Wang Dong had no choice but to take the lead and step forward to introduce the two to each other. Wife, this is my college classmate, Potato Head. Potato Head, this is my wife, Muruwashi. After hearing Wang Dong's introduction, Potato Head was shocked for 10,000 years. Wife? This is how Gang Dong introduced senior sister Mu. Call her wife? Are they already married? It took him a long time to come back to his senses, but he still couldn't digest the news. I can't believe it. It was so sudden. The school hunk from their school secretly married the former school belle. I saw Potato Head come back to his senses a little. Muruwashi smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Muruwashi." "Hello, sister-in-law, I am Dong Go's brother, Potato Head." Although Potato Head is usually talkative and sexy, he will blush and stutter when he sees a pretty girl in private. The whole person seemed restrained and at a loss. Wang Dong was well aware of Potato Head's strange habit, so after briefly introducing him to the two of them, he sent Potato Head away. In the evening, Shangwan Wanqing came to Qingyu Villa to find Muruwashi to see how she was doing. Seeing her daughter's happy face and knowing that the two had already obtained their marriage certificate, Shangwan Wanqing was very happy for her daughter. At the same time, he also recognized Wang Dong more. Knowing that he is not just talking but not doing anything, he is really working hard and planning for his and Ruwashi's happiness. Thinking of giving the young couple more opportunities to be alone, Shangwan Wanqing left after dinner. After my mother-in-law left, Wang Dong and Muruwashi snuggled together on the sofa watching TV. Since they slept in the same room, their relationship progressed rapidly. They are also more intimate with each other. At this time, the male and female protagonists on TV kissed each other because they successfully confessed their love. Wang Dong suddenly turned his head and kissed Muruwashi. "Wife, we have moved into our new home for so long, do you have any wishes?" Muruwashi leaned on Wang Dong's shoulder and thought about Wang Dong's question seriously. She held Wang Dong's face and shyly kissed him on the cheek. "My wish is to be with you, my husband, forever." Wang Dong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he smiled brightly. This was the first time Muruwashi took the initiative to kiss him. This meant that their relationship had become closer, and Wang Dong was so happy. "This is not a wish, because we will be together forever." When Wang Dong said this, he held Muruwashi's hand tightly and looked at her firmly. Muruwashi knew that this was Wang Dong's promise to her. "Then I'll think about it again." Muruwashi tilted her head and leaned on Wang Dong's shoulder. "Well, I hope the baby in my belly will be healthy and happy all his life." Parents can't help but worry about their children, even though the child hasn't been born yet. Hearing Muruwashi say this, Wang Dong raised his hand and gently stroked her belly, which had not yet bulged. "Baby, mommy's only wish is that you are safe, so you have to be good in my belly and don't make mommy too hard. If you act naughty, don't blame daddy for beating you." Seeing Wang Dong warning the child so seriously, Muruwashi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The baby is only 3 months old and can't understand. However, Wang Dong looked serious and said that the baby we have will definitely be very talented and these words will be a piece of cake for the baby. Muruwashi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Although it is said on the internet that prenatal education helps the baby's development, parents should talk to the baby frequently to make the fetus familiar with the parents' voices. Pregnant mothers can also choose to listen to some relaxing and pleasant music, which will help cultivate the fetus's hearing ability and promote the fetus's intellectual development. But that was 4 or 5 months later. It's still early. "Honey, do you like boys or girls?" "I like them all," Wang Dong answered without thinking. Many people on the internet prefer boys or girls. But in Wang Dong's heart, both his son and daughter are his treasures and are equally important. There is no difference between the two. He has no preference for boys over girls, nor does he have the idea of favoring girls over boys. "Me too, I like it whether it's a boy or a girl." Muruwashi smiled happily and said, "Honey, I want to wait until I have the baby before taking wedding photos. Then I can bring the baby with me." That's what Muruwashi thought. Now that she is in the early stage of pregnancy, it is not suitable for her to do strenuous exercise, but when the fetus is stable and her belly has grown bigger, some people will take wedding photos with a big belly, but Muruwashi does not want to do that. She wants to show her best side to Wang Dong. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Taking wedding photos requires a whole day of running around. Wang Dong felt sorry for Muruwashi's pregnancy and naturally didn't want her to travel so much. But if Muruwashi insisted on shooting now, he would not stop her. "As long as my wife is happy. Even if he has to reach for the moon in the sky or catch turtles in the oceans, he will do it without hesitation." After the two finished chatting, it was already late at night. Muruwashi, who was leaning on Wang Dong's shoulder, felt sleepy. "Wife, go to bed." Wang Dong called Muruwashi affectionately, picked her up from the sofa, and walked towards the bedroom with steady steps. Muruwashi is very light, so it is not difficult to hold her. He knew that some girls wanted to maintain a good figure and could not eat or drink in order to lose weight. But being too thin is not good either, as it can lead to malnutrition. Wang Dong secretly made up his mind that he would urge Muruwashi to eat more and gain more weight in the future. Muruwashi was lying in Wang Dong's arms, with her eyes closed, but she was not sleepy at all. This was the first time she was so greedy for Wang Dong's arms. It turns out that being hugged by the person you love is such a happy thing. Wang Dong gently put Muruwashi on the bed, covered her with the quilt, and then lay down himself. His hands unconsciously held Muruwashi in his arms. Chapter 19, Social Death. The female president was caught kissing her husband secretly. Feel Wang Dong's warm body temperature. And his strong heartbeat made Muruwashi's face hot and her heart pounding. This action gave Muruwashi a great sense of security, even though the lights were turned off and they could not see each other's expressions. But according to Wang Dong's understanding of Muruwashi, she was definitely not asleep now, and her face was red because of shyness. Muruwashi's hand moved little by little, slowly approaching Wang Dong's hand. She thought her movements were very gentle, but she didn't know that she was testing Wang Dong's endurance. Stop making noise and go to sleep. Wang Dong's voice was hoarse. He pressed Muruwashi under him, with their fingers intertwined under the quilt. With the help of the dim night light at the bedside, the two looked at each other's figures reflected in their eyes. Seeing Wang Dong's handsome face, his increasingly rapid breathing, and the deep emotions in his eyes, Muruwashi blushed immediately and turned away, no longer looking at Wang Dong. Wang Dong didn't tease her anymore and continued to hold Muruwashi in his arms and let her sleep. This time, they were facing each other and could see each other's faces as soon as they opened their eyes. Muruwashi finally closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. Wang Dong opened his eyes and looked at Muruwashi's delicate little face, her long eyelashes covering her eyelids, and her steady and rhythmic breathing. Every scene made his heart beat. My wife is so cute. Embracing the beauty, Wang Dong gradually closed his eyes. The next day, Muruwashi woke up and found her hands on Wang Dong's hard chest and her long legs on his legs. Her face was very close to Wang Dong's face, and she could kiss his mouth by just tilting her head slightly. With such a handsome guy in front of me, how could I not be close to him? Muruwashi hesitated and was shy for a while, then raised her head slightly and her lips touched Wang Dong's. For fear of waking Wang Dong up, she only dared to touch him gently and then retracted her head. After she succeeded, she smiled sweetly and her face was as red as a persimmon. However, at this moment, Wang Dong, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly got up, pressed her under him again, and kissed her. Muruwashi's originally red face now looked completely ripe. Only after kissing enough did Wang Dong let go of Muruwashi. You are pretending to sleep. Muruwashi reacted only belatedly. No, I just woke up. Wang Dong smiled playfully but refused to admit it. He was indeed pretending to be asleep, and he saw the whole process with his half-closed eyes. Seeing that Muruwashi was shy and hesitant, she still kissed him secretly. Wang Dong's heart was filled with joy. I didn't expect that Muruwashi, who was always aloof, has such a lovely side in private. At the same time, he was also happy that Muruwashi really accepted him. Humph, you start bullying as soon as you get together. Muruwashi turned her head and pretended to be angry, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. There's nothing I can do. My wife is so beautiful that I can't help but want to kiss her when I see her. Hearing Wang Dong say this, Muruwashi's face turned red again, and the smile on her lips could no longer be concealed. The two of them snuggled together in bed. The curtains were opened, and the sunlight shone through the window onto the two of them. Time flies and half a month has passed. That day, Muruwashi went to work at the company as usual. Wang Dong quit his courier job half a month ago and spent half a month planning to start a business with Potato Head. The two planned to go and check out the location. Before going out, Wang Dong sent the address of the shopping mall where the store was located to Potato Head. Potato Head used navigation and found that the place was about half an hour away from where he lived by bus. Wang Dong saw that it was the right way. So he asked Potato Head to wait for him at home while he drove over. Soon, Wang Dong arrived downstairs of Potato Head's house. It is an old community in the old city, and a single room costs 500 yuan a month. The building is very old and has walk-ups, but it is cheap and there is a bus stop less than 100 meters away. Wang Dong parked his car downstairs in the residential area. The brand new Mercedes-Benz did not fit in with the surrounding buildings. It immediately attracted the attention of people around. Most of the people living in the old town are elderly uncles and aunts who receive pensions and have nothing to do every day, so they just sit at the doorsteps and chat. Don't be fooled by their age, they are very knowledgeable about car models. You can tell the type of car Wang Dong owns at a glance, Wow, this car is so beautiful. I will ask my son to buy one for me later. This car is very expensive, at least 2 million. How much? 2 million? My God, this guy must be rich to buy such an expensive car. Several uncles and aunts gathered around the car, talking about it, and some even wanted to touch it. Wang Dong got off the car to buy some water. When the aunt saw him, her eyes lit up and she looked around at him. This boy is so handsome. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? I happen to have a daughter, and you two should be about the same age, so why not add WeChat and get to know each other? Your daughter is only in high school, why are you joining in the fun? Young man, I just graduated this year from a prestigious university. I am 1.65 meters tall and weigh. Young man, don't listen to them. Auntie's daughter has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She must be your type. Several uncles and aunts almost got into a fight and kept introducing their daughters to Wang Dong. Anyone who can afford such an expensive car must be a wealthy second generation. Wang Dong is handsome and has such a good temperament. Such a great figure. If he marries his daughter, it will definitely improve the genes of the next generation. Handsome, rich, and has good genes. This is the best candidate for a wealthy son-in-law. No one wants to give up such a good thing. Wang Dong hurriedly said no introduction was needed and returned to the car immediately after buying the water. One old lady refused to give up and kept pulling at the car window. Wang Dong was helpless. His appearance and the car's lethality were too great. He had to go to a place with fewer people. For a long while. The phone rings. Brother Dong, I'm outside on the road, where are you? Why can't I see your car? Brother Dong, I actually saw a Mercedes SL63 AMG, worth 2 million. So cool. Potato Head was shocked, then he turned on his camera, planning to take a picture of the car and post it online. After all, once you've seen it, you own it. However, when he was taking a 360 photo of the luxury car, Wang Dong's figure suddenly appeared in the camera. It's not uncommon to see figures appear. What is strange is that Wang Dong got out of the driver's seat of this Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. With a height of over 1.80 meters, a handsome face, and a luxury car, he immediately charmed a large number of passers-by. The younger girl screamed. Oh my God, did I see a celebrity? He is so handsome. Ah. She is absolutely my destined lover. Chapter 20. Oh my God, this shop actually belongs to Brother Dong. Potato Head's eyes widened. He thought buying a luxurious Riverview apartment was the limit for Dong-gu. Only at this moment did he know clearly. There is no limit to movement. Get in the car. Okay. Potato Head immediately got into the passenger seat. Look left, look right. Touch this and that. The whole person is just like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden. This is the most expensive car he has ever ridden in his life. Who dares to think? Before getting on the bus, he was still a poor loser who only dared to rent a house for 500 yuan. Now he is riding in a luxury car worth millions. Potato Head's blood boiled with excitement. The two soon arrived at Wanjia Square. Wanjia Plaza is located in a bustling area in the city center, with a large flow of people both during the day and at night. Park the car and start scouting out the spots. Wang Dong and Potato Head specifically chose a place with lots of snacks, as the street was full of all kinds of snack shops. There are all kinds of tempting smells in the air. After tasting them all, they all tasted okay, but most of them were the same. Either grilled squid or bamboo tube milk tea with the city's name printed on it. The midday sun is so hot that it makes your scalp numb. After walking around, I found a shady place to rest. Wang Dong asked Potato Head, after watching for so long, what do you think? Potato Head took a bite of the kebab and spoke his mind. The flow of people here is indeed good, so it is easy to make money by opening a store, but the rent of stores in the city center is simply sky high, plus the initial investment costs. Can we afford it? Wang Dong knew Potato Head's concerns. The initial cost investment for opening a store in the city center would be greater than anywhere else. But now they have one less expense than others. No more sky-high rent. With this calculation, Wang Dong felt that he could afford the initial store expenses. I have bought the shop, so I don't have to worry about the rent. As for the other things, what do you think? What? What did you say? Bought it? At this time, there were only 4 words in Potato's mind. Buy it. A store in the city center, where you can buy anything you want? This is the city center. Potato Head seemed to have heard something out of this world. But the fact is, Wang Dong had no need to lie to him. Wang Dong nodded affirmatively and then led Potato Head to a shop in Wanjia Plaza. This shop is out of place among the surrounding beautifully decorated and busy stores. When Potato Head saw the store, he was stunned. He had checked the prices of shops in the city center before, and they were around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter. This is more than 100 square meters, so. Potato Head roughly estimated the money for the shop in his mind. It was an astronomical figure. He doesn't even have that much money playing landlord. Potato Head was completely numb. Brother Dong, I will follow you for the rest of my life. A lifelong younger brother. Okay, but I have to take care of my family and won't have the energy to run the store. I'd appreciate you helping me manage the store in the future. This is an important task. Potato Head patted his chest and said, "Thank you, Brother Dong, for your trust." Brother Dong, don't worry, I will do my best. Wang Dong nodded and said, "I feel relieved when you say that. When we make money, we will split it 40% to 60%. That won't work." Potato Head didn't even think about it and just shook his head to refuse. That's what he thought. Brother Dong not only provided money but also gave advice, and his contribution was insignificant. At best, it's just a chance to get something for nothing. How can you get dividends right away? Brother Dong, I didn't help much, so I don't want any dividends. Just give me some salary. Seeing that Potato Head didn't want it, Wang Dong thought it was too much and didn't dare to take it, so he asked for 70% and 30% respectively. In the end, Potato Head still shook his head no. Brother Dong, no matter how much dividends it is, I don't want them. I am really touched that you are taking care of me so much now. Brother Dong, just pay me some salary. He knew that Brother Dong was doing this for his own good. I want to help him gain a foothold in the big city. But he knew that Dong Ji's money didn't come from the wind, and he had to support his family. Even if they are brothers who have shared life and death with you. He can't take advantage of others like this. Seeing that Potato Head was determined not to take any dividends, Wang Dong had to give up and thought that he would just increase his salary when the time came. After today's on-site inspection, I have some ideas in mind about opening a Wang Dong store. He's planning to open a restaurant. When Ma Tu heard Wang Dong talk about opening a restaurant, he was not surprised. Because there are many office buildings around the store, as long as the food is delicious and the store is well known, there is no need to worry about lack of customers. But in this case, they need a chef with very good cooking skills. Brother Dong, in this case we need to hire a chef with very good cooking skills. Wang shook his head. He had already made arrangements for the chef. After saying that, he took Potato Head back to Qingyu Villa. Potato Head had no idea what Brother Dong was up to. But he believes in Brother Dong. After all, there is no limit to Dong Gu's strength. After returning home, Wang Dong immediately went into the kitchen and started preparing food. Potato Head finally reacted when he heard the noise coming from the kitchen. It turns out that Brother Dong wants to cook by himself. Out of curiosity, Potato Head walked over to take a look and was shocked by Wang Dong's operation. In the kitchen, Wang Dong skillfully processed the fish's internal organs and then cut the fish into pieces like cutting tofu. Coat with flour. Oil pan. Suddenly, the oil in the pot splashed and the steam rose up. There was a tempting aroma wafting from the kitchen. Potato Head knew that Wang Dong could cook, but he didn't expect his cooking skills were so superb. Those scenes just now were like performing acrobatics. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a chef from a 5-star hotel. Soon, Wang Dong prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Brother Dong, you are so awesome. Looking at the dishes on the table, Potato Head drooled and quickly picked up a piece of fish. The fish meat is fragrant, soft and tender and melts in your mouth. The smell directly confused Potato Head. He didn't even have time to say a word and just kept stuffing food into his mouth. Although he has never eaten food prepared by 5-star chefs or visited high-end restaurants, Potato Head can guarantee it. The dishes made by Wang Dong are definitely not inferior to those made by 5-star chefs. Even tastier than what they make. Brother Dong, with you as the head chef in our restaurant, we won't have to worry about not making money. Potato Head ate it with great praise and finished half of the dish in a blink of an eye. At the same time, he is full of confidence in their restaurant. He had already imagined how popular the restaurant would be after it opened. By then there will definitely be so many people that there won't be enough seats and we'll have to queue up to make reservations. Once the restaurant is on track, it will definitely be very busy, and I also have to take care of my family. It won't be enough for me to be alone in the kitchen, so I have to find someone who is trustworthy and can help. Chapter 21, Parents to be decorate the baby's room. He thinks long term. After all, Muruwashi is pregnant now, and his focus must be on the family. It is impossible for him to cook in the restaurant all the time. After hearing Brother Dong's concerns, Potato Head realized it belatedly. He thought the problem was too simple. Potato Head thought about it and said, "Brother Dong, why don't we go to the recruitment website to hire a chef?" Wang Dong had thought about Potato Head's suggestion. However, for those recruited online, they neither know their past nor their character. If you happen to meet someone with bad intentions, they will run away after learning. Then his exclusive secret recipe, which he shared with everyone, was leaked. That is the secret recipe that only he knows because he has the system. Wang Dong would never let others use his cooking skills for free. So, you must find someone you can trust. Speaking of someone who is trustworthy, interested in and talented in cooking, a figure named Riceball Head appeared in the minds of Wang Dong and Potato. Potato Head exclaimed loudly, "Brother Dong, we can find Riceball Head." We thought of the same thing. Wang Dong nodded. Fan Chuantu was the most suitable candidate at the moment. They were college classmates and knew each other very well. Moreover, Fan Chuantu was a righteous and reliable person. See Wang Dong agree. Potato Head was grinning. He is very happy that he can work with his roommates again. Potato Head patted his chest and assured Wang Dong that he would let him take charge of inviting Riceball Head to be the chef. He will definitely do this beautifully. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. At the same time, the task of decorating the store was also handed over to Potato Head. Trust the people you employ, don't employ people you don't trust. Since he chose to start a business with Potato Head, he naturally trusted his character. At the same time, I also believe that he can do it well. Moreover, store decoration is a big deal. From determining the decoration style in the early stage, to selecting the decoration materials and following up the decoration in the later stage, someone needs to keep an eye on the whole process. Although Potato Head is a talkative and showy person, he is very steady and has good vision. Leave it to him and Wang Dong will have no worries. Potato Head was so excited to be entrusted with this important task that he stood up from his seat. Brother Dong must trust him so much to entrust such an important task as decoration to him. Move, brother. Don't worry, I will never let you down. After dinner, Potato Head left Qingyu Villa. I kept looking for Riceball Head. Time just passes like this. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Muruwashi's belly gradually grew bigger, and it became increasingly inconvenient for her to move. But because Wang Dong was there and took good care of her, Muruwashi didn't feel tired. Instead, I feel very happy. During this period, Shangguan Wanqing visited her daughter several times and saw that her daughter was well taken care of by Wang Dong and was very happy. She was very relieved, and at the same time she was looking forward to the birth of the baby. Looking forward to the day when she becomes a grandmother. In order to let her daughter work less and rest more, Shangguan Wanqing temporarily took over Muruwashi's company. No worries. The two of them spent most of their time at home. That day, Wang Dong prepared lunch, but couldn't find Muruwashi anywhere. Suddenly he noticed that the door of the children's room was wide open. Wang Dong watched closer and saw Muruwashi staring at the window in a daze. "Wife, what are you looking at?" Wang Dong gently hugged Muruwashi from behind, his tone very gentle. Muruwashi came to her senses and said, "Honey, I want to decorate the child's room. Once it's decorated and left to dry for a few months, we can move in when the baby is born." Okay. Wang Dong also looked up. There were no curtains and sunlight filtered through the large windows. The green mountains and forests in the distance were clearly visible, and he could even faintly hear the sound of birds. "I'll make an appointment with a decoration company later and ask them to decorate the room in the forest animal style you mentioned before." Muruwashi was surprised and happy to hear Wang Dong's words. At the beginning, she just casually mentioned that the children's room should be decorated in the style of forest animals. She had forgotten it herself. But Wang Dong still remembers it. Suddenly, Muruwashi thought again that she still didn't know the gender of the baby in her belly. Decorated in a forest animal style. What if the baby is a girl and she doesn't like it? After all, girls prefer pink. Hearing Murawashi's concerns, Wang Dong took a quick look around the room. Although it is a children's room, the overall area is large, so it is completely fine to arrange it as 2 rooms. Wang Dong told Murawashi his thoughts. Honey, how about this? Decorate this half in a forest animal style, and the other half as a pink princess room. Then, when the baby likes to play there, he can play there. Oh yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Murawashi was happy for a moment, then suddenly lowered her eyes, stroked her belly and muttered, pregnancy really makes women stupid for 3 years. Wang Dong kissed Murawashi directly and said, I'm not allowed to say that about myself. My wife is the smartest in the world. You are such a sweet talker. Murawashi pouted slightly, with a sweet curve at the corner of her mouth. Wang Dong could always easily notice when she was unhappy and try to cheer her up as soon as possible. Wang Dong is here. She felt particularly at ease. Husband, it's so good to have you around. Murawashi turned around and hugged Wang Dong, burying her head in his chest. Wang Dong hugged Murawashi tightly and said, Wife, me too. The 2 of them stayed together for a while before going to eat. After dinner, Wang Dong drove Murawashi to the mall to choose accessories, toys and cribs. Today is not the weekend. This is not the time to get off work. There weren't many people in the mall. Wang Dong pushed the shopping cart and Murawashi held his arm. The 2 of them happily chose things. Suddenly seeing a cute little bear doll, Murawashi picked it up excitedly. The cute appearance and soft feel make her love it. Honey, this little bear is so cute. Wang Dong looked at the shopping cart full of dolls, smiled helplessly and nodded. Please buy this one in the end. If you buy more, our car won't be able to fit them. Wang Dong has no interest in dolls. But buying a doll can make my wife happy for the whole day. Why wouldn't he do it? Good. Murawashi put the doll into the shopping cart with a happy face. Murawashi always remembered how good and doting Wang Dong was to her. She also enjoys Wang Dong's kindness to her. Of course, she is not the kind of person who only enjoys without giving anything in return. The 2 passed by the men's clothing area. Even though Wang Dong insisted not to buy anything, Murawashi still bought him several new sets of clothes. Wang Dong said it was a waste of money, but he still felt warm in his heart. Chapter 22 Name Your Baby. After walking around for a long time, the 2 finally found the baby products area. When the salesperson saw the 2 people, his eyes lit up. The man is young and handsome, and the woman is fair-skinned and beautiful. This is such a perfect match. The salesperson was surprised and stepped forward to greet the 2 people. Welcome. Hello, do you sell baby cribs here? Wang Dong asked with a smile. His magnetic voice and handsome face immediately made the salesperson blush. Yes. The salesperson led the 2 to the shelf where the cribs were placed. May I ask, how old are your babies? It's almost 5 months. Although the baby hasn't been born yet, we want to prepare everything first so that we won't be so hectic when the baby is born. Murawashi said sweetly while touching her belly. The salesperson was so busy marveling at the 2 people's looks that he just noticed Murawashi's slightly bulging belly. Oh my god. A baby born from 2 such good-looking people. How beautiful it would be. Woo woo woo. Is it too late to be reborn as a baby now? The salesperson picked out several of the most popular baby cribs for the 2 of them. There are pink, blue, and white. The salesperson patiently explained the features of each crib and combined them with current popular trends. In the end, the 2 chose the pink one. It is not only beautiful, but also can be spread out. It can sleep 3 adults without any problem. In addition to the crib, the 2 also picked out some toys and some baby supplies. There were so many things, big and small, that they filled 2 shopping carts. Fortunately, shopping malls now have door-to-door delivery services, otherwise I really don't know how I would carry so many things back. As soon as the 2 left the mall, Wang Dong heard the long-lost voice of the system in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of accompanying the pregnant mother shopping and buying daily necessities for the baby, and you have obtained a bottle of pregnant mother healthcare solution. The pregnant mother can take the pregnant mother healthcare solution, which can not only enhance immunity, but also promote the growth and development of the fetus in the abdomen. As the system's voice fell, a white transparent glass bottle appeared in Wang Dong's pocket. Wang Dong was so happy. Products produced by the system must be high quality. The value of this bottle of health liquid cannot be compared with money. In the evening, during dinner, Wang Dong mixed the health liquid in milk and asked Murowashi to drink it. The health liquid is colorless and odorless, so Murowashi didn't notice it. Finish the milk. The two of them leaned against each other in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the dazzling night view of the city. The river flows around the city, and all kinds of cars and people shuttle through every corner of the city. Murawashi's eyes and heart were filled with peace of mind. Because she knew that among the thousands of lights in front of her, there was one that Wang Dong lit for her. Wang Dong also felt the same way. If it were in the past, he would never dare to hope for it. But now he has a wife, he has everything. Compared to the grand vows, he prefers the plain happiness like now. Honey, let us give the baby a name. When she heard that the baby was going to be named, Murowashi jumped up excitedly with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Wang Dong quickly supported her and reminded her, "Be careful and don't fall. You are pregnant now." "Sorry baby, mom was too excited just now." Murowashi stroked her belly gently with a guilty look on her face, and slowly sat down with the help of Wang Dong. The upturned corners of her mouth and the curved eyebrows all revealed her joy. "I've been thinking about naming my baby for a long time." To this end, she also looked up a lot of information. After all, a name will follow a child throughout his or her life, so it must be chosen with caution. You can't use words that are too difficult, nor can you use words with bad meanings. Words that are too unfamiliar are too difficult for children who are just learning to read. Although there is no scientific proof, using words with bad meanings to name children will not be good for them. But children are the hope of their parents, and no one can leave such hidden dangers to their children. So after all the struggles, she still hasn't picked a nice name. "Husband, what do you think about the baby?" "Yes, I have." "Then husband, tell me whether it is suitable or not." "If it is a girl, you can name her Chingy or Qingmeng." "I think both names are nice." Murowashi nodded. These two names were indeed good. Not only did they sound nice when pronounced, but the meanings of the characters were also good. What if it's a boy? For a boy, I'm thinking of Qingli, Qinggan or Qingyan. They are all pretty good. You can tell they are boys' names as soon as you hear them. Murowashi was surprised that some boys were very perfunctory in naming. Previously, someone on the internet gave his child a gaming name because he liked playing games. Not only is he irresponsible to his child, but he also fails to fulfill his obligations as a father. But the names Wang Dong came up with are all very nice. It can be seen that he has carefully looked up information and thought carefully about the baby's name. Not the kind of cheap dad who is irresponsible to the baby. But Murowashi still expressed her doubts. Why are there words like Qing in all of them? Wang Dong explained that our family names our children based on their generation. My father's generation was named De, mine was named Dong, and the baby's generation will be named Qing. After hearing his words, Murowashi understood. Name generation is a custom in family naming in traditional culture. Almost every family has one. The Ruwa in her name refers to the name of their generation. Wang Dong's hand was on Murawashi's bulging belly, his tone and eyes were full of tenderness. "Baby, Daddy is in charge of thinking of names, but it's up to you to choose one. If you like one, remember to tell Mommy." The baby doesn't understand yet. Murowashi smiled helplessly. She felt that the man in front of her was sometimes silly and cute. At the same time, I was thinking about what name to choose for the baby. But it is not necessary to do it now, after all, the baby is still 5 months away from birth. And I've already thought about it, so the choice isn't difficult. Wait until the baby is born. Once you've determined your gender, choose. At this time, there was a slight fetal movement in the bulging belly. Wang Dong was stunned and quickly took his hand away, staring straight at Murawashi's belly. Seeing Wang Dong so serious, Murowashi put away her smile and asked, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" "Shoo. Honey, the baby just moved." Wang Dong was so excited, but he lowered his voice and answered in a low voice. "I was afraid of scaring the baby in Murawashi's belly. The baby is already 5 months old, there must be fetal movement. You can hear better if you are closer to your baby." After hearing what Murowashi said, Wang Dong gently put his ear close to her belly, and the sound of the fetal movement became more obvious. He could even vaguely hear the sound of the baby sucking and swallowing the amniotic fluid. This is an amazing experience for a new father. This moment. The excitement and joy in Wang Dong's heart were stronger than ever. This child with his blood is no longer a boring ultrasound check report, but a breathing, living life. The distance between them is only a belly. Chapter 23. Good luck with your grand opening, so handsome and delicious. In a blink of an eye, Murowashi was already 6 months pregnant. The baby in the belly is very healthy and lively, often kicking the belly and playing. Unlike the baby, Murawashi's movements became slower and slower, and she had to stop and rest after walking a few steps. But she didn't feel tired. Instead, I feel very happy and sweet. Especially when she feels the baby moving in her belly, she always strokes her belly with a gentle look on her face, and her whole body exudes maternal love. Wang Dong felt sorry for Murowashi, and his care and concern for her became more and more attentive. Keep massaging her every day to relieve fatigue in the late pregnancy. Apply olive oil to reduce the appearance of stretch marks. 2 months ago, Fan Chuantu agreed to start a business with Wang Dong and others. Wang Dong taught him many exclusive secret recipes he learned from the system. Rice ball head practices every day. Although he has only learned the basics, the food he makes is delicious. On the other hand, the decoration of the store has come to an end. Potato Head goes to furniture stores every day just to compare prices and buy furniture with the best price-performance ratio. Potato Head is very efficient. That day, Potato Head arranged the furniture and called Wang Dong on video immediately. Brother Dong, do you think this table and chair is okay? Wang Dong took a careful look and found that the styles of the tables and chairs were consistent with the style of the store and he could not find any faults. He always trusts Potato Head to do his job. The camera turned and saw that the wall was empty and looked a bit monotonous. Wang Dong pondered for a moment and told Potato Head, "The wall looks too empty. Go online and buy some landscape paintings to hang up." Potato Head looked back at the wall. It was indeed empty. As expected of Brother Dong, he spotted the problem at a glance. "Okay, Brother Dong, I'll place the order right away." It would be inconvenient for Wang Dong to come over. Potato Head walked around the store holding his phone. One purpose was to let Wang Dong see the renovated restaurant, and the other was to let him point out the existing problems. Wang Dong looked around while thinking about the opening of the business. At this time, Murowashi came out of the room. "Husband, what are you doing? The restaurant is decorated and I'm discussing the opening with Potato Head." Wang Dong helped Murowashi sit down and handed her the phone. When he saw Murawashi's delicate face, Potato Head was so shy that he was speechless. "Hello, sister-in-law." The screen switched quickly. Murowashi also greeted Potato Head, "Hello." Wang Dong had told her before. The story of him, Potato Head and Rice Ball Head starting a restaurant. Murowashi is very supportive of Wang Dong's entrepreneurship. He even gave Wang Dong a card, telling him not to feel pressured and that it would be okay even if he failed in the end. But Wang Dong didn't want it at that time. Murowashi took a quick look and was very satisfied with the restaurant's decoration style. She also put forward some of her own ideas. You can buy a few children's chairs so that parents who bring their babies to eat can put the babies in the children's chairs without having to hold them all the time. Prepare some hair bands for girls and put them in the drawer of each table. It is very inconvenient for girls to eat with their hair down. It is said that girls are more careful, and this is indeed true. Murawashi's proposal was something they had never thought of. A good restaurant not only needs fresh ingredients and good service, but details are also important. Potato Head nodded repeatedly and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll get it right away." Soon it was the opening day. Wang Dong felt sorry for Murowashi, who was traveling back and forth with her big belly, and didn't want to let her go. But he couldn't persuade Murowashi, so he had to agree. The reason why Murowashi was determined to go was because this was Wang Dong's first time starting a business. As his wife, she should accompany him through all the ups and downs and witness everything with him. Finish breakfast. Wang Dong drove Murowashi to Wanja Square. Today is the weekend, there are traffic jams on the roads and crowds of people in the squares. Everywhere is a bustling and lively scene. After being stuck in traffic for half an hour, the two finally arrived at the door of the restaurant. A red carpet, wreaths and balloons were laid out at the entrance of the restaurant. It's very lively. The recruited waiters stood at the door handing out flyers to passers-by. First day of opening. 20% off on all dishes, 30% off for orders over 300. Join the fan group and get a free appetizer. Seeing the newly opened restaurant with such beautiful decoration and inexpensive dishes, everyone took the flyers. Wait until it officially opens to try out the food. Murowashi got off the car and looked at the tall buildings around her. Wanja Plaza is the most prosperous commercial district in the city. The rent of shops here is simply sky high, and even if you have money you can't rent one. But Wang Dong actually bought a shop here on his own. I don't know where he got so much money. Muruwashi always felt that she couldn't see through Wang Dong sometimes. But soon, she shook her head again. It's enough for Wang Dong to be nice to her. He will tell her the rest when he wants to. Seeing the two of them, Potato Head and Riceball Head immediately came out to greet them. Brother Dong, sister-in-law, you are here. Hello, sister-in-law. Although Potato Head and Riceball Head both knew that Muruwashi was pregnant, they were still surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. Although she was pregnant, Muruwashi was still very beautiful and had a slim figure. If she hadn't been so pregnant, no one would have thought she was pregnant. During the dog days of summer, there are waves of heat one after another, and the concrete floor reflects the heat. It's so stuffy that I can't breathe. Brother Dong, it's too hot outside. I'm going to park the car. You and sister-in-law can come into the store and take a rest for a while. Okay, thank you for your help. Wang Dong handed the car keys to Potato Head, then helped Muruwashi into the store. At this time, there was a commotion outside the restaurant. More and more passers-by gathered, and everyone was talking about the two people's looks. Ah! That boy is so handsome, he is definitely my dream husband. His wife is so beautiful too. The combination of handsome man and beautiful woman is killing me. They are the bosses. Of course, even if he is not the boss, he is still a shareholder. Otherwise, how could he drive a Mercedes worth 2 million? Not only is she pretty, she's also rich. I'm so jealous. Me too, me too. Various discussions indirectly boosted the atmosphere, and everyone gathered at the door waiting for the opening time to arrive. Seeing more and more people coming. It was very hot outside the restaurant and everyone was waiting in sweat. After a brief discussion, Wang Dong decided to open the business early. As the red cloth was torn off, the sound of firecrackers and the cheers of the crowd rang out. The atmosphere of celebration filled the air, and the gongs and drums were loud. It's as lively as the Chinese New Year. The food smelled delicious and everyone rushed into the store to order, and soon there was no room left. Those who want to eat later can only take a number and queue up. Even though there are many customers, everyone is busy in an orderly manner, not neglecting any diner and providing the diners with the best experience. Both the dishes and the service are excellent. Many people spontaneously promoted the restaurant online, attracting more people. Of course, it's not just the delicious food that attracts people to come and eat. And the boss and the boss lady are so good looking. After all, beauty is delicious. Handsome and delicious. Seeing that the restaurant business was so prosperous, Muruwashi couldn't help but be happy for Wang Dong. To thank you all for your support. Wang Dong and Muruwashi stood at the door, giving small gifts they had urgently purchased to every customer who left. And ask everyone about their satisfaction with the dishes and areas that need improvement. However, everyone's focus was on their appearance. Some people even gossip about their love process. Thinking of their first meeting, Muruwashi's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 24, the opening was a big hit. I want to eat it. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Inside the restaurant, customers continue to come in an endless stream, and the popularity is unimaginable. All the ingredients prepared in advance have been sold out. Wang Dong quickly contacted the suppliers and asked them to send new ingredients. Potato Head was running back and forth between the front hall and the kitchen, sweating profusely. Although everyone was very tired, they were all extremely excited when they saw the restaurant business was so good. Especially the Riceball Head. While cooking enthusiastically, I suppressed my inner excitement. At this moment, every cell in his body is excited and excited. Fanchuanta didn't expect that the business would be so prosperous on just the first day of opening. If business continues to be so booming, why worry about not making money? And Brother Dong now gives him a guaranteed salary of 15,000 yuan per month. The more money the restaurant makes, the higher the commission. This was many times higher than his previous salary as a slave. Really? Follow Brother Dong and you will get rich. Seeing that more and more diners were coming, Wang Dong was afraid that Fanchuanta would be overwhelmed, so after settling Muruwashi, he went to the kitchen to help. Muruwashi stayed in the office for a while, but couldn't sit still, so she came out to help. At the same time, several workers with dusty clothes came to the restaurant door. They did not come in, but just stood under the eaves to avoid the sun. The door was open and the cool air conditioning blew on everyone, making them feel very comfortable. Several grown men gathered at the door. It will affect the restaurant business to a certain extent. The waiter hesitated whether to send them away. Muruwashi quickly stopped her and then went to the door with her big belly. See this scene. The customers in the store looked at her unconsciously. They were curious, what would Muruwashi do next? Sure enough, she is beautiful and kind-hearted. Muruwashi greeted them warmly, brothers, it's hot outside, please come in and sit for a while. Several workers turned their heads to look. Wow! So beautiful, this might be a fairy descending to earth. My God, this figure and temperament are so many times better than those of female stars. And from her words and actions, you can tell at a glance that she is the proprietress here. Such a beautiful proprietress came out to greet them personally. Several people were suddenly flattered. I couldn't help but look around the restaurant, smelling the tempting aroma of food wafting from inside, and subconsciously swallowed my saliva. By the way, the food in this restaurant is surprisingly delicious. I just don't know what the price is. Muruwashi said with a friendly smile, brothers, today is the first day of our restaurant opening. We are offering 20% off on all dishes. We have rice, vegetables, beer, and drinks. Even if you don't want to eat, you can come in and sit down. We have free green bean soup. Seeing Muruwashi's enthusiasm, several workers nodded happily. The food is so delicious and the proprietress is so warm and friendly. No matter what, I must go into the store and try it. Madam, do you have any beer here? After ordering all the signature dishes in the restaurant, a worker spoke. On such a hot day, it is so refreshing to have a bottle of cold beer with your meal. Yes, sir, how many bottles do you want? The waiter hurried forward to ask. Next, serve the dishes as quickly as possible. This dish tastes really good. Yes, it's much better than the previous one and cheaper. I don't know if I can order it on a certain group tour. If I don't have time to come, I can order takeout. Several people ate and praised the food in the restaurant highly. Muruwashi paid attention to their dining experience the whole time and replied with a smile, yes, our family has joined a certain tour group, and there are special coupons for ordering takeout. When other customers heard that they could order food from this restaurant on a tour group and that there were coupons, they all took out their phones to get the coupons and said they would order from this restaurant next time. Although Wang Dong was in the kitchen, her attention was always on Muruwashi. Seeing Muruwashi, with her big belly, still helping to attract customers and supporting his business. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. In the kitchen, the pot of rice balls was almost smoking. Time slipped away quietly from their fingertips. The rush hour was almost over and there were only a few tables of customers left in the restaurant. Wang Dong asked Fan Shuanta to prepare the rest of the dishes, while he went to the cold storage to pick out some fresh fish and shrimp. Make a sumptuous lunch for Maruxi. 10 minutes later. Wang Dong brought out the steaming food, looked around, and then sat down by the window at the corner. I saw Muruwashi sitting and resting. Wife, it's time to eat. Wang Dong's doting and gentle voice brought Muruwashi's thoughts back to reality. Husband, are you done with your work? Seeing Wang Dong sitting down with the food, Muruwashi hurriedly took out chopsticks and a spoon from the drawer. Because of the tight time schedule, Wang Dong only prepared 2 dishes and 1 soup. Braised prawns and crucian carp tofu soup. It smells so good. Muruwashi couldn't help swallowing her saliva and couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful of soup to drink. Fresh crucian carp, soft tofu, and Wang Dong's exquisite craftsmanship. It's absolutely amazing. Don't rush, drink slowly. Wang Dong peeled several shrimps for Maruxi and placed them on the rice he had served her. Maybe it was because they had been busy all morning, and also because Wang Dong cooked very delicious food. Muruwashi enjoyed this meal very much and felt very satisfied. Passers-by passing by the restaurant saw that the owner of this restaurant was handsome and charming, and the proprietress was fair-skinned and beautiful. Both of them were very good-looking. I also saw that the customers in the store were eating so happily. I decided to go into the store and try it out. It turned out to be surprisingly delicious. The food is so delicious and the boss is so handsome, this is simply a dream meal. Absolutely. After finishing his meal, Wang Dong went to the kitchen to give Fantuan some instructions, then took Muruwashi back to Qingyu Villa. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. The restaurant closed, and Potato Head calculated the day's sales. It's unbelievable. He immediately called Wang Dong, his hands shaking with excitement. Damn! Brother Dong, do you know how much we earned today?
At this time, Wang Dong was accompanying Mu Ruwashi in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to enjoy the night view of the city. Mu Ruwashi vaguely heard Potato Head's excited voice and tilted her head to look at him in confusion.
So Wang Dong turned on the speakerphone. How many? Brother Dong, we made 200,000 today.
We are rich, Brother Dong, I have never seen so much money in my life. Wang Dong was also shocked when he heard this number.
So much?
Yes, after deducting the costs, we still made 50,000 or 60,000 yuan.
Potato Head couldn't contain his excitement. Mu Ruwashi was also very happy to hear that Wang Dong's restaurant made money.
She couldn't help but praise him. Husband, you are so awesome. Wang Dong is happier about making money than she is about making money herself. Because the other party's career has just started, now is a very good start. At this moment, Wang Dong was very happy. He didn't expect that the business would be so good on the first day of opening. But he knew that there was a reason why the turnover was so high today. The discounts on the first day of opening are very generous, which is the key to attracting customers.
Chapter 25, The baby was born but not yet born, so nervous.
Then he told Potato Head that although this was a good start, they should try to keep customers in the future. As long as the customers are retained, the restaurant can continue to operate stably.
I know, brother. Potato Head replied, trying to control his excitement.
Then, the two talked about the restaurant's business the next day. Wang Dong didn't have time to go there during this period, so he told Potato Head the important things to pay attention to in advance. The other party listened very carefully. At the same time, I was very grateful to Wang Dong. Because Wang Dong not only gave him a good job, but also taught him how to manage step by step.
Finished chatting with Wang Dong. Potato Head couldn't wait to share the news with Riceball Head.
I found out that I didn't lose money and actually made a net profit of 50,000 or 60,000. Thinking of this, Riceball Head was so excited that he couldn't sleep.
I made a secret resolution in my heart to work hard in the future. Follow Brother Dong to make big money.
Reach the pinnacle of life, marry a beautiful, rich woman, and become the most promising and handsome boy in the village.
A few days later. The restaurant's business is as booming as ever.
With the help of Potato Head and Riceball Head, the restaurant gradually got on the right track.
Time flies. Mu Ruwashi's due date is getting closer.
As this was his first time experiencing such a thing, Wang Dong seemed particularly anxious. He immediately noticed Mu Ruwashi's subtle movement.
By chance, I found out that Mu Ruwashi was suddenly feeling unwell.
Send her to the hospital immediately. The doctor came forward to examine. I found that Maroxi was already 3 fingers dilated and her contractions were becoming more and more frequent.
It indicates that you are ready to give birth. Get the news. Shangwan Wanqing rushed to the hospital overnight.
Although the son-in-law Wang Dong can take care of her, there are many things that are inconvenient for him as a grown man to do. Besides, Mu Ruwashi is her daughter. She has to take care of it herself to feel at ease. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang were so excited when they heard that their daughter-in-law was about to give birth that they couldn't sleep the whole night.
I rushed to the hospital from my hometown as soon as the sun rose. But I didn't expect that I would have to toss and turn all night.
Mu Ruwashi did not give birth, and the weak contractions almost disappeared.
The doctor said this is normal. However, for the safety of the mother and fetus, hospitalization for observation is recommended. In the ward,
watching Mu Ruwashi stroking her belly, she was originally very nervous, but after this experience, she relaxed instead.
Instead, Wang Dong was on edge and didn't dare to relax for a moment. Mu Ruwashi gently comforted Wang Dong, husband, don't be so nervous.
Wang Dong also wanted to relax, but when he saw Mu Ruwashi's bulging belly, coupled with the false alarm last night,
he just couldn't relax.
But he still smiled and comforted Mu Ruwashi, wife, I'm not nervous, and you don't have to be nervous either.
Don't be afraid. Your husband will always be with you.
Seeing Wang Dong being so warm-hearted, Mu Ruwashi's eyes were filled with tears. Wang Dong thought she was moving again, so he held Mu Ruwashi's hand and called for nurse. Mu Ruwashi hurriedly stopped her and said, I'm fine.
I just feel lucky and happy to have you around. Husband, after we have a baby, will you still treat me well like you do now?
Wang Dong's hand touched and scratched Mu Ruwashi's nose, and said in an affirmative tone, wife, I will always treat you well because you are my wife. It has nothing to do with whether you have a baby or not.
Even if you don't have a baby, I will still treat you well. After hearing Wang Dong's assurance, Muruwashi finally smiled happily.
She believed that Wang Dong was telling the truth because he had been taking care of her in every possible way in the past few months. Apart from her inability to have children, Wang Dong never let her worry about other things. Moreover, he has a calm personality, good temper, 8-pack abs, and is so handsome. Such a perfect husband.
How lucky she is to have it. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang rushed to the hospital exhausted.
Fearing that her daughter-in-law would not get enough nutrition, Mo Chuntao specially cooked chicken soup before bringing it to her. Put it in an insulated box and it will still be warm when you get to the hospital. As soon as you open it, it's steaming hot, as if it just came out of the pot. The soup made from homegrown old hens was very delicious.
Muruwashi drank 2 large bowls and still felt unsatisfied. Shangwan Wanqing took in the whole scene and watched Wang Dong's family busying around for their daughter.
She was filled with relief. After all, marriage is not just a matter between 2 people.
It's a matter between 2 families.
She was very happy for her precious daughter, marrying into a family that truly treated her well.
Muruwashi stayed in the hospital for 2 days. There is no sign of giving birth. Wang Dong was worried and went to ask a doctor. Uterine contractions and dilation are normal phenomena.
As long as it does not exceed the due date, there is no need to worry too much. During this period, all the family members can do is to let the mother eat and drink well and relax. After hearing what the doctor said, everyone felt relieved. Muruwashi was staying in the VLP ward, which had only 1 bed in the room.
There are sofas and kitchens inside.
Wang Dong simply cooked a few dishes, and the whole family ate with Muruwashi in the ward. Muruwashi was having trouble walking because of her big belly, so Wang Dong let her lie on the bed and fed her mouthful by mouthful himself. The young nurse who came in to measure the blood pressure saw how loving the 2 were and couldn't help but say enviously, "You are so happy, I really envy you.
Your husband treats you so well.
He is now a model husband in our obstetrics department."
Yeah.
Hearing the nurse's words, Muruwashi smiled.
A must.
The young nurse glanced outside the ward and lowered her voice. There was an older pregnant woman in the department, and her husband was a terrible person.
Not only was he reluctant to go downstairs to buy food, he was also unwilling to comfort the baby when he cried.
The pregnant woman had no milk, so she asked him to buy milk powder, and he got furious and scolded the pregnant woman. His words were as harsh as they could be.
Your blood pressure is normal, and everything is fine. Now we are just waiting for the baby to be born. After measuring the blood pressure, the young nurse pushed the treatment cart away.
Muruwashi still had a look of regret on her face. It is not easy for a woman to give birth, let alone for an older mother.
It is like walking through the gates of hell.
I finally gave birth to a child, but I still have to be treated like this.
It's really heartbreaking.
Wang Dong noticed that Muruwashi was in a bad mood and comforted her softly.
Honey, don't think too much. I'm here. Fortunately, you are here.
After this, she lost her appetite. Muruwashi leaned her head on Wang Dong's chest, closed her eyes and rested, with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. After Muruwashi fell asleep, Wang Dong gently put her back on the bed.
Then cleared the food from the table. Chapter 26 Quintuplets, Good News from the Delivery Room. He just turned around.
Muruwashi's painful voice came from behind.
My husband, it hurts.
Wang Dong turned his head and found that Muruwashi was suddenly holding her stomach, and the bedclothes were wet.
He reacted and said, Wife, hold on a moment, I'll go call a doctor right away.
While comforting Muruwashi, Wang Dong pressed the call bell with trembling hands. Soon, Muruwashi was pushed into the delivery room.
The nurse stopped Wang Dong, who wanted to follow in, and asked, Are you a family member of the woman in labor?
Yes,
I am her husband. Please sign it.
The nurse handed the pen to Wang Dong and told him where to sign. Wang Dong was so nervous that his hands were shaking and his handwriting was crooked. It took him a long time to sign the 2 words.
My wife won't be in danger, right?
No, all the indicators of the mother are very stable. After saying that, the nurse hurried into the delivery room with the list. The door of the delivery room was closed. Only Wang Dong was left waiting anxiously outside the door. Even if you have read a lot of knowledge about childbirth in advance, when it really comes to this step, all the knowledge is thrown out of your mind. Only tension and excitement remain. I was worried about Muruwashi, afraid that she was in danger. Excited to be a father for the first time, eager to see his unborn child.
He is going to be a dad. Becoming a dad.
Thinking of giving the young couple some space to be alone, the two parents went out together to buy clothes for the baby.
After receiving Wang Dong's message, the three of them rushed back.
As soon as the three of them arrived, before they could catch their breath, Mo Chuntao excitedly grabbed Wang Dong's hand and asked, "Son, did Ruwashi give birth?"
Is it a boy or a girl? Not yet, I just went in a short while ago. Wang Dong's voice was trembling because of nervousness.
Mo Chuntao felt sorry for her son and hurried to comfort him.
It's okay, don't worry too much.
Ruwashi is a blessed child, and both mother and child will be safe. Wang Dong nodded slightly but said nothing.
When I left in the morning, the stream was still fine. Now it's suddenly born. Shangguan Wanqing looked at the lights in the operating room anxiously, her heart full of worry and heartache.
At this time, the one suffering in the delivery room was her daughter who had been pregnant for 10 months. She was more worried about her daughter's safety than the joy of being a grandmother.
Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere, and an hour went by in the blink of an eye.
The lights in the operating room still showed no signs of turning off.
Shangguan Wanqing's heart was in a knot.
She kept praying to God in her heart, asking him to bless her daughter Maruxi and her children with everything going smoothly.
As parents, Mo Chuntao can understand Shangguan Wanqing's feelings.
He was also worried about the safety of his daughter-in-law Mu Ruwashi. She took Shangguan Wanqing's hand and said, "Ruwashi is such a good girl, she will definitely be safe." With the comfort from her mother-in-law, Shangguan Wanqing felt a little relieved. I don't know how much time passed. The door of the delivery room was opened.
The female doctor took off her mask and walked out of the operating room, asking everyone present, who are Mu Ruwashi's family members. Wang Dong rushed forward excitedly and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my wife?"
"Congratulations. Both mother and child are safe.
The mother needs to be observed and the baby will be out soon." Hearing the word safe, Wang Dong's tense heart finally relaxed. Shangguan Wanqing also breathed a sigh of relief and went forward to ask the doctor, "How long will it take for my daughter to come out?" "About an hour."
At this moment, Wang Dong suddenly shuddered.
Mother and son. Could it be that Ruwashi gave birth to twins?
Before he could ask, the doctor spoke.
The mother was amazing. She gave birth to quintuplets, which is the first case in our obstetrics department. As he spoke, the doctor looked at Wang Dong and asked, "Has your family ever had twins before?" "No."
Wang Dong shook his head blankly. "The only 3 words left in my mind are quintuplets."
He has a child. Quintuplets. He had 5 children at once. From now on, 5 children will call him dad. If there is no family inheritance, the chance of having multiple births is very rare. You are very lucky.
Before the doctor finished speaking, a nurse came out pushing 5 babies.
People say that newborn babies are wrinkled and ugly. But the ones in front of me have fair skin and are surprisingly cute.
But because they were multiple births, the weights of the 5 babies were not evenly distributed.
The weight of the first and second baby is still okay.
The weight of the third and fourth babies began to drop sharply. The last 5 babies to come out were not only the youngest but also the lightest. They were skinny and small, and really made people feel sorry for them. The first, second, third, and fourth babies are all sleeping soundly. Only Wubo had his eyes wide open. He didn't cry, but just kept his hands raised and grabbed the air. Seeing such a lovely scene, Wang Dong couldn't help but reach out to touch her little hand. The moment they touched, Wubo suddenly opened his eyes and gently held Wang Dong's hand. His hands were too small and had almost no strength, but Wang Dong still felt it. He smirked to himself. I don't know how to describe the happiness of this moment. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang, who were standing by, were extremely excited. Becoming grandparents was enough to make them happy, but what they didn't expect was that their beloved daughter-in-law gave birth to 5 children.
5 quintuplets.
Now, they not only have grandsons, but also granddaughters.
The Wang family is complete. Shangguan Wanqing was also very excited. She was promoted to the grandmother of quintuplets. As expected of her daughter, she is amazing and great. Gave birth to quintuplets. But besides the excitement, there is more worry and heartache. Having 1 child is hard enough, let alone my daughter giving birth to 5. She looked towards the operating room eagerly. Feel the excitement of the crowd. The nurse waited patiently for them to recover and gave them careful instructions. Wang Dong was worried about Muruwashi, so he handed the children over to 3 parents. I went downstairs to pay the bill myself,
and went to the pharmacy outside to buy medical pads for the child's mother to help expel lochia.
An hour was enough for him to go back and forth.
When I came back, my wife was almost out. On the other side, Shangwan Wanqing looked at the 5 little babies and liked them more and more. Especially the 2nd and 5th treasures.
That little thing looks exactly like Xiaoxi when he was just born.
Mom, I'll go pay the bills and buy the things and come over. After the babies were born, Wang Dong had a lot of things to do.
Shangwan Wanqing nodded and said, "Take your time, I'm here."
Wang Dong had just become a father and was still a young man in his 20s. She had already been surprised that things could be arranged so well.
On the other side, Wang Dong quickly went to the payment window to pay. The moment the bank card is deducted,
the voice of the system came into Wang Dong's mind.
"Congratulations to the host.
All 5 babies were born successfully, and the mother's vital signs are stable. He has successfully become a dad and received 5 bottles of infant culture fluid, 1 bottle of maternal supplementary fluid, and a bonus of 1 million yuan.
Wang Dong was very happy to hear about the system's rewards.
Now is the time when my wife is at her weakest, and this postpartum tonic liquid is here to help. He can then replenish her qi and blood. As for the infant culture medium, with it, he doesn't have to worry about the baby's poor resistance.
Chapter 27. These babies are so different and so cute. After paying the fee, I bought the medical pad. Wang Dong rushed back to the delivery room without stopping. Wang Dekhang and Mo Chuntao have taken the babies back to the ward. Now only Wang Dong and Shangwan Wanqing are left. Both of them stared at the door of the delivery room. Not knowing what her daughter was doing in there, Shangwan Wanqing was so nervous that she didn't dare to relax at all. Wang Dong was less worried because the system informed him that the mother's vital signs were stable. I don't know how much time passed. The door of the delivery room was opened again. Mu Ruwashi was pushed out of the delivery room by the nurse. At this moment, Mu Ruwashi's hair was wet with sweat and her face was pale. At this moment, Wang Dong felt extremely distressed. Giving birth to a child is like going through the gates of hell for a woman. Wang Dong stepped forward and held her hand. "Ruwashi, you've worked hard." Hearing Wang Dong's voice, Mu Ruwashi opened her eyes and replied weakly, "Honey, I'm fine." "Is the baby okay?" The babies were all healthy, so their parents took them home. Wang Dong wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "I will take good care of the babies. You just gave birth to a child, the most important thing is to rest and take good care of your body." Beside her, Shangwan Wanqing had tears in her eyes. Wang Dong is right, the most important thing for you now is to have a good rest. For the rest, Mom is here too. Today is a double happiness day, there is no point in crying. Soon she wiped away her tears and gently stroked her daughter's forehead. Knowing that the babies are all healthy, Mu Ruwashi has nothing to worry about. She slowly closed her eyes and fell into sleep. On the other side, inside the ward, the 5 little ones cried louder than each other. Wang Dekhang and Mo Chuntao held one and coaxed the other 2. For others, coaxing children is a very tiring task. But both of them enjoyed it. Since the babies were born, Wang Dekhang and Mo Chuntao have never stopped smiling. It's strange. The babies who were originally crying suddenly became quiet when Wang Dong pushed Mu Ruwashi back to the ward. They blinked their big eyes and looked in the direction of the 2 people. At this moment, the babies have opened their eyes. It usually takes 2 to 7 days for a newborn baby to open his eyes. Wang Dong discovered that his baby was very different. He opened his eyes not long after he was born. I don't know if the parenting products previously rewarded by the system worked. The babies opened their eyes faster than other babies, and he was very happy. I noticed 5 soft gazes. Wang Dong showed a gentle smile. "Babies, do you miss your daddy?" Hearing this, Mo Chuntao picked up the chubby Diaper and handed it to Wang Dong. The first time Wang Dong held a baby, he was at a loss as to where to start. Fortunately, Mo Chuntao was there to guide me. Holding the soft, sticky and fragrant Diaper in his arms, Wang Dong's heart felt more peaceful than ever before. The little guy waved his hands instinctively, looking very comfortable. That little expression seems to be saying, "It's so warm in Barbie's arms." Newborn babies have limited energy and spend most of their time sleeping except for eating. Gang Diaper and his younger brothers and sisters cried loudly, but they soon fell asleep after feeling the warmth from their father. He's also cute when he's sleeping. Diaper fell asleep, and Wang Dong carefully put him back into the crib. Then, he picked up the other 4 babies one by one. The little ones are as cute as their brothers, and they are very beautiful and delicate like porcelain dolls.
Holding them, Wang Dong felt that he was the happiest man in the world.
Seeing my son happily interacting with his grandchildren. Imo Chentao walked up to Shangwan Wanqing and said, "My dear relatives, look, the babies' noses are so much like Xiaodong's, and their eyelashes are as long as their mother's.
They have perfectly inherited their good looks. They will definitely be very beautiful when they grow up."
Imo Chuantao's face was full of smiles. Shangwan Wanqing smiled, "Yes, those little arms and legs are so cute."
Wu Bo has dimples on his face, and Xiaoxi also has dimples on her face. They inherited their mother's dimples and have been so charming since they were young.
My little darlings. The more I look at them, the cuter they become. Look at the babies gurgling with milk.
Shangwan Wanqing seemed to have returned to more than 20 years ago, when her daughter was just born, and her heart softened unconsciously.
His eyes fell on the bed. Looking at my sleeping daughter,
she felt indescribable feeling in her heart. Giving birth to a child is not easy, let alone Mu Ruwashi giving birth to quintuplets. Although this is a process that all women have to go through, how can a mother not feel sorry for her child?
But fortunately, the worst is over.
The other side. I saw that Mu Ruwashi's lips were very dry. Wang Dong dipped a cotton swab in the tonic liquid and carefully applied it to her lips. He moved gently so as not to wake the other person.
After finishing his work, Wang Dong looked towards the crib. The parents and mother-in-law sit next to the baby and watch their every move. Wang Dong stood up and walked over. The 5 little angels were different from the newborn babies he had seen on the internet.
They were not wrinkled at all, but rather appeared to be as delicate and clean as jade. That chubby little face and pink lips make people want to kiss her.
These are all my own children.
His and Mu Ruwashi's blood flows in it. At this moment, Wang Dong's heart felt soft. Looking at the babies gurgling with milk, my heart feels soft, and all the fatigue and tension are soothed at this moment. Wang Dong secretly made up his mind to take good care of Mu Ruwashi and the babies.
Time passes quickly in joy.
Mu Ruwashi opened her tired eyes. Perhaps it was because of the tonic liquid, her face became a little rosy and her complexion had recovered a lot.
Shangwan Wanqing helped her daughter up and slowly leaned against the hospital bed.
Wang Dong immediately took the awake baby to her. The potential of a mother's love is always unlimited. Mu Ruwashi, who used to be afraid of children, now has eyes full of love when facing little Wu Bo. She learned how to hold a baby without almost any teaching.
"Good boy, mommy is here."
She held Wu Bo in her arms, whispered softly to him, and pressed her cheek lightly against his head. Feeling the familiar scent, Wu Bo instinctively reached out to grab his mother's face.
Wu Bo is so happy to be close to his mother.
She had just given birth, and Wang Dong was worried that she would be tired from holding the baby.
As soon as Wu Bo fell asleep, he took her back to the crib. However,
he just held it in his arms and hasn't even turned around yet. The little guy noticed it immediately and started crying and making a fuss at the top of his lungs.
"It's okay, I'll hold you."
Her heart was broken when she heard her daughter crying like that.
Wu Bo returned to Mu Ruwashi's arms and stopped crying.
Instead, he smiled at her. Seeing my daughter being so hypocritical,
Wang Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Thinking that Mu Ruwashi had never seen other babies, Wang Dong pushed the crib over. I made the right decision when I bought the crib. This crib is not only beautiful, but also large, and most importantly, it has wheels. It can be used as a crib bed as well as a baby bed. Because it is a VLP ward, the bed is much larger than an ordinary bed, and is completely large enough for Mu Ruwashi and 5 babies to lie on it.
Wife, this is the eldest baby, a boy. This is the second baby, a girl.
The 2 behind are the 3rd and 4th baby, both boys.
The 5th baby in your arms is a girl. Wang Dong introduced the babies to Mu Ruwashi.
Mu Ruwashi reached out and touched the baby's head, feeling extremely happy.
Chapter 28, Naming the Human Cubs.
Although the babies cannot express themselves, they have lived in Mu Ruwashi's belly for 10 months and are very familiar with their mother's breath. Seeing their mother reaching out her hand, they all reached out to grab her hand. Although they are newborn babies, they are all full-term babies. During her pregnancy, Mu Ruwashi also had a healthy diet. The babies were fed and became plump and white, and they are much stronger than ordinary children.
"Baby, I'm the daddy. He is your handsome father who loves you the most."
Wang Dong joined in.
Seeing this heartwarming scene, both parents were filled with joy.
After Wang Dong and Mu Ruwashi had interacted with the babies,
Shangwan Wanqing asked, "Have you thought of a name for the child?" If not, everyone is here today, so we can discuss it. After all, the name will follow the child throughout his life, so it cannot be taken lightly. Speaking of names, Muruwashi suddenly remembered that Wang Dong had come up with 5 names in one breath. Among them, there are 2 names for girls and 3 names for boys. At that time, Wang Dong suggested picking up a few more and letting her choose. Unexpectedly, no need to pick. She happened to give birth to 3 boys and 2 girls. Wang Dong found it incredible that he had accidentally named all the babies. It fits perfectly, not one less. So the 2 of them told their parents the names they had chosen earlier. Hearing the name, Shangwan Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. The names Wang Dong gave to his children were all very common characters. They had all seen them before and knew that they had good meanings. Most importantly, they sounded nice when combined together. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that the parents put a lot of thought into naming it. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekhang couldn't stop laughing. Mo Chuntao touched the baby's little hands, unable to suppress the joy in her heart. Babies, did you hear that? Mom and Dad have given you names. Debeo, did you hear that? Your name is Wang Qingli. It's the name your dad gave you. Do you like it? Erbao, your name is Wang Qingmeng, which is also the name your father gave you. Doesn't it sound nice? Sanbao, Daddy named you Wang Qinggan. What do you think? Do you like it? Sibao, your name is Wang Qingyan, do you like it? It was also given to you by your father. Wubao, your name is Wang Qingyi, isn't it nice? It was given by your dad. The babies cannot speak yet and cannot express their emotions, but they cannot resist the joy of their elders. They all babbled, kicked the air with their hands and feet, and interacted with their grandparents. Having a big name is used for household registration and for future schooling. There was no nickname for daily use, so Wang Dekhang thought about it and suggested giving the babies nicknames. The full name was given by my father, so the nickname should naturally be given by my mother. Suddenly having to think of so many nicknames, Muruwashi's mind went blank. For a moment, what is the appropriate name? Seeing this, Wang Dong comforted her, "Wife, don't be anxious, think about it slowly." Good. Suddenly, Muruwashi had an idea. Why not use the last character of the children's names as their nicknames? For example, Debeo's full name is Wang Qingli, so his nickname is Lily. Wang Dong's expression changed and he said, "I think it's okay." The 3 elders also nodded. The last character of a name is both convenient and pleasant to the ear. At this point, the babies' full names and nicknames have all been decided. The babies were lying in bed humming. Those big watery eyes and that chubby cute look. The 3 elders couldn't get enough of looking at it. Before I knew it, it was night. At night, Wang Dong stayed to take care of Muruwashi and the babies. The 3 parents went back temporarily and came to see them tomorrow morning. Before going back, Mo Chuntao repeatedly told Wang Dong to take good care of Maruxi and the babies at night. And tell him that the baby is just born and is different from adults. You need to drink milk every few hours. If you really can't figure it out, remember to give them a call. On the other side, Shangwan Wanqing was also reminding Muruwashi not to sleep too deeply at night, and to help take care of the children in case Wang Dong was too busy. Now that she is a mother of 5 children, she can no longer be so willful and lose her temper like before. The most important thing is to always be vigilant against bad guys and don't let your babies get stolen. The 2 new parents nodded like chicks pecking at rice. I kept my parents' instructions in mind. The 3 elders then went back with peace of mind. However, they had just left. The babies started crying. This time, no matter how they tried to coax her, it didn't work. Wang Dong guessed that the babies were hungry and wanted milk. It is said on the internet that the breast milk that is secreted at the beginning contains immune factors, which are beneficial to the development of the baby's immune function. So Wang Dong took Sanbao, who was crying the loudest and seemed to be the hungriest, to Muruwashi. "Wife, the nurse said breast milk is best for babies." Muruwashi took the 3rd baby and looked at Wang Dong with a confused look on her face. "I know breast milk is best for the baby, but how do I feed it?" This question stumped Wang Dong. Both of them are new parents. Seeing that Sanbao was crying louder and louder, Wang Dong had no choice but to carry him back. Take her out of the ward and find the nurse. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. As soon as Wang Dong walked out of the ward, he saw a nurse coming out of the ward opposite. "Hello, nurse, my baby keeps crying. He may be hungry. How do I feed him?" Does the mother have milk? The nurse followed Wang Dong into the ward.
Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi were both confused and had no idea that breastfeeding existed.
It's not a big problem.
As long as the mother has breast milk, she can just let the baby drink it directly. The nurse checked and took the baby from Wang Dong's arms, put it in Mu Ruoshi's arms, and taught her step by step how to feed the baby. The holding posture was correct, but Wobao just couldn't find the right place, so the nurse had to ask Wang Dong to come over and help put the baby's food into the baby's mouth. Wang Dong listened to the nurse's words and reached out his hand to Mu Ruoshi's chest. She blushed immediately and turned her head away. Seeing this, the nurse couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. They are already parents, yet they are still shy.
Hearing the nurse's teasing, Mu Ruoshi felt even more embarrassed. After some trouble, the baby finally got to drink the milk.
The little guy smacked his little lips and sucked with all his strength.
That look is so cute. Seeing that the baby was eating happily, the nurse looked at the other babies in the crib.
The third and fourth babies are still sleeping, while the eldest and second babies are showing signs of waking up. It is unrealistic for such young children to queue up and take turns to drink milk. Since you have many babies in your family, I will teach you another method that allows two babies to drink milk at the same time. After saying that, the nurse brought the second baby to Wang Dong and instructed him what to do. Support the baby's body with your hands and move her head closer so that the baby can drink milk. Wang Dong did as he was told.
Finally, the second baby also drank milk. The little guy was drinking happily and his chubby little legs were kicking all the time. Chapter 29 Super Reward: Change Diapers for Babies.
Seeing that the babies were drinking happily, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi smiled with relief.
Newborn babies have very small stomachs and will be full after just a few sips. But they can't express themselves yet, so they can only move around to show their parents that they are full. The baby's food was suddenly everywhere. Little bad guy. Looking at the baby food flowing out, Mu Ruoshi felt both distressed and helpless. At this time, Erbo was also full. Wang Dong put them back into the crib and brought the remaining 3 little ones over to feed. By the time the 5 babies were settled, an hour had passed. He didn't care about being tired and used a towel dipped in warm water to wipe the milk stains off Mu Ruoshi's body. Husband, thank you for your hard work.
Mu Ruoshi was lying on the bed with a sweet expression.
5 little ones were born today, and Wang Dong went into the delivery room himself. A lot happened. He was busy running around, and is still taking care of the babies in the middle of the night. She can feel her husband's love for the babies and his meticulous care for her. This man in front of me is so warm. Wang Dong smiled gently and said, I'm not tired, my wife is the hardest working one. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Wang Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of feeding the baby for the first time. You will be rewarded with a mansion fragment. Collect all 5 fragments to unlock a mansion worth 50 million. Wang Dong was shocked. Got another fragment. Including the previous one, he now has 2 mansion fragments. The luxury house is just around the corner. Wait until you collect all 5 mansion fragments in the future. He can provide Maruxi and the babies with a better living environment. Thinking of this, Wang Dong's tiredness was immediately swept away. Only full of fighting spirit is left. Time slowly came to late night. Wang Dong pushed the crib to the side of the hospital bed, and then placed his own sleeping bed on the outside. This made it convenient for him to take care of Mu Ruoshi at night and keep an eye on the babies at all times. After doing all this, Wang Dong lay down to rest. He leaned sideways, his eyes fixed on the 5 children. The little ones are sleeping soundly. Their soft little faces make you want to kiss them, and they smell of milk. Wang Dong's heart softened when he saw this. He reached out and touched the little hand of Sibao, who was closest to him. Sibao subconsciously grabbed his fingers and held them tightly in his hand. Ouch! Although small, he is very strong. After playing with the child for a while, Wang Dong gradually felt sleepy. He pulled his fingers out of Sibao's hand, put his hand on the crib, and before he knew it, he fell into a drowsy sleep. Because I sleep too long during the day. Mu Ruoshi was not sleepy at all at this moment. She turned her head to look at the babies and Wang Dong. The babies slept soundly, each in a different posture. Some clenched their fists, some slept on their stomachs, and some lay with their legs up. The baby smacked its lips from time to time, and Mu Ruoshi thought the baby was about to wake up, but the little guy went back to sleep after smacking his lips. Wang Dong kept lying on his side, and every time the baby purred, his hands would subconsciously go to comfort the baby.
although the one who comforts me is the same every time. But looking at this heartwarming scene, Muruwashi couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Gradually, she also felt sleepy. Finally, I couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a sleep in a daze. I don't know how much time passed. Wang Dong vaguely heard a baby crying and someone talking. The baby has poop, it's time to change the diaper. When Wang Dong heard the word baby, he was so frightened that he jumped up from the accompanying bed. When the nurse saw him wake up, she couldn't help but praise him for what he did. Although this is a VLP ward, it cannot be 100% complete. Parents also need to be vigilant at all times. Wang Dong placed his accompanying bed outside the crib so that he could rest and protect the baby at the same time. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Baby, don't cry, Daddy is here. Wang Dong picked up the crying Debeo. In addition to the scent of milk, there was a unique smell on the baby's body. Only then did he remember that he had just heard the nurse say in a daze that the baby had poop. He quickly asked the nurse, "Hello, how do I change my baby's diaper?" A young man in his 20s. It's normal not to know how to change your baby's diapers. The nurse patiently and kindly taught me step by step. First put the baby on the bed, then. As he was talking, he suddenly stopped. Have you bought diapers? Many new parents are only concerned with preparing beautiful clothes, strollers, and a bunch of other things that are not urgently needed for their children. On the contrary, they don't buy urgent items like diapers, milk powder, and bottles. Bought it. Wang Dong opened the cabinet and looked for diapers. The cupboard was packed full. Bottles, diapers, clothes, toys, everything is available. It's like a small supermarket. Seeing this, the nurse couldn't help but envy Muruwashi, who was sleeping. Did this mean I saved the galaxy in my previous life? I wish I could find a tall, handsome, and considerate husband in my life. The variety of baby products in this cabinet is more complete than that in the supermarket downstairs in the hospital. Moreover, I bought everything right. Both are useful. How much homework does it take to collect all of them? Look at the man in my family. Why? The more the nurse thought about it, the more she felt it. My man is a big pig's hoof. After Wang Dong found the diaper, the nurse began to know how to change it. Yes, hold the child here. Don't be afraid, children are not as fragile as you think. First take out the dirty diaper, wipe the baby with a wet wipe, and then change to a new one. Wang Dong followed the nurse's instructions and performed the operation step by step. My back is so tight that it's wet. Even though the nurse said the baby was not fragile, he didn't dare to push. Carefully pull open the baby's diaper, and it's covered with green stinky stuff? The normal color of human feces is yellow. Wang Dong had never seen anything like this before and was immediately panicked. What should the nurse do? The baby's poop is green, is he sick? At this time, Muruwashi also woke up. When she heard Wang Dong say that the baby's poop was green, she was afraid that something was wrong with the baby and her heart suddenly tightened. Nurse, what happened to my babies? Are they going to be okay? Seeing the two people so nervous, the nurse hurriedly explained, "You don't need to be nervous, this is the baby's meconium. When he drinks milk normally, the meconium will turn into a normal color." After hearing what the nurse said, the two finally felt relieved. I dare not think about it. What would they do if something really went wrong with the baby? Then, the nurse went to the toilet to get half a basin of warm water and wiped the baby's butt clean before changing into a new diaper. Good. Wang Dong wiped Debeo's butt clean and continued to follow the nurse's instructions and finally changed Debeo's diaper. However, one was done. There are 4 more babies lying in the crib, and they all need their diapers changed. Chapter 30, Sanbao, he bullied his dad right after he was born? You should also check other babies. If they have poop, they need to change their diapers. After the nurse gave Wang Dong instructions, she went to do other things. Wang Dong changed the basin of warm water and then checked each baby one by one to see if they had poop. After some inspection, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th babies all pooped, but the 3rd baby just pooped a little. But Wang Dong felt sorry for the baby. I was afraid that his diaper would make him uncomfortable when he peed, so I changed it to a new one. However, I just put on the new diaper. The little guy frowned, held his poop, and not only did he poop, he also peed. Wang Dong smiled helplessly, picked up Sibao, who looked very comfortable after pooping, and put his cheek against the baby's face. Sibao, did you do this on purpose? Muruwashi, who was lying down to rest, heard Wang Dong's words, opened her eyes and asked what happened. Seeing the situation in front of her, she couldn't help laughing out loud.
She smiled and looked at the culprit, Sibao. Sibao, how could you bully your dad?
Sibao had an innocent look on his face, grabbing Wang Dong's cheek with his little hands. By the time Wang Dong finished changing the diapers of 5 babies and feeding them, it was already late at night. He was so sleepy that he kept yawning and could hardly open his eyes, but he was still coaxing the babies to sleep in a gentle voice. Muruwashi lay down but did not fall asleep. She was still recalling that night in her mind. She slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep at night, but Wang Dong was busy with her and the child all day.
I can't sleep well at night.
I either have to change diapers or bring the baby over to feed him. But even though he hadn't slept for a day and a night, Wang Dong still had a gentle look on his face and showed no impatience towards her and the baby. Such a good man is hard to find even with a lantern. Now she actually met him. But compared to being happy and blessed, Muruwashi feels more sorry for Wang Dong. He is just a young man who has just graduated. I have to take on such a heavy responsibility for her and the baby. He was forced to become a boy and turned into a man who stands tall and proud, the backbone of the family. I'm afraid only Wang Dong himself knows how difficult this is. It is said that women are emotional, and women who have just given birth are even more emotional. Thinking of this, Muruwashi could no longer hold back, and her eyes were already soaked with tears. While she was thinking emotionally, Wang Dong had already coaxed the babies to sleep, and was now standing beside her bed with a cotton swab, gently moistening her lips. Seeing Muruwashi open her eyes, Wang Dong thought that he had used too much force and hurriedly coaxed her to continue sleeping.
Muruwashi pulled Wang Dong's arm and said, "Honey, are I and the child a burden to you?
Wang Dong and I are from the same school, and he is very capable."
Believe him, delivering express packages before was definitely just a transitional stage.
Once you get through this stage, you will definitely be able to make a career in the future. If it weren't for myself and my baby, his life will definitely have a broader future.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Wang Dong gently rubbed Muruwashi's head. You and the babies are my most precious treasures and the driving force of my struggle.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be confused now.
Before meeting Muruwashi, Wang Dong was indeed very confused.
He seemed to be standing in an endless fog, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. But now it's different.
Now he not only has a wife, but also 5 lovely babies. He wants to fight for them and give Maruxi and the baby a better life.
Wang Dong's words soothed Muruwashi's emotions. Husband, I feel so happy.
Wife, me too. The two looked at each other and smiled happily.
Before going to bed, Wang Dong asked Muruwashi to drink the tonic liquid before going to sleep.
Muruwashi took a small sip and it was colorless and tasteless, just like boiled water.
She asked, "What is this?"
Wang Dong couldn't talk about the system, so he just said it was a gift from a friend. It is a tonic, drinking it is good for your health. After hearing that it was good for health, Muruwashi drank the remaining half bottle in one gulp.
Afterwards, both went to sleep. The next day came in a flash. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang came to the hospital early to see their lovely grandchildren.
Feeling sorry for their son's hard work in taking care of their daughter-in-law and babies last night, the old couple were reluctant to wake him up. Reach over him and pick up the babies in their cribs.
Maybe it's because blood is thicker than water.
5 babies were held by 2 people, and not one of them cried. The little guy's skin is much whiter than yesterday, and he is chubby and very adorable.
Ouch! My dears, I am your grandma. I am grandpa. That's mom. It wasn't easy for mom to give birth to you.
You've worked hard.
The one sleeping is daddy. Daddy took care of you and mommy last night and it was very hard. Be good, babies, don't bother mommy and daddy.
Muruwashi leaned against the pillow, drinking the chicken soup that had been stewed for 2 hours, and watching the babies interact with their grandparents, feeling warm at heart.
The generations apart. This is absolutely true. The old couple's love for their babies is overflowing.
At this time, the doctor and nurse came in to check on the mother and baby. Muruwashi can tell her about her own situation. But Wang Dong has always been taking care of the baby, and he knows him better than I do.
Mo Chuntao quickly woke Wang Dong up.
Hearing his mother's voice, Wang Dong opened his confused eyes. He looked at Muruwashi first, and seeing that she was fine, he looked at the crib. There was no baby in the crib. His heart suddenly skipped a beat and his hair stood on end.
The whole person is awake. Perhaps the babies sensed their father's anxiety and started to cry. Wang Dong looked in the direction of the crying sound and saw 5 little babies lying neatly on the sofa. Not lost.
Wang Dong finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his stomach. Seeing that he was standing there in a daze without saying anything, Mo Chuntao patted her son and reminded him again that the doctor was coming to check on him. The doctor said, "Don't worry, take it easy. This young man is honest and she likes him from the bottom of her heart. She has been working in obstetrics and gynecology for almost 20 years. I've never seen such a handsome young dad. Combined with their mother's beauty, I wonder how many people will be charmed by these 5 little ones when they grow up.
Besides, being handsome is fine.
So careful and responsible." During the week that Mu Ruoshi was in the hospital, Wang Dong was the only one who handled everything, big or small. Even so, he still found time to apply olive oil and massage pregnant women.
Cook for the mother herself.
It can be said that the only thing that can happen is that a woman cannot give birth to a child for someone who has just given birth. The rest was done, and done perfectly.
Who wouldn't like such a handsome and steady guy? I'm fine, doctor. Did the baby have a bowel movement? Did he drink milk? Is he feeling uncomfortable? The doctor asked a series of questions and Wang Dong answered them one by one.
Even questions like the color of the baby's poop and which baby drinks the most milk were answered in an orderly manner.
The doctor nodded after hearing this and became even more satisfied.
If he had met this young man a few years earlier, he would have introduced his daughter to Wang Dong.
Such a perfect son-in-law.
The doctor turned around and said to the intern nurse behind him, "You all heard it, right? When you look for a boyfriend in the future, you have to look for someone like this, who is handsome and down to earth."
Chapter 31 New Parents, Could Our Babies Be Geniuses?
Several trainee nurses had just graduated and had never experienced such a scene. He was very thin-skinned and lowered his head in embarrassment when he heard the doctor's words.
I didn't dare to look at Wang Dong. Wang Dong is a celebrity in obstetrics.
Not only because he treats his wife with great care,
and because he's handsome.
That face can definitely beat those young and handsome celebrities. There were even doctors and nurses from other departments who came over under the pretext of delivering materials to see how handsome Wang Dong was.
Before seeing it, everyone said it was an exaggeration. How can an ordinary person be more handsome than a celebrity who is made of money? Now, everyone is silent when they see it.
I was touched by his handsomeness.
On the other side, after the doctor and Wang Dong understood the baby's general conditions, they examined them personally. She loves the quintuplets.
Quintuplets are rare in themselves, let alone 5 cuddly little cuties.
Anyone who sees it will be unable to walk.
The doctor lifted the baby's arm, turned him over, and looked at his fingers and toes. Wang Dong's heart trembled when he saw that scene. But he knew that the doctor was a professional and did this to check the baby's functions.
It's strange.
Normally I just change their diapers or pick them up for a while to check on them, and they all cry louder than the other. While the doctor was doing all sorts of things, the little ones not only didn't cry, but looked like they were enjoying it. After the doctor checked everyone one by one and confirmed that the baby was in good health, he carefully reminded Wang Dong of various precautions for postpartum recovery and maintenance based on the recovery and condition of Maruxi's wound, as well as the nutritional combination for mothers after childbirth to ensure sufficient milk.
Wang Dong remembered them all in his mind.
The doctors and nurses left and Mu Ruoshi had just finished breakfast. The couple began to breastfeed the babies. Wang Dekang is the father-in-law after all, and it is not convenient for his daughter-in-law to stay in the ward to breastfeed, so Mo Chuntao cannot help for the time being.
The two of them went downstairs for a stroll. In the ward, Mu Ruoshi skillfully pulled up her shirt to breastfeed.
The little guy hasn't had milk since waking up, but now he's eating happily and sucking so fast. Mu Ruoshi patted An's butt and said lovingly, "Drink slowly, no one is going to snatch the wine from you."
The method the nurse taught me last night was very convenient.
Seeing that Wang Dong didn't bring other babies over, Mu Ruoshi looked up in confusion. I found him rummaging through the cupboard. Wang Dong is looking for a small milk bottle. He planned to feed the babies some infant culture medium. The things rewarded by the system must be useful to the babies, and now is a good time to try out the effects. Mu Ruoshi thought about the tonic that Wang Dong gave her last night, and she looked very good in the morning. I was originally sore and weak, but now I feel full of energy. If the doctor hadn't told me not to do any strenuous exercise for fear of wound rupture.
She wanted to get out of bed. This stuff is so good.
Wang Dong washed the bottle and Sanbao had just finished drinking the milk. So, he gave Wu Bao to Muruwashi, and he held Sanbao, who was full of milk, and fed him infant culture medium. The quantity is not much, I finished it in 2 sips. The little guy was still sucking on the pacifier with great satisfaction. Wang Dong tried to pull out the pacifier, but just as he was about to make any movement, Sanbao started crying loudly.
Sanbao, do you still want to drink? To Wang Dong's surprise, Sanbao actually nodded cutely. I immediately told Maruxi the good news. Wife, Sanbao not only understood what I said, but also nodded. Wow, Sanbao is so smart.
Wu Bao, who was in Muruwashi's arms, heard his brother being praised, but he himself didn't.
They actually started to make a fuss. Once was a coincidence, but twice can't be the same. The couple couldn't help but be stunned. Is their baby a genius? Seeing Wu Bao becoming more and more violent,
Muruwashi quickly came to her senses and comforted her. Wu Bao is also smart, you are all smart, you are mom and dad's darlings. After saying that, Wang Dong and Muruwashi stared at Wu Bao intently.
I want to know how she reacts. They were not disappointed.
When Wu Bao heard himself being praised, he immediately stopped crying and making a fuss and continued to drink milk.
The happiest thing for parents is that their children are healthy and smart. They both laughed with relief. After feeding the baby, Wang Dekang and Emo Chuntao just came back.
Wang Dong remembered that the doctor had just said that he should take the babies to take a bath. Mom and Dad, the doctor said we need to take the babies to have a bath.
I'm worried about Ruwashi. Would it be convenient for you to take her there later? When Emo Chuntao heard this, she couldn't stop laughing. Don't even mention giving the babies a bath. Even if the babies want the sun in the sky, she agrees. These are her sweethearts. The nurse came over just in time and the two of them pushed the crib out the door. Muruwashi was relieved to see that her parents-in-law were so kind to the baby. Uncle and aunt, thank you for your hard work. The family said that this was too formal. Have a good rest, we are leaving first. Emo Chuntao waved her hand, then happily disappeared into the corridor with the baby. The hospital they are staying in now is the best municipal hospital in the city. Many families with sufficient budgets choose to give birth in this municipal hospital. Plus it was morning, so there were a lot of children queuing up to take a bath. Emo Chuntao and Wang Dekang appeared with 5 super good-looking quintuplets, and quickly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god! Quintuplets! This is the first time I've seen quintuplets. Who says it's not? The baby is so good-looking, chubby and cute, unlike the one in my family, which is skinny and small, like a little monkey. She gave birth to quintuplets. What a great mother! Their family is so blessed. Quintuplets, 1 boy and 1 girl. This is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Looking at the 5 little ones in the crib, everyone was amazed and envious. Are you the baby's grandparents, or the grandparents-in-law? Listening to the exclamations and envy of the crowd, Emo Chuantao's face was full of smiles. She patted her chest proudly and introduced herself. I am the grandmother of 5 babies and he is the grandfather of 5 babies. Your family has really good genes. Not only can you give birth to quintuplets, but the little ones are so pretty. No way. My daughter-in-law is amazing. She gave our Wang family 5 little babies. She was just a little girl, and she endured so much pain. It's all thanks to her that the babies are so cute. When Emo Chuntao mentioned Muruwashi, her eyes suddenly turned red with heartache. She is an experienced person and knows how hard and difficult pregnancy is. Next to Emo Chuntao was a middle-aged woman holding a baby girl. Hearing her say this, I felt envious. I envied Muruwashi for having such a good mother-in-law. She was holding her granddaughter in her arms. My daughter met the man through a blind date and everything was normal before marriage. But when they learned that their daughter had given birth to a girl, the man's family immediately changed their attitude. They first got angry at the door of the delivery room, asking if the baby was taken away by mistake. Afterwards, when the mother and daughter came out of the delivery room, the family was unusually indifferent. The middle-aged woman became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. This family is really inhuman. Chapter 32. The babies said they don't want injections. The other side. Emo Chuntao took the 5 little ones to the bathing area. A baby bath is very similar to a kitchen sink. The nurse rolled up her sleeves and started washing radishes. The nurse was very strong and kept rubbing the second baby in the sink with her hands. This scene made Emo Chuntao terrified. She wanted to warn him,
but when she saw the baby in the pool, he not only didn't cry, but looked very happy. She could only swallow her words back into her stomach. The nurse washed very quickly and in a blink of an eye had washed 3 babies. Mo Chuntao hurried over to see that the little ones had just taken a bath and felt refreshed.
Don't cry or make a fuss, just play with the air. Mo Chuntao felt relieved when she saw no injuries on the baby's body.
After the 5 little ones had finished their bath, the nurse reminded them to remember to get the babies vaccinated in half an hour. A newborn baby is the continuation of a family.
Therefore, many grandparents like to take their babies out for a walk. Show off to everyone you meet.
As a result, when the nurse notifies the family that they need to take the baby for vaccination, they can never find it. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dong nodded hurriedly. After saying that, the 2 of them happily took the babies back to the ward. On the way back, I became the focus of the audience again.
Everyone's envy of Mo Chuntao reached its peak. Look at this. What kind of life is this? Their 5 little grandchildren are so well behaved and cute, just like little angels. I also want a grandson like this. In the ward, new parents are planning their baby's future. Wang Dong wants his children to have a happy and joyful childhood.
Mu Ruwashi, however, feels that her child cannot lose at the starting line and wants to enroll her child in more interest classes. Although the 2 have different plans for their children.
But we didn't argue because of this, instead we had a very pleasant chat. After all, the starting point is to do what is best for the children. See parents bringing the babies back from bathing. Wang Dong quickly stood up to help and pushed the children to the bedside. After taking a shower, you smell nice and feel comfortable, don't you? Now she's a sweet little baby.
Mu Ruwashi reached out to tease the 5 little guys.
The little ones all raised their hands to grab her and had a lot of fun. The baby is the happiest when he is with his mother. It was almost noon. There is no lunch yet. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dong plan to go back and cook for Maruxi. Not only is it expensive to buy outside, it's also unhealthy. Pregnant women who have just given birth have weak qi and blood, so they cannot eat those takeouts. Then the 2 asked Mu Ruwashi what she wanted to eat.
Mu Ruwashi thought for a while and replied, "Uncle and Auntie, I want to drink fish soup."
Okay, Auntie will go to the market to buy fish. Xiaodong, please take good care of Ruwashi and the babies. After giving their son instructions, the 2 men left. But after walking for only a few minutes, they suddenly turned back. Wang Dong asked with a puzzled look, "Mom and Dad, what's wrong?" Mo Chuntao slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, look at my brain. I just forgot to tell you that the babies will go for vaccination in half an hour. Your dad and I don't understand this. Xiaodong, you take the babies there later."
Okay, then Mom and Dad, you go back first, I'll take care of the babies later.
As soon as the 2 of them left, the nurse came in. Is the baby back from the bath? It's time to get vaccinated. Nurse, we are back.
Mu Ruwashi spoke for the little babies in a child's tone.
Wang Dong was immediately amused by Mu Ruwashi's cute appearance. My wife is so cute. The little baby is back from taking a bath. The nurses can't walk every time they see these good-looking and well-behaved little babies. I walked over to the cribs and played with them for a while before arranging for them to get vaccinated. It's almost noon. There were not many people in the infant vaccination room, and it was Wang Dong's turn soon. The person in charge of vaccinating the baby was an old doctor wearing a pair of thick glasses. He was startled when he saw Wang Dong pushing the quintuplets in. Having worked as a doctor for decades, he has never seen quintuplets. The old doctor stood up and walked to the cribs. The 5 little ones were so chubby and cute. It is said that children born from multiple births are not well nourished and are prone to being weak and sickly. Look at these 5 kids in front of me, they are full of energy and vitality, and their spirit and vigor are no less than that of single babies. Quintuplets? Congratulations! The little ones are all healthy. Thank you, doctor. Wang Dong responded to the doctor with a smile and picked up Tobeo to prepare for the vaccination. After the doctor recorded the identity information of the 5 children, he began to prescribe medicine. There weren't many children coming for vaccinations at noon, so the old doctor alone was enough. This time Wang Dong brought 5. The old doctor was overwhelmed and had to call another doctor for help. When the nurse came in and saw the quintuplets, her reaction was exactly the same as the old doctor's. He asked Wang Dong many more questions. For example, I ask this question every time I see a doctor these days: do I have a genetic gene for having multiple babies?
Wang Dong is almost asking me a question that is too rigid. After the doctor finished preparing the medicine, Wang Dong showed him the little guy's arms. The child was so soft and tender, as if he had no bones, that he was terrified. I was afraid that I would use too much force and hurt DeBeo.
Especially when the needle was inserted into his arm, Wang Dong was more nervous than DeBeo and his hands couldn't help shaking.
The child was slow to react and only felt the pain after both shots were given. He pursed his lips and cried, feeling very aggrieved. Wang Dong coaxed her softly, "Be good, Lily, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt."
Only after coaxing DeBeo into submission did Wang Dong put him back into the crib. "Then pick up the second baby. I haven't had the injection yet."
The little girl started crying and kept waving her hands and feet around, trying to stop the doctor from giving her the injection. Since birth, the baby has never cried so hard. Wang Dong felt so distressed. "But no matter how sad it is, you have to get the vaccine. Meng Meng, be good, don't cry, it will be fine in a moment, Daddy is here." Wang Dong spoke softly to comfort Erbao, and the doctor took the opportunity to give the little guy an injection. Knowing that he had been cheated, Erbao cried louder and louder, looking very aggrieved. I felt so sorry for the baby after visiting the doctor that I also joined the camp of coaxing the second baby.
"It doesn't hurt at all, baby, be brave. Good baby, it will be fine soon." However, the movements of his hands did not slow down. "Just apply, prick and pull and you're done." It's completely opposite to DeBeo and Erbao. Sanbao didn't cry at all.
After the injection, he buried his head in Wang Dong's arms and fell asleep. He didn't cry, which made people worried.
The doctor took the baby and put him in the medical crib. He kept the baby for half an hour for observation.
After hearing what the doctor said, Wang Dong suddenly became nervous.
"What happened to the baby?"
"The baby is fine, but he fell asleep after the vaccination. He may be allergic to the vaccine medicine. For the baby's health, it is better to keep him and observe him."
Wang Dong looked at Sanbao, his eyes full of worry.
After that, he was a little absent-minded when vaccinating the fourth and fifth children.
Sibo and Wubao seemed to notice their father's worry and did not cry too loudly.
They only cried for a short while when they were beaten.
Chapter 33 Young people should exercise moderation. Time passed in Wang Dong's anxiety. 30 minutes passed in a flash.
All of Sanbao's vital signs were stable, he was just sleeping normally.
Only then did Wang Dong smile again.
Then, the doctor handed the baby's vaccination books to Wang Dong and told him to keep them well as they would be needed when the babies went to school. Then she reminded him to bring the babies for vaccination on time, and also reminded him of the precautions that the babies should take within 24 hours after vaccination.
After the vaccination, Wang Dong took the children back to the ward. At this moment, Shangwan Wanqing was accompanying Mu Ruoshi in the ward.
Seeing Wang Dong coming back with the children, she stood up and helped push the little ones in.
"Baby, I'm your grandma. Oh my little cuties are so cute." Shangwan Wanqing loves her 5 little grandchildren very much.
After playing for a while, the little guys became sleepy again and started to yawn cutely. Thinking that they hadn't had milk yet, Wang Dong quickly took them over to feed them. After feeding the babies, Mu Ruoshi hummed nursery rhymes to coax the children to sleep. In their mother's arms, the 5 little ones felt very warm and safe, and soon fell asleep. After making sure the babies were asleep, Wang Dong carried them back to their cribs. Seeing how well the young couple understood each other in taking care of the child, Shangwan Wanqing was completely relieved. This time when she came here, she had originally planned to ask her daughter to find a confinement nanny to take care of her and the babies. Although Wang Dong is careful and attentive, it is his first time taking care of a child and a new mother, so it is impossible for him to do better than a professional confinement nanny. But now looking at it this way, Wang Dong did a great job. She no longer had any reason to worry.
Shangwan Wanqing gave the 2 of them a few instructions and then left reluctantly.
Her words of advice were sensitive. She said that she knew young people nowadays like to seek excitement, but they cannot ignore their health.
"My body hasn't recovered yet. But you must not do anything rash."
Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi blushed when they heard this and immediately became shy.
After Shangwan Wanqing left, the atmosphere in the ward suddenly became very awkward.
Mu Ruoshi's face was as red as a persimmon, and she wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. In order to make the atmosphere less awkward, Wang Dong spoke up to change the subject.
"Honey, can you tell the babies apart?" Hearing Wang Dong's question, Mu Ruoshi looked at the babies in the cribs. "Yes.
Although the 5 babies look the same, they are different if you look closely. Dabeo Lily is the biggest and drinks milk the most vigorously. The second baby, Mang Mang, is a girl. She is very elegant when drinking milk and likes to hold her hand. Our third child, Anan, is usually very cool and doesn't like to cry, but when it comes to drinking milk, he makes a lot of noise and has to arch his body twice before drinking.
Sibo Yen Yen drinks milk more vigorously than Dabeo, and likes to bite her every time.
Hearing Muruwashi say that Sibao always bit her when drinking milk, Wang Dong gently touched Sibao's head.
Wubo is the lightest and very clingy.
The little guy has dimples on his face just like her.
You little rascal, how could you bite your mother?
Muruwashi smiled and explained for Sibao, it wasn't a bite, it was just very strong, like biting.
Speaking of strength, Wang Dong also noticed it.
Among the 5 little ones, Dabeo and Sibao drink milk the hardest, and their little faces turn red every time they suck.
Unlike them, Wubao doesn't like drinking milk.
When she is not very hungry, she likes to suck and spit out every time, leaving Muruwashi's body covered with milk stains. The two talked more and more, and the atmosphere finally returned to normal.
At this time, Mo Chuntao brought the meal. After dinner, Mo Chuntao wanted to buy gifts for the babies, so she excitedly ran to the nearby children's mall. After she left, Wang Dong locked the door of the ward. Muruwashi was puzzled.
Husband, what happened? The doctor said you can't take a shower yet, but I know you must be feeling uncomfortable, so I thought of just wiping you simply with a towel.
Wang Dong got some warm water from the toilet, soaked a towel in it and wrung it half dry.
He wiped Muruwashi's hands, feet and back. After just a simple wipe, Muruwashi felt refreshed and comfortable.
Rub onto baby's rations. Both of them were tactically silent for a moment. Cough cough.
We are already husband and wife, this is what should happen. Muruwashi took the initiative to pull up her clothes, her face flushed, and her voice was quieter than a mosquito.
If it hurts, remember to tell me.
Wang Dong took a hot towel and carefully wiped the baby's food. His eyes and movements were very serious, without any other thoughts. After wiping her body, Wang Dong changed Muruwashi's clothes. She even changed her underwear. Muruwashi's face was red throughout the whole process, but she was very happy and contented in her heart.
Husband, you are so nice. While changing clothes, Muruwashi happily kissed Wang Dong on the cheek.
When Muruwashi kissed him on the cheek, Wang Dong's mouth stretched to the back of his head. But Muruwashi, with a look of worry on her face, told her not to move or the wound would rupture.
Good.
Muruwashi stopped moving and let Wang Dong change her clothes.
After having a good meal and a drink, I changed my clothes and felt refreshed.
Muruwashi suddenly felt sleepy. Wang Dong poured Muruwashi a glass of warm water and told her to drink the water before going to bed. She went to the bathroom to wash clothes for Muruwashi. Muruwashi finished drinking the water and was about to close her eyes when Wubao suddenly started humming.
The crib was right next to the bed.
Muruwashi carefully moved her body so that her hand could just reach the 5 treasures. She patted Wubao gently, and the sound was as soft as water.
Be good and don't cry. Mommy is here.
Wubao felt his mother's breath, arched his body, and grabbed at the air with his hands. The humming sound became louder. It was not until he grabbed Muruwashi's hand that Wubao seemed to have found a sense of belonging and stopped humming. He fell asleep holding his mother's hand. Feeling the warmth of her daughter's chubby hands, Muruwashi closed her eyes with peace of mind. When Wang Dong came out from washing clothes, he saw this heartwarming scene. Muruwashi slept peacefully with her hands on the 5 little ones, and the little ones also slept soundly. He couldn't help but take out his cell phone and take a picture of the scene. The more I look at the photos, the more I can't put them down. Wang Dong directly set the photo as his phone screensaver.
Afternoon. After a busy day, Wang Dong relaxed in the corridor.
He discovered that a new woman had just arrived in the next ward. Next to the pregnant woman was a middle-aged woman with short hair, luxurious clothes, and a shrewd look.
The opposite of a middle-aged woman. The woman in labor looked carefree and young.
She was sitting on the bed eating with her big belly.
After eating, the woman noticed an extremely handsome man standing outside the corridor.
I guess he should be a family member of the ward next door. The woman was active by nature. She clapped her hands, stood up and went to visit Wang Dong's ward with her big belly. As soon as she entered the door, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw a woman who was more beautiful than a fairy, playing with 5 babies who looked exactly the same with a gentle look on her face.
Chapter 30 for the contrast between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
The little guys are chubby and full of energy. At this time, they all raise their hands to interact with their mother.
Wow, quintuplets, you are so lucky. The woman couldn't help but walk to the crib. Oh my god, they are so cute.
I wish the baby in my belly could be this beautiful. The woman stroked her big belly with a look of longing. Muruwashi smiled and said to the woman, "You are pretty, and the baby in your belly must be pretty too."
Women are naturally very outgoing and give people a very friendly feeling.
The chatterbox suddenly gushed out like a spring.
Your husband is so handsome.
You are also so beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. As soon as I was admitted to the hospital, I heard the nurse say how considerate your husband is.
Oh my god, I envy you. How did you and your husband meet?
Muruwashi was very happy to have someone with whom she could communicate.
The two chatted for nearly half an hour before the woman went back satisfied. Come drink some water to moisten your throat.
Wang Dong handed Muruwashi a cup of warm water, pulled over a chair, and sat beside the crib to play with the little ones.
Thank you, husband.
Muruwashi had just finished drinking the water when she saw several nurses rushing into the next ward.
After a while, the woman in labor who had just visited was pushed away.
Following behind him were a middle-aged woman and a young man wearing glasses. The man was carrying baby supplies.
This situation is probably going to cause a baby.
Muruwashi and Wang Dong looked at each other, thinking that it would take some time for the other party to give birth. After all, Muruwashi tried for several hours but failed to give birth, so she had to undergo an emergency cesarean section.
However, only half an hour had passed.
The woman was pushed back to the ward by the nurse. When she came back, the woman looked pale but in high spirits. She even greeted them when she passed by the ward door. A young man wearing glasses followed behind him, holding a crying child.
Born? Gave birth in half an hour? Muruwashi and Wang Dong couldn't believe their eyes. This is too magical.
Muruwashi was both shocked and envious. The difference in their physiques was too great. I went through so much hardship and almost died after giving birth.
Once you get to their place, it's done easily.
What shocked her even more was yet to come. Not long after the other person came back, he was able to get out of bed and walk without anyone's help. She even came to visit with her child in her arms.
Were you born too fast? Muruwashi couldn't help but sigh and looked at the baby in the woman's arms.
The little guy is healthy and chubby. His skin was red and wrinkled like most newborn babies, a bit like a little monkey. Generally, after a week or two, as the babies grow up, their skin will gradually turn white.
But there are some exceptions.
For example, the 5 babies born to Muruwashi were good looking when they were born, with fair skin, and they opened their eyes within an hour after they were born. The baby born by the woman has not opened its eyes yet, its little hands are clasped, and it is sleeping soundly in its mother's warm arms.
Not fast anymore.
The woman smiled and waved her hands.
My mother gave birth to me in less than 10 minutes. Auntie is so awesome. What's the big deal?
There are people who give birth in the fields and then put the babies aside and continue working.
Muruwashi couldn't help swallowing, not daring to imagine this scene.
At this time, Wu Bao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly hummed. Muruwashi quickly picked her up and coaxed her. He woke up and said, don't cry, your mother is here." Wu Bao smacked his lips twice and suddenly reached out to grab the baby's quilt.
I like my younger brother.
Muruwashi was extremely surprised.
Wu Bao has the weakest constitution and the least sense of security, and is usually very clingy most of the time. She's never been like this. The woman was very happy and brought the baby close to Wu Bao.
Wow, baby, look at your brothers and sisters, they are so pretty.
I want to be as pretty and cute as them in the future, okay? Baby, grow up well. Mommy will take you to play with your brothers and sisters in the future.
The sleeping baby seemed to notice it and kicked the quilt with his calves a few times. Both mothers were very pleased to see the 2 little babies getting along so happily. At this time, the woman's mother-in-law also came to visit. As soon as I entered the room, I saw 4 little babies sleeping soundly in the crib, and Muruwashi's 5th child in her arms.
Quintuplets? Twins are already hard to see. Their family actually gave birth to quintuplets, what a blessing.
Moreover, the couple are both so good looking.
The middle-aged woman immediately looked envious. There is no harm without comparison.
The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter-in-law, who was of average appearance, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes.
Mom, why are you here? The child is still so young, why are you taking him around everywhere? What if he catches a cold? You are already a mother, can't you be more careful? If you can't take care of a child at all, I don't know what you are for.
Feeling the cold words from her mother-in-law, the woman's expression changed and she looked at her husband who was standing behind her mother-in-law.
However, the woman's husband didn't even look at her.
He was just playing with his phone and playing games the whole time.
Jia Xiang. Hearing the woman calling him, the man looked up impatiently. Why are you aggrieved? Isn't my mother good enough to you?
She's always looking for trouble. Seeing that her son ignored his daughter-in-law, the middle-aged woman expressed satisfaction.
Take the child back quickly.
The woman didn't want to, but when she saw the newborn baby in her arms, she finally took a deep breath, smiled again and said to Murowashi, I'll go first and come back sometime. From the conversation between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Murowashi keenly noticed that their relationship was not harmonious.
A woman's husband should be a mama's boy who has no say. In such a family, women who marry into the family can only be bullied.
But this is someone else's family affair after all, and it is not appropriate for her as an outsider to interfere.
Murowashi replied to the woman with a smile, okay, go back and have a good rest. The woman smiled and nodded at Murowashi, then went back with the baby in her arms, without even smiling at her mother-in-law the whole time. Chapter 35. Fortunately, the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law did not occur. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Mo Chuntao brought food to the hospital.
At this moment, Murowashi was feeding the babies.
Wang Dong was not there as he was called to the doctor's office. Mo Chuntao felt sorry for her daughter-in-law. Go up and feed her yourself. Murowashi has been very independent since she was young.
After she was 2 years old, she ate by herself and never let anyone feed her.
She felt very embarrassed about it. Auntie, please leave it here. I'll eat it later. Auntie is free anyway, but you have to feed 5 babies, it must be so hard. I am happy to be able to help you.
Hearing Mo Chuntao's words, Murowashi nodded with emotion.
I ate the food Mo Chuntao fed me mouthful by mouthful, and my heart felt warm. The other side. The doctor asked Wang Dong to come to the office to find out about Murowashi's recovery. Murowashi has recovered very well in all aspects after giving birth and is ready to be discharged from the hospital. It usually takes at least 1 or 2 weeks for a woman to recover to her current state. Therefore, the doctor specifically sought out Wang Dong for his opinion. Wang Dong knew that the reason why Murowashi recovered so quickly was because she drank the replenishing liquid given by the system. But he still insisted on letting Murowashi stay in the hospital for 7 days before being discharged. Some money should be saved, some money cannot be saved. Moruxi's health and safety are more important than anything else. When the doctor heard Wang Dong's concerns, he gave him a thumbs up. It's a caring one. After talking with the doctor, I returned to the ward. Mother is feeding Murowashi. It is a very harmonious scene. Since ancient times, getting along between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a big problem. How many families are in chaos because of conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? On one hand, he has a mother who gave birth to him and raised him, and on the other hand, he has a wife who is to accompany him for the rest of his life. Many men don't know what to do. Fortunately, Wang Dong did not encounter such a thing. My mother and wife get along very well. They understand and care about each other's difficulties. They are all reasonable people. Murowashi is full, and the 5 babies are full too. Everyone ate until their bellies were full. When they regained their strength, they kept kicking the small quilt that wrapped them. Seeing Wang Dong standing at the door and looking at them for a long time without saying a word, Murowashi felt inexplicably nervous. Husband, what did the doctor say? Mo Chuntao gave him a worried look. Doctors don't often talk to family members alone, and when they do, nothing good happens. It's okay, don't worry. The doctor said you are recovering well and asked me if I want to be discharged from the hospital. I'm fine. Mo Chuntao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Murowashi asked, do you want to be discharged from the hospital? Although there is nothing missing in the ward, it is not my home after all, and it will be uncomfortable no matter how I live there. She wanted to be discharged from the hospital a long time ago. But what Wang Dong said next was like a bucket of cold water poured on her. The hope of being discharged from the hospital just grew and then shattered. Seeing Murowashi's disappointed face, Wang Dong explained that although she and the babies had recovered well, they should stay a few more days for safety reasons. If anything happens, it's easier to deal with it in the hospital. Murawashi thought it made sense.
If she wasn't thinking about herself, she should also think about the babies. Seeing that the two had different opinions, they did not quarrel. Instead, they faced it together and resolved their differences perfectly.
Mo Chuntao was relieved.
Only couples who can communicate and think about problems from each other's perspective can go far and grow old together.
Nowadays, young people are all impatient and get married and divorced impulsively. Mo Chuntao was worried before whether the young couple would be like this.
Now it seems that her worries were unnecessary.
The two of them.
They all truly love each other, cherish each other, and want to spend their whole lives with each other.
At the same time, a young woman walked into their ward.
The woman had a camera hanging around her neck and a stack of business cards in her hands.
Hello, I am a staff member of the baby photo studio. I can take a photo of your baby for free. This is my business card.
Wang Dong took the business card handed over by the woman.
Murawashi frowned and said, "Honey, let's take a picture."
This photo studio is very famous and specializes in children's photography. When many of my friends have babies, I will go to their homes to take photos of their baby's 100-day-old day and family portraits. Murawashi had thought before that when she had a baby in the future, she would also bring the baby to their home for photo shoots.
Now this wish has suddenly come true.
Seeing Murawashi's interested expression, Wang Dong nodded and said, "Thank you for your help then." "No trouble, no trouble."
The woman raised her camera and looked at the babies lined up on the beds, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "It's great that your family gave birth to quintuplets. The babies are so beautiful, each one of them is very cute. They will definitely be handsome boys and beautiful girls when they grow up. Mom is so beautiful, and Dad is also amazing. The looks of your family of 7 are all amazing." The woman's series of flattery made Murawashi feel embarrassed.
At the moment when Murawashi smiled the sweetest, the woman pressed the shutter.
The woman opened the camera and showed Murawashi the photos.
In the small camera, Murawashi has a sweet smile and puts her hands on the babies. The 5 little ones raise their hands to interact with their mother, and their mother is in their eyes and hearts.
If you enlarge the photo, you can even see the mother's reflection in the baby's clear pupils. This photo is so beautifully taken. Not only Murawashi was shocked, but the woman was also amazed by this photo. "I have taken so many photos, and this one is the best. It can win a prize in a competition." Chapter 36. The first thing the babies do when they get home.
The woman excitedly raised her camera and said, "Let me take one more picture for you, a family portrait."
Wang Dong stood on the left side of Muruxi, and Mo Chuntao stood on the right side.
The babies remain in the same position. The whole family smiled happily.
3, 2, 1, snap. The moment the shutter is pressed, the family's happiness is forever frozen in the photo.
After taking the photos, Murawashi and the woman added each other on WeChat. The woman said some polite words of congratulations and blessings, and then went to the next ward to recommend a photo studio.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
It was time for the woman to be discharged from the hospital. Her mother-in-law and husband went to handle the discharge procedures together, leaving her alone in the ward to pack things and take care of the children.
The woman was quick and efficient and finished collecting everything in no time. However, her mother-in-law and husband took nearly 3 hours to complete the discharge procedures.
The family was busy from morning until noon before being discharged from the hospital.
Before leaving,
the woman waved the little hand of the child in her arms through the window.
"Say goodbye to my aunt and my brothers and sisters, we are going home.
I hope my aunt and her family can be discharged from the hospital and go home soon." Murawashi waved at the woman with envy and said, "Bye-bye, be careful on the road.
Grow up well, little brother.
In the future, Auntie will bring your brothers and sisters to play with you.
Having said that, we are just a casual acquaintance. This farewell. I'm afraid I'll never see him again in this lifetime."
But Murawashi was not sad, instead she was very happy, because everyone was heading towards a new journey of happiness.
In a blink of an eye, it was the 7th day.
Murawashi was discharged from the hospital as she wished, and the whole family returned to Qingyu Villa carrying large and small bags and holding 5 little ones.
"Kids, we're home." Mo Chuntao pushed the crib into the room.
The little ones looked left and right, and the more they looked, the more unfamiliar it seemed.
The next second he burst into tears. "Ouch. Don't cry, don't cry."
Because the babies all lived in the hospital after they were born, when they arrived in a strange place, they were scared and started crying loudly.
No matter how Mo Chuntao coaxed her, it was useless.
Wang Dong supported Mu Ruoshi and walked behind them.
He could hear the crying of babies from afar. No one knows a child better than his parents. The two immediately realized that the children were in a new environment. I cry because I feel insecure. Don't cry, don't cry. This is our home, the home of the babies and mom and dad. Look, that's your room. When you grow up and can sleep by yourself, you can sleep there. Hear a familiar voice. The little guy raised his hands and feet high and cried for his parents to hold him. There was no other choice. Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi had to pick them up and walk into the children's room while coaxing them. Babies, look, this is the children's room that your parents prepared for you. Do you like it? This side has forest animal style, and that side has princess style. Look, there are toys too. In the arms of mom and dad, the little ones feel very safe. Not so scary anymore. They blinked their big eyes and looked at the children's room. The carefully decorated children's room was full of childishness and looked very beautiful. The little ones seemed very satisfied. They hummed and pushed the quilts with their little legs to express their enjoyment. Except for the children's room. The two of them took the babies to visit every corner of the house, one to introduce them to the babies, and the other to make them familiar with the environment. With the company of their parents, the babies gradually became familiar with their home. The babies are familiar with the home environment and the weather is good. Wang Dong suggested giving the babies a bath after they woke up from their nap. Mu Ruoshi agreed. When they were in the hospital, it was the nurses who washed the babies. Now that they are back home, it is their turn to do it themselves. Just do it. Mu Ruoshi is responsible for coaxing the baby to sleep. Wang Dong is responsible for preparing bath gel, talcum powder, new clothes, and ducklings for the babies. Get everything ready. Wang Dong first scalded the newly bought baby bathtub with hot water and cleaned all the toys before he felt comfortable letting the babies use it. Giving your baby a bath is a big project. Mo Chuntao came over to help out of concern and also taught Wang Dong some details to pay attention to. For example, if the babies are still young, they need to be supported when bathing to prevent them from drowning. The fourth and fifth babies are afraid of water and are the most noisy when taking a bath. You can give them some toys to distract their attention. Dabeo, on the other hand, likes playing with water the most. The water is still hot after taking a bath, so he can soak in it for a while. Erbao and Sanbao are very well behaved when taking a bath, but they are afraid of having their hair washed. They start crying as soon as the water touches their heads, and they cry very loudly every time. Wang Dong remembers every baby's little bathing habits. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the baby to wake up. Half an hour later, Sanbao woke up with smacking lips. Wang Dong held the little guy over and said, "And is awake. Daddy will take you to take a bath." Mo Chuntao helped fill the bathtub with water and measured the water temperature. Wang Dong was still taking off Sanbao's clothes. Even though the baby's clothes are made of pure cotton and won't scratch the skin, the little guy is so soft that he doesn't dare to use force. I can't take off my clothes without any effort. Mo Chuntao did not step forward to help immediately. After all, my son is already a father and must learn to deal with this situation on his own. All the clothes were piled up at his neck, making him feel uncomfortable. Sanbao pursed his lips, as if he was about to cry. And then, Daddy is going to use more force. You are a little man, hold on. Wang Dong took a deep breath, steadying Sanbao while pulling out his clothes with force. He thought Sanbao would cry. But the little guy not only didn't cry, but he kicked his legs happily. It seemed to be celebrating Dad's brave first step. And then, we are going to take a bath. Wang Dong put the naked Sanbao into the water, and the little guy couldn't help crying and making a fuss. The three treasures are not to be feared. On the contrary, Wang Dong was extremely scared. I was afraid that I would accidentally let the baby choke on the water, so I was extremely nervous from beginning to end. Until the moment you wrap your baby in a bath towel. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that giving a baby a bath is not as difficult as imagined. Wang Dong suddenly gained confidence. Wu Bo was awake at that moment, so he picked him up and ran straight to the bathroom. Just beginning. The little girl thought Wang Dong was going to take her out to play, and she was so happy. It was not until all her clothes were taken off that she realized something was wrong and began to cry loudly. Wang Dong was prepared and threw a little duck into the water. Yi looks at the little duck swimming. Wu Bao's attention was immediately drawn.
Seeing that Wu Bao had stopped crying, Wang Dong grabbed her hand and gently touched the little duck in the bathtub. Slowly put the 5 treasures into the water. The waves made the duckling sway back and forth, attracting all of Wu Bao's attention. Wang Dong took the opportunity to let her take a bath. Seeing that her son had taken care of all 5 treasures, Mo Chuntao watched from the side with peace of mind. Wang Dong used the same method for Sibao, who was also afraid of water. After all, the method is not new, as long as it works. The harder the little guy kicks his legs, the bigger the splash, and the more the duckling sways. The more the duckling sways, the happier Sibao is. The little guy was very naughty and soon got his father all wet. Wang Dong was not angry, but very happy instead. A lively baby means he is healthy. An active child. Clever. Yen yen, the naughty one comes, lift your feet, and the more fragrant your feet are. Chapter 37, another magical reward, I can do it alone. So good. After washing, Wang Dong held Sibao in his arms and lay on the bath towel, gently wiping the water droplets off his body. The little guy is very cooperative here. When it came to the stage of putting on clothes, she suddenly started crying and making a fuss. Wang Dong didn't dare to use too much force, and it took him a full 10 minutes to put her clothes on. He was so tired that he was out of breath. Yen Yen, the little troublemaker. Wang Dong scratched Sibao's little nose helplessly and carried him back to the crib. Next, it was the second baby's turn to wash. The little guy is very well behaved and can take off his clothes or take a bath as he pleases. But when he wants to wash his hair, he immediately makes a scene in heaven. I will not stop until I cry on the couch. Wow, Meng Meng, look, you have a bubble crown on your head. Bao didn't care at all. Crying even louder. Wang Dong had to change his approach and use a little duck to attract Bao's attention. Meng Meng, look, the little duck is swimming. Swimming. However, it still didn't work. Not only was the little girl crying, her little legs were bulging like Hot Wheels, and she wanted Wang Dong to take her out of the bathroom. Don't be fooled by this little guy's small size, he is very strong. With that kick, Wang Dong almost couldn't catch her. No way. Wang Dong had no choice but to wrap Bao in a bath towel and coax him. I also played a nursery rhyme for her. As soon as he heard the song, Bao immediately calmed down and kept reaching for the phone. Very interested in children's songs. Wang Dong put the second baby back into the bathtub and quickly washed her hair. Although the little one was still afraid of water, she was attracted by the nursery rhymes. The mood changes are not so strong anymore. The last one is Bao. Big brother. Not afraid of water or washing hair, it is the easiest and most relaxing way to take a bath. Lily is worthy of being the big brother. He is so well behaved. Wang Dong quickly finished washing Bao and let the little guy take a comfortable bath while the water was still hot. In the warm water, Bao seemed to be back in his mother's belly, smacking his little mouth and playing with the air with his hands. Wang Dong knew that this action was a habit the baby had developed when playing with the umbilical cord in the mother's belly. He didn't stop. Just hold Bao firmly and don't let him choke on the water. Before taking a bath, Wang Dong set an alarm for 5 minutes. After all, the baby was only 1 week old. You may catch a cold if you soak for too long. Wait until the alarm goes off. He immediately picked up Bao. Bao also opened his mouth and burst into tears at the right time. He kicked his legs with greater strength than the other 4 little ones, and his cries were louder. Wang Dong held Bao in a bath towel and walked while coaxing him, saying, Lily, good boy, you can't soak in the bath for so long, or you will catch a cold. You still want to take a bath? Next time I take a bath, Daddy will take you to take a bath, okay? Good little man, don't cry. After coaxing him for a while, Bao finally stopped crying and Wang Dong put his clothes on him. Carry him back to the room and feed Muruwashi. Hubby, you've worked hard. Go and take a rest. The room was not far from the bathroom, and Muruwashi saw how much trouble those little guys were making. If it were someone else, he would have probably lost his temper a long time ago. But Wang Dong was not angry, nor did he treat bathing the babies as a task and just washed them perfunctorily. Instead, she is really giving her baby a bath seriously and enjoying it. Wife, you have worked hard too. Wang Dong lowered his head and kissed Muruwashi on the face. The two looked into each other's eyes and smiled happily. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of bathing the baby and obtaining a can of specially formulated nutritious milk powder. Note, specially formulated nutritious milk powder, the nutritional value is equivalent to breast milk. Babies will enjoy drinking it and dads will feel at ease. Although it was just a can of milk powder, Wang Dong was happier than receiving $1 million.
The milk powder rewarded by the system is different from the ordinary ones.
Not only does it have high nutritional value, it can also nourish the baby's stomach and intestines, laying a good foundation for the baby's little belly. With it, you can take it out and give it to your babies to drink when you encounter an emergency.
In the blink of an eye, it was night.
The couple worked together, one was responsible for feeding and the other was responsible for putting the baby to sleep. The babies had consumed a lot of energy in taking a bath in the afternoon, and now they were full and sleepy. He fell asleep on his own without Wang Dong having to coax him. After coaxing the baby, Wang Dong turned around and found that the child's mother had fallen asleep at some point. Since the babies were born, Muruwashi has not had a full night's sleep and has to get up every few hours to feed them. Wang Dong felt sorry for her and was afraid that her body wouldn't be able to cope with it, so he mentioned to her that she should feed her baby with formula.
But Moruxi disagreed and insisted on breastfeeding the baby. Firstly, babies who are breastfed have stronger resistance, and secondly, milk powder is a huge expense. Muruwashi didn't want Wang Dong to have too much pressure. Even if Muruwashi didn't say these, Wang Dong knew them all. Wife, have a good sleep tonight.
Wang Dong kissed Muruwashi on the cheek and then covered her with the quilt.
Leave the room.
At this moment, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing her son coming out, Mo Chuntao asked, "Xiaodong, do you really not need us to help you take care of the babies?" Wang Dong has confidence in himself. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I can take care of the babies by myself. And you don't have to worry about Ruwashi. Think about how the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along when living under the same roof." Mo Chuntao was afraid that her son might have some concerns, so she hesitated for a while and said, "How about, your father and I hire a confinement nanny for you in Ruwashi? In this city, hiring a good confinement nanny costs about 12,000 yuan per month." She and Wang Dekang still had some savings and could pay for their son's treatment for a few months.
With a confinement nanny helping to take care of the baby, adults will have it much easier.
Wang Dong still shook his head and said that there was no need to hire a confinement nanny, he really could do it. If he is too busy, he will take the initiative to tell them, even if they are not available at that time. Wang Dong also wants them to come and help. Seeing their son's confident look, and remembering that the child had been attentive and caring since childhood, the old couple finally agreed. "Then we can go back without any worries." Knowing that his parents couldn't stay idle in the city, Wang Dong didn't persuade them to stay, but told the old couple to take care of their health when they returned. When the baby is older, he and Ruwashi will go back to the village to see them. Mo Chuntao smiled and nodded, "Don't worry about us, we can take care of ourselves, as long as you, Ruwashi and the babies are fine." After saying that, he stuffed a bank card into Wang Dong's hand. "The babies have just been born and there will be many places to spend money in the future, so you should keep this money for emergencies."
"Mom and Dad, no, I have enough money."
Wang Dong didn't take it. "I made a lot of money from running the restaurant during this period, and with the money I saved before, it was not a problem to support Moruxi and the children." Seeing that their son was determined not to accept it, the old couple had no choice but to keep the card. If you are short of money, remember to tell your parents that they have money. Don't force yourself to do it. You are married and have children now, but things are different from before.
Wang Dong nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Mom and Dad, it's getting late.
You should go to bed early."
Chapter 38 Social Death, Embarrassment of the Child's Mother.
On the other side, Muruwashi slept until dawn. Afraid that the children would be hungry, she looked towards the crib quickly and found that the babies were still sleeping soundly. There were milk powder and used bottles on the table, and she suddenly understood why she was able to sleep through the night. There was no sign of Wang Dong in the room. Muruwashi finished washing up and walked out of the room, and saw Wang Dong busy in the kitchen. Quietly approaching the kitchen, I saw Wang Dong with one hand in his pocket and stirring the porridge in the pot with a spoon in the other.
That handsome face.
His casual movements always exude charming masculine charm,
even though they are married and have children.
But seeing this scene, Muruwashi couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast. She hugged Wang Dong from behind and leaned forward. "Honey, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Wang Dong had already noticed Muruwashi, but he pretended not to see her because he was curious about what she would do. Wang Dong was very happy to see her coming over to hug him. There was indescribable doting in his tone. The century egg and lean meat porridge will take a while.
You go back and take a nap.
Muruwashi shook her head.
I had enough sleep last night and I feel energetic now.
I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time, I really want to eat it. Wang Dong looked up and realized that he hadn't cooked for a while. Ever since the babies were born, he has been busy taking care of the babies in Maruxi.
3 meals a day are basically prepared by his mother and sent to the hospital. What do you want to eat?
I'll send my parents to the station later, and then go to the vegetable market to buy it for you when I come back.
Muruwashi frowned. Are uncle and aunt going back? Well, when the baby is older, we will go back to the village to visit them.
When she heard that they were going back to the village, Muruwashi was as happy as a child. She has always lived in the city, but she has always longed for the quiet and comfortable life in the village. But I was too busy with work and never had the chance to go out and travel.
Now that there is an opportunity, you certainly can't miss it. Muruwashi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is there a stream in the village?
Yes, it's just behind my house. When I was a kid, I often went there with my friends to catch crabs and fish. Muruwashi had never experienced what Wang Dong described.
She was very envious and wanted to pack up and go to the countryside right away. Her childhood was spent either in interest classes or cram schools. As boring as it can be. Afterwards, the family had a simple breakfast. Soon it was time to say goodbye again. Oh, Grandma's little darlings, so cute. Hey, old man, the babies are smiling at me. They must miss their grandparents, right? Hey, come here, give Grandma a kiss.
I really don't want to let your grandpa hug me. The old couple couldn't bear to leave their darling grandchildren, so they hugged all 5 little ones one by one before reluctantly getting into the car and leaving. Before going back, the two used their mobile phones to record a lot of videos of the babies, and they would take them out and watch them when they missed them at home.
Coming back from the station,
Wang Dong went to the vegetable market, bought the vegetables that Muruwashi wanted to eat, and made her a rich lunch. When we got home, the babies were still deep in their dreams. Muruwashi was lying on the sofa next to the crib reading a book. Seeing Wang Dong coming back, his tone was full of joy.
Husband, you're back.
Well, I passed by a cake shop when I was buying groceries, and I bought you a small cake.
You can have a few bites to fill your stomach while I go to cook.
Wang Dong opened the cake, inserted a fork into it, and then handed it to Muruwashi.
Thank you, husband. Just a small gesture. Muruwashi felt very happy. After all, love begins with countless small things and heartbeats. But love is never one-sided.
Muruwashi's love for Wang Dong is also hidden in every insignificant detail. Husband, you should have a taste too. She raised the spoon and gave the first bite of cake to Wang Dong. Wang Dong opened his mouth to eat the cake, with the corners of his mouth never falling. He said vaguely, "Thank you, my wife. The cake tastes sweet in your mouth and in your hearts."
After eating a few bites, Wang Dong went to the kitchen to cook, while Muruwashi stayed in the living room, watching the babies while eating small cakes.
Although she recovered well, the wound still hurts when she goes to the toilet. In the past, in the hospital, Mo Chuntao helped her sit down and stand up slowly.
Now the other party has gone back.
She was too embarrassed to ask Wang Dong for help, so she had to rely on herself. Muruwashi stood up by supporting herself on the sofa, holding the wound on her stomach. After a long pause, she slowly walked towards the toilet. The other side. Although Wang Dong was busy in the kitchen, he was always paying attention to Muruwashi's every move. I saw her go to the bathroom and didn't come back for a long time. Wang Dong was worried, so he turned off the engine and went straight to the toilet. Muruwashi was afraid that she would fall in the toilet and no one would notice, so she only half closed the toilet door. Wang Dong pushed gently and saw her sitting on the toilet. He supported himself against the wall with one hand and covered the wound on his stomach with the other, his brows furrowed and his face full of pain. Wang Dong didn't say anything, just walked in and carefully helped Muruwashi up. When she was discharged from the hospital, the doctor specifically reminded her that although Muruwashi's incision had healed well, there was still a small amount of lochia remaining in her body. And now it's summer, so we have to change the bread frequently. Otherwise it is easy to get infected. Once infected, the consequences will be disastrous.
Wang Dong was stunned for a moment and asked awkwardly, "Well, do you want to change it?"
Muruwashi naturally knew what Wang Dong meant. But even if the two are husband and wife, they are the closest people to each other in the world. She was also embarrassed to ask Wang Dong to help her change such a private thing.
Moreover, there are. No, I can do it myself, you go and cook.
Muruwashi refused with a red face.
However, Wang Dong, who always obeyed her, did not listen to her at this time. We are husband and wife, inseparable. You teach me how to change me.
At this point, Muruwashi had no choice but to teach Wang Dong with a blushing face.
Wang Dong followed Muruwashi's instructions, slowly pulled the bread out of his panties, rolled it up and put it in the trash can.
Then take out the new bread, tear open the packaging, and stick it back carefully.
During the whole process, Muruwashi didn't dare to look at Wang Dong.
She was so embarrassed that she used her toes to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with a back garden.
Wang Dong was sweating profusely.
It's not about being tired, but about being nervous. After cleaning up, Wang Dong helped Muruwashi back to the sofa. Worried, he took out alcohol and cotton swabs to disinfect the wound. Although this was not the first time he saw the knife wound on Muruwashi's stomach, it was still very shocking.
Being a mother is not easy.
Muruwashi smiled and comforted me, saying that the doctor who delivered me was very experienced. The cut he made was very straight and the stitches he did were very good. My friend also had a cesarean section before, and the wound she had was stitched like a caterpillar, which was really scary. Seeing that Wang Dong didn't say anything, Muruwashi lowered her head to look at the scar.
Many men dislike that their wives' figures are not as good as before after giving birth. Dislike the scar on your belly.
Looking closely, the wounds are indeed very hideous, so it is understandable that they are afraid.
Chapter 39 Potential to be a foodie? Such a young baby also wants to eat meat? Muruwashi's tone was filled with sadness. Do you think this wound is ugly? Not ugly.
Wang shook his head and said, it is a symbol of being a mother and the highest honor.
Wife, thank you for giving birth to 5 such lovely babies for me.
Muruwashi had imagined many possibilities, but she never expected that Wang Dong would say this was an honor.
Right.
This is not a scar, but her supreme honor. Her tears fell, not because she was sad, but because she was touched and happy.
She didn't choose the wrong person. Wang Dong, it's worth it.
After Wang Dong finished disinfecting, he looked up and saw Muruwashi crying. He thought that she was crying because he used too much force.
Honey, I'm sorry, I hurt you.
Ouch, if it hurts, tell me.
Wang Dong's awkward look of being at a loss made Muruwashi laugh. You didn't hurt me, I just feel so happy and lucky to meet you.
Wang Dong felt relieved only when he found out that it didn't hurt. Wife, meeting you is my great fortune, and I am willing to do so even if I have to use up all my luck. The two of them snuggled together for a while.
Wang Dong went back to the kitchen to cook.
Just now, the dishes have been prepared, and we just need to start cooking now. 2 pots are turned on at the same time, one for stewing soup and the other for stir-frying vegetables.
3 dishes and 1 soup are ready in less than half an hour.
Afraid that the smell of cooking oil would choke the babies in Muruwashi, Wang Dong closed all the doors when he entered the kitchen.
The only sounds in the kitchen were the bubbling of the soup and the rising steam. Faintly, he seemed to hear a baby crying, but not sure, Wang Dong turned down the heat for the soup and went out of the kitchen to check. Not an illusion.
The babies were indeed crying. Muruwashi was busy feeding the baby while coaxing other babies, and was sweating profusely from exhaustion.
Don't cry, Daddy is here. Wang Dong wiped his hands and came over to help coax the baby. The little ones are hungry. Even if 2 babies drink at the same time, it will take half an hour. The little ones at the end of the line are starving. Wife, there is some milk powder left. Shall we make some for the baby first? Okay, I'll take care of the babies, you go make the milk. How can a mother not feel sad when her child cries so hard?
Muruwashi held Diaper, who was drinking milk, in one hand while coaxing the babies in the crib with the other hand. Wang Dong hurried to prepare the milk powder.
When we came back, Diaper was just full.
He smacked his little lips and kicked his legs to show that he was very happy. In stark contrast to Diaper, his younger brothers and sisters were crying with hunger.
Wife, you feed the 5th, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th baby, and I will feed them.
When Wang Dong fed the babies milk powder in the middle of the night yesterday, the other 4 babies did not resist and drank it happily. Only Wu Bao doesn't like to drink, and Wang Dong has to coax him for a long time before he is willing to drink. The little guy doesn't drink much breast milk and doesn't like formula even more. Wang Dong is very worried about him. How can you gain weight and grow taller if you are such a picky eater? Wang Dong fed the 2nd and 3rd babies with a bottle in each hand, while Muruwashi sat on the sofa, holding the fifth baby's baby in one hand and helping to feed the fourth baby with the other hand. With the combination of breast milk and formula, I was able to feed all 5 little ones.
I am full and happy.
Muruwashi sat beside the crib, burping the 5 little ones and playing with them.
With their mother's company, the little ones are so happy that they hum and speak baby talk. Wang Dong went to the kitchen and brought the food to the living room. This way you can accompany your babies and eat at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sibo was lying on the far left side of the crib, very close to the coffee table. He was so excited that his little hands kept reaching towards the coffee table and his calves were kicking vigorously. Yan Yan also wants to eat?
Wang Dong took a small piece of meat and moved closer to Sibao, intending to tease him.
Unexpectedly, the little guy actually opened his mouth to eat. You are still young, you can't eat meat yet. Wang Dong gently touched Sibao's little head and fed the meat to Muruwashi. The meat that was about to reach my mouth flew away. Sibao pursed his lips and immediately burst into tears. Muruwashi patted Wang Dong helplessly, picked up Sibao and coaxed him. Yan Yan, don't cry. Daddy is bad. We don't want to play with Daddy. After some coaxing, Sibao fell asleep. Muruwashi put him back into the crib. The other little ones had already fallen asleep by Wang Dong while Muruwashi was coaxing them. The living room returned to calm, and the 2 of them enjoyed some temporary time alone. After dinner, Wang Dong cleared the dishes and went to wash them. Muruwashi took a wet tissue to wipe the coffee table. She wanted to do something within her ability. Let Wang Dong not work so hard. Wang Dong understood her intention but did not stop her. At this time, he received a call from his mother Mo Chuntao. Xiaodong, have you eaten? Just finished eating, Mom. Are you and Dad home yet? We're here, your dad is cooking. Are Ruwashi and the babies okay? Everything is fine.
The babies are sleeping after drinking their milk and Ruwashi is taking care of them.
Then your dad and I will.
Before Mo Chuntao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Aunt Chen who came to visit from next door.
Xiaodong, I heard from your mother that you gave birth to quintuplets. Oh, that is great. Your Wang family has an heir. When Aunt Chen is free that day, she will go to the city with your mother to see you.
Introduce that girl you know to Xia Xia, he is still single.
Xia Xia is Aunt Chen's son and Wang Dong's childhood friend.
He went to study outside the province for college and stayed there after graduation.
Aunt Chen was very kind to Wang Dong.
When his parents were busy when he was a child, he would go to Aunt Chen's house for dinner.
The 2 chatted for 5 minutes before they finished. Mo Chuntao smiled with helplessness.
I had been planning to wait until you and Ruwashi had the wedding before telling the relatives, but as soon as your father came back, he told everyone that we had grandchildren and was so happy.
Yes, all 5 are my grandchildren.
Wang Dechan's laughter could still be faintly heard on the phone. Wang Dong smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as Dad is happy, let him be."
Mo Chuntao nodded and said, "Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. Mom won't disturb you anymore."
The next second, she thought of something and said, "Mom went to the mall and bought some diapers and toys for the babies. I washed the toys and put them in the cabinet in the children's room.
When the diapers are used up, you can go to the cabinet and get them. Don't let them expire.
It's hot now, so we can't save on diapers, otherwise the babies will be uncomfortable. Also remember to bathe your babies more often, otherwise they will feel sticky and uncomfortable and will make a fuss."
Wang Dong nodded and said, "Okay, Mom, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Mo Chuntao sighed. That's what being a parent is all about.
Even if the child has done well, she will still worry subconsciously. Seeing this, Aunt Chen smiled and comforted her, saying that Xiaodong was a calm person and would definitely be able to take good care of the child and the mother, so she shouldn't worry too much.
And now that technology is advanced, raising children is much more convenient than before. Chapter 40, Sequelae, 1 Pregnancy will make you stupid for 3 years.
I saw on TikTok before that children don't need to be coaxed to sleep anymore. Just use the magical tool to coax children to sleep, an electric fish doll to pat the child's butt, and the child will sleep soundly.
After hearing what Aunt Chen said, Mo Chuantao's frown finally relaxed. The 2 chatted for a while and then Aunt Chen went home.
When Aunt Chen got home, she became more and more envious of the 5 little ones' chubby faces.
When will she be able to hold her big fat grandson in her arms?
As luck would have it, at this moment, my son Xia Xia called back to ask about my safety.
Aunt Chen immediately found an outlet for her anger.
You should give birth to one soon, I want to have a big fat grandson.
Mom, I don't even have a girlfriend, who can I have a baby with? Xia Xia was confused by Aunt Chen. If you don't have one, then find one.
Look at Xiaodong, he has a child, but you don't even have a girlfriend.
Do you want to piss off your mother to death? Mom, stop joking. How could Wang Dong have a child? How is that impossible?
Your Uncle Wang and Aunt Mo just came back from taking care of the kids in the city.
They took a lot of photos and videos. The little ones are so cute.
Xia Xia was shocked when she heard what her mother said. He knew that Wang Dong had a girlfriend, but he didn't expect that they would have a child so soon.
What's going on?
Aunt Chen interrupted her son and said, "Don't worry about other people's situation, just find a girlfriend as soon as possible."
Mom! If I can't find you, don't come back for the new year. Aunt Chen issued a final notice.
Xia Xia had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree, okay, I'll find it.
I'll find it, isn't that okay? Only then was Aunt Chen satisfied.
Look carefully, Mama's waiting for your good news. Seeing that her mother's tone had softened a lot, Xia Xia asked, "Mom, why did Wang Dong suddenly have a child?" The two are neighbors, grew up together and have a good relationship.
Later, we went to school and worked in different places.
Although we don't contact each other normally, the relationship is still there. I don't know the details, you can call and ask yourself, and by the way, ask Xiaodong if there is any suitable one and I can introduce one to you.
Okay, then I'll send a WeChat message and ask.
After finishing the call with her mother, Xia Xia immediately sent a message to Wang Dong.
Here, Wang Dong came out after washing the dishes.
The babies were lying in their cribs, smacking their lips from time to time, sleeping soundly.
Muruwashi also fell asleep leaning against the sofa. He pulled a thin blanket over Muruwashi.
It was summer and the weather was very hot, but the air conditioner was on at home and it would be easy to catch a cold without a blanket.
Muruwashi is currently breastfeeding.
If she catches a cold, not only will she feel uncomfortable, but it will also affect her baby's milk intake. Then Wang Dong pulled down the curtains again and planned to sleep for a while. Suddenly I saw the message from Xia Xia.
My mom said you have a child? What's going on?
Wang Dong didn't plan to tell him in detail about himself and Muruwashi, because this guy has a lot of mouths and once he knows something, he would like to tell the world.
The two chatted for a while.
Xia Xia saw that Wang Dong didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask about the child anymore.
The next second, a red envelope of 500 yuan was sent. Brother, happy wedding.
I don't have much money, so use it to buy some food for the baby. Xia Xia is a few years older than Wang Dong and has been working for 2 or 3 years.
But he didn't actually have much money. The company does not provide food or accommodation.
After paying 5 insurances in one fund every month, and deducting rent, water, electricity, and daily expenses, there is not much money left.
Wang Dong knew that the 500 yuan was his greatest sincerity.
As long as brothers have this kind of heart, the amount of money doesn't matter. That's how life goes. The 5 little ones are changing day by day and growing cuter and cuter under the careful care of Wang Dong and Maruxi. There is no one who doesn't like babies when taking them out for a walk. Because of what happened in the bathroom last time, Wang Dong mixed the replenishing liquid newly rewarded by the system into milk and gave it to Muruwashi to drink. With the tonic liquid to repair her body, and with Wang Dong making different kinds of confinement meals every day, Muruwashi's body recovered faster and faster. It is said that pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years.
Muruwashi felt that this sentence made a lot of sense.
Since giving birth to the babies, she found that her memory seemed not as good as before. I often take the babies' bottles and search the house for them. In a blink of an eye, it was the 42nd day since the babies returned home, and Muruwashi finally left the confinement period.
She couldn't wait to go out and get some fresh air.
Although Muruwashi had lived in this neighborhood for a long time, she had never actually gone out for a walk. Afraid that she would get lost, Wang Dong told her to bring her cell phone with her.
How could I be so confused?
Muruwashi felt that she would definitely not get lost. After all, she had a good sense of direction since she was a child. Knowing that her husband was doing this for her own good, Muruwashi took the phone, kissed each of the babies on the face, and went out. After his wife went out, Wang Dong played with the babies in the living room. Although the little ones are full of energy, they are only 1 month old after all, and their body functions are still unstable.
They feel sleepy in the blink of an eye.
Sleep to grow taller. Wang Dong patted the children's backs and coaxed the 5 little ones to sleep. After coaxing them to sleep, Wang Dong began to prepare dinner. He planned to make chicken soup tonight. He bought the chicken at the market this morning, and the stall owner killed and prepared it for him. But there are still some tiny chicken feathers left, which you need to deal with yourself. Wang Dong skillfully washed and chopped a whole chicken. The fresh free-range chicken did not need to be blanched, so it could be stewed directly in the casserole. He also added ginger, white wine, red dates, and some dried mushrooms to make a pot of delicious, nutritious chicken soup that would leave you with an unforgettable aftertaste. In addition to soup, Wang Dong also plans to make braised eggplant and steamed egg with minced meat.
I have made braised eggplants several times before.
It has a soft and glutinous texture, and Muruwashi likes to eat it with rice.
The other side.
Muruwashi followed the navigation instructions and went to a supermarket near her home.
She didn't want to buy anything, she just wanted to go shopping.
I didn't want to buy it at first, but once I got in I couldn't resist. I gave the babies some small toys, rattles, which made jingling sounds when they were shaken.
Children love these things the most.
In addition to toys, Muruwashi also picked out some of her favorite snacks and yogurt for digestion after meals.
Take big and small bags home.
She walked back confidently without even turning on the navigation, and it took her half an hour to get home, a journey that should have taken more than 10 minutes. Muruwashi suddenly realized that she was lost. Looking around, the buildings are all the same, and the greenery in the community is also the same.
It is impossible to tell which building is her home. Muruwashi walked forward, thinking about which building she lived in.
However, her mind went blank, all kinds of numbers popped up in her mind, and for a moment she was not sure which building she lived in.
Building 15? I think it's building 12? Oh no, that's not right, it's building 13.
After racking her brains for 5 minutes, Muruwashi finally remembered which building she lived in.
Building 11.
But when she looked around, there were building 13, building 12, building 10, but not building 11. In desperation, she had to turn back to navigation.
Chapter 41. People outside are saying that Wang Dong is being kept by someone.
Following the guidance of the navigation system, Muruwashi walked for nearly 10 minutes.
Not only did I not find it, but I was prompted to go further and further away. The navigation system kept replanning her route. Muruwashi finally couldn't help it and turned off the navigation. Looking around, it's time to get off work. You can always run into people in the neighborhood. Instead of relying on crappy maps, it's better to ask people.
Suddenly, a strange voice called Muruwashi. She turned around and saw a little girl wearing a light blue dress, with long hair and a cup of milk tea in her hand. She looked very youthful. But the face was unfamiliar. Muruwashi was sure that she had never seen this little girl. Although she didn't know him, Muruwashi still greeted him politely.
Hello, you are.
Hello, senior sister. I am a direct junior sister who is 3 years younger than you.
You are my idol and role model.
I am so excited that I didn't expect to meet you.
Senior sister, do you live here too?
Muruwashi hummed lightly. To outsiders, Muruwashi is always very cool and looks sacred and inviolable.
Therefore, she was known as the Ice Beauty in school.
But in fact, Muruwashi is just slow to warm up.
But even if she was misunderstood, Muruwashi didn't think of explaining.
She always felt that only those who could accept all her good and bad sides could be considered friends.
The rest are just strangers you've met once.
Knowing that Maruxi also lived in this community, the girls were so excited that they danced with joy.
What a coincidence, senior, I also live in this community. Senior, can you tell me which building you live in? Building 11.
Oh, my memory and sense of direction haven't been very good recently.
Do you know where building 11 is?
When the girl heard Muruwashi say building 11, her eyes widened as big as bells.
Building 11. The senior student lives in building 11. That's a high-end residential area in the community.
Not only is it expensive, but only well-known figures can buy it. Qingyu Villa is divided into high-end residential area and mid-range residential area, but there are 3 high-end residential buildings in total. They are Building 1, Building 11, and Building 21 respectively. The rest are in mid-range residential areas. Although they are not far apart, the plants planted in the community screening are completely different.
Senior, I know, I'll take you there. Can help idols.
The girl was so happy that she could hardly hold her milk tea. The two walked for 5 minutes, and Muruwashi kept paying attention to the surrounding scenery along the way. She gradually realized that the greenery here was indeed different from what she saw around Building 12.
Soon we arrived at Building 11.
Muruwashi gave the girls 2 bags of snacks to express her gratitude.
Thank you, senior.
The girl took the potato chips with a red face, her steps hesitant, as if she had something to say but was hesitant and didn't dare to say it.
Muruwashi asked patiently, what happened? That look was completely different from her previous cold and aloof look. Muruwashi now looked more humane. Senior sister, you suddenly become gentle. I'm not used to it. Can we take a photo together?
The girl answered haltingly, her eyes full of anticipation.
Can. Muruwashi answered readily.
When the girl heard that Muruwashi agreed to take a photo, she jumped for joy. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and took a selfie with Muruwashi.
On the other side,
Wang Dong was cooking when he suddenly received a reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of being alone with the baby. The reward is a quintuplets stroller. This reward will be delivered to your door by express delivery.
Please sign for it.
Wang Dong was extremely excited when he heard about the system's reward. He had looked it up online and found that the baby strollers currently on the market can only accommodate 3 babies at most. If he wants to take 5 babies out in the future, he will have to push 2 strollers, which is very troublesome.
It's okay now. With the quintuplet stroller provided by the system, it will be convenient for him to take the babies wherever he wants in the future. When Muruwashi returned home, Wang Dong had already prepared dinner. Now he is entertaining the little ones in the living room. The little ones have just woken up, their little faces are rosy, soft and chubby, making you want to pinch them. Seeing Muruwashi return home safely, Wang Dong smiled and joked, "That's good, I didn't get lost." Muruwashi didn't want to tell Wang Dong about the embarrassing incident of getting lost, so she changed the subject and said that she had just met a schoolgirl downstairs. Really? I've met a few guys from the same school before, and they asked about our relationship right away. The two have been together for so long. He usually keeps a low profile, but some rumors still spread around the school. It is said that Muruwashi fell in love with Wang Dong's face and supported Wang Dong. Therefore, every time Wang Dong meets boys from the same school, he will be asked how he got together with such a rich woman. Can you teach them a trick? They don't want to work hard anymore. Muruwashi had heard something about this rumor. She had thought about going back to school to clarify that she and Wang Dong were in a normal relationship. Misunderstand her, okay? You can't misunderstand Wang Dong. But Wang Dong didn't let her do that. He said that the innocent will be innocent, and those who spread rumors only want to see what they want to see and don't care about the truth. They just live their lives well and don't care what others say. Wang Dong placed the crib next to the dining table. The 5 little ones smelled the fragrance of the food on the table and couldn't help but kiss their lips. But I'm still young and can't eat it. Muruwashi came over after washing her hands and said, "Wow, honey, the food you cook smells so good. If it smells good, eat more." Wang Dong served Maruxi a bowl of rice and soup. Looking at the tempting food, Muruwashi couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She was very hesitant and conflicted. "Husband, I can just eat half a bowl." "What's wrong?" Muruwashi muttered softly, "I passed by the pharmacy today and weighed myself, and I found out I've gained 5 pounds. If you want to lose weight, you can't eat so much anymore." Muruwashi even planned to sign up for a yoga class once her body recovered. It can not only restore your previous slim figure, but also promote blood circulation and metabolism, and delay aging. After all, after a woman turns 25, her body functions begin to decline. Not working hard now. By then, you can gain weight just by drinking water. Wang Dong looked Muruwashi up and down. He didn't think she was fat. Instead, he thought she was thinner. This is not meant to coax Muruwashi. Wang Dong really thought she had lost weight. It turns out that Muruwashi had some baby fat on her face, but now her chin is much sharper. Being pregnant with quintuplets is hard. Wang Dong felt extremely distressed, so he thought of making more delicious food to bring her back to her previous state. Besides, being too thin is unhealthy. Muruwashi touched her face. It should be that she was not obviously fat, which meant that there was still hope. If she ate less carbohydrates, her weight would definitely go down. "Wife, you are not fat. You will always be a beautiful little fairy in my heart. It's normal even if you gain weight. After all, you have to feed your babies, and eating more can ensure that your babies get enough nutrition. Besides, I really don't think you're fat." Muruwashi was very happy after hearing what Wang Dong said. "Then I'll eat a little, and then lose weight after I stop breastfeeding for a while."
She couldn't wait to pick up a piece of chicken leg. The stewed chicken was tender and soft, and especially delicious. The dishes cooked today all suit her taste. Muruwashi ate 2 bowls of rice without realizing it. After dinner, Muruwashi lay on the sofa, touching her round belly and resting. She ate too much in one go. This will be so filling. After Wang Dong cleaned up the table, he brought her a bottle of yogurt. Drink a bottle of yogurt and digest it. Thank you, husband. Muruwashi happily took the yogurt. The two sat on the sofa, leaning on each other. Life goes on like this, plain and happy. Chapter 42. Take full month photos for the babies. Soon it was the day for Muruwashi's postpartum checkup. Early that morning, Wang Dong drove Maruxi and the babies to the hospital. It was their first time going out. The 5 little ones were curious about everything. Their chubby little hands pointed in the direction of the window and babbled in baby language that adults could not understand. The hospital is not far from home, about 20 minutes away. He had already registered in advance on the hospital's mini app, and the 2 of them underwent examination immediately upon arriving at the hospital. There are 6 main items in the maternal checkup: wound examination, pelvic floor muscle examination, the ultrasound examination, gynecological examination, breast examination, as well as routine blood and urine examination, etc. The inspection locations for each project are different, so you need to go to each one. Wang Dong pushed the 5 little ones to accompany Muruwashi throughout the examination. Both of them are very good looking and so loving, and they have 5 such cute little babies. The pictures in the same frame, every scene is extremely happy. It's like filming an idol drama. It attracted a lot of people's attention at once. Oh my god. They are such a perfect match. I'm so envious of their baby, who has inherited mom and dad's perfect, stunning looks. Wow, do they want a second child? Is it too late for me to reincarnate now? Oh my god, I seem to have seen the happy life of the male and female protagonists in idol dramas after marriage. The 5 little ones seemed to understand everyone praising their parents and had innocent smiles on their faces. That cute and well-behaved appearance immediately made the passers-by dizzy. So cute, oh my god, I'm dizzy with the cuteness of these 5. Me too. Me too. Look, the baby looks so cute when he smiles. The happiest thing when being a parent is when your children are praised. Waiting for the inspection results. They took the baby for a checkup. The baby's examination is not so complicated. It mainly measures whether the height, weight, head circumference, and abdominal circumference are up to standard. The doctor examined the 5 little ones, lifting their hands and feet, and even directly grabbed the baby's hands and lifted them up and shook them. The 2 of them were terrified. But the babies are not afraid at all, they actually enjoy it. After a detailed examination by the doctor, the babies met the standards in all aspects. Tabeo was even overweight. But it's normal for children of this age to be a little overweight. After the baby's examination, Muruwashi's examination results came out. The 2 took the report and went to the 4th floor to see a doctor. When I reached the door of the department, a woman came out from inside, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be the pregnant woman who had just given birth and lived next door. Both of them were very excited. We chatted for a while at the door before saying goodbye to each other. Afterwards, Muruwashi took the report to the doctor, who looked at it and said that the wound had healed well and there were no major problems. But you still can't be careless and don't do things that you shouldn't do. We are all adults, and those who understand will understand. Muruwashi nodded with a red face. Although Wang Dong didn't blush, he just hummed awkwardly. The examinations for both adults and children went smoothly, and Wang Dong finally put his mind at ease. After leaving the hospital, Wang Dong found a restaurant with good ratings nearby. Then, take Muruwashi to eat. While waiting for the food, Muruwashi suddenly received a message from Baby Photo Studio. There are 2 photos, one is a family photo, and the other is a photo of Muruwashi and the babies. Muruwashi had seen the original photo in her camera at the time, but Wang Dong had not. Seeing this, he was completely stunned. In the 2 photos, Muruwashi has delicate features and clear outlines, just like a beauty in an ancient painting, so dazzling that one can't take their eyes away. Especially the photo of her and the babies taken alone. The blue hospital gown on her actually looks like a haute couture dress. Plus, her eyes were filled with maternal love. This photo is directly a masterpiece. Wife, you are so beautiful. Muruwashi felt embarrassed by his praise and set the photo as her screensaver with a happy look on her face. At this moment, the waiter came up with the dishes and saw Muruwashi's phone screensaver turned on.
She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! So beautiful, this photo is awesome. Did you take this photo yourself?"
Muruwashi smiled and shook her head. "No, it was taken by the staff of Baby Photo Studio in the hospital."
"Thank you.
I will take my baby there to take photos later. The dishes have been served, please enjoy your meal."
The waiter left happily.
After being reminded by the waiter, Muruwashi suddenly had the idea of taking full-month photos of the babies.
Husband, their photo studio is really good at taking photos. I've seen many parents online choose them to take 1-month photos of their children. Why don't we take our babies there to take 1-month photos too? Wang Dong smiled and nodded, "Okay." Both of them are people with strong execution capabilities.
I immediately contacted the staff who sent the photos and made an appointment for the afternoon.
Baobao Photo Studio has been open for many years and its reputation has always been ranked first, so it has opened many branches throughout the city. There is one near the hospital. The two of them went over after finishing their meal. There were not many people in the store, only a young couple with their baby who were choosing photo styles. The staff at the front desk confirmed the information and led the two people to the second floor. The second floor is very spacious and is divided into several rooms. Each room has a name and a different style hanging on the door. For example, White Rabbit Milk Candy, Grand Debut, Good Luck, Special Forces, etc. At first, the two of them didn't understand what it meant. I found out later after the staff introduced it to me. Each name corresponds to different clothes and scenes. White Rabbit Milk Candy means letting the baby wear White Rabbit Milk Candy clothes and then take photos holding a White Rabbit Milk Candy pillow. In the photo album, the cute look of the little model made Muruwashi unable to walk. I immediately decided to take a photo of White Rabbit Milk Candy. The package for 2 people allows you to take photos in 2 styles, with 5 retouched photos, all the negatives are given, and 1 large photo frame and 2 small photo frames are given for free. For the other one, the two chose the Special Forces soldier after referring to the model picture. After deciding on the photo style, the studio staff began to set up the scene, and the makeup artist came over to change the baby's clothes. The 5 little ones put on White Rabbit Toffee's clothes and posed. Their soft and chewy looks melted the hearts of everyone present. Baby mama is here. Muruwashi's heart melted and she kept waving at the baby. When the little ones saw their mom waving at them, they waved their hands and were so happy. The photographer took the opportunity to take a few photos and captured the moment when the babies were in their best condition. After taking the photos, the photographer handed the camera to Wang Dong and Muruwashi, firstly to let them check the quality of the photos, and secondly to ask if there was anything that needed to be adjusted. After looking at the photos, they were very satisfied. After taking the White Rabbit photos, the makeup artist put camouflage clothes on the babies. The 5 little guys were lying neatly on the cushions as if they were in military training. Each of them wore a military cap and children's sunglasses. There were small red flags next to them, and model toys of military aircraft, tanks, etc. That little look is so cool and sassy. The most troublesome thing for a child photographer is encountering uncooperative babies. It usually takes a long time to coax them before I can barely take photos that satisfy the parents. But today these 5 little guys. Not only did no one cry or make a fuss, but they were actually very cooperative. Moreover, she is very beautiful. No matter how you shoot, it will be a good film. It's simply a dream treasure. The photographer liked it more and more. He took pictures and asked the staff next to him to help him pose. Chapter 43, Magical Skills, I am so powerful now. Finish taking photos. The photographer imported the photos into the computer and asked the two to choose the photos that needed to be retouched. Honey, the babies in this photo are so cute. This one is also very beautiful. There is also this photo. Has dimples when she smiles. She is so cute. There are dozens of photos, and the baby's expressions in each one are very rich and cute. The two of them became more and more entangled. Finally, with the help of the photographer, I selected the 5 most satisfactory photos for fine-tuning, and the remaining negatives will be sent to Maruxi's mobile phone later. In addition to these, the staff also recommended more favorable packages to the two. When you make an appointment for your baby's 100-day photoshoot, you can take an additional family photo, which will be retouched for free and come with a photo frame. Although this is just a marketing trick, it benefits both customers and merchants. Moreover, they had originally wanted to take a 100-day photo of the baby. Muruwashi looked at Wang Dong and said, "Honey, why don't we try it? I think it might work. Children grow up very fast and look different almost every day."
Taking more photos can not only record the growth of your babies, but also allow them to look at their childhood selves when they grow up.
Wang Dong nodded and said, "Okay, then let's reserve a set." Wang Dong is very satisfied with this photo studio.
Not only does it have excellent photography skills, but its service attitude is also very good.
It is the first choice studio for centenary photos. "Okay, sir, I'll go and register for you. Just come to the front desk later to pay the deposit." The staff immediately went to make arrangements for the two of them.
It just so happened that the babies hadn't changed their clothes, so the makeup artist came over and simply touched up Muruwashi's makeup and fixed her hair. Generally, family portraits show the dad and mom holding the baby, but Wang Dong's family is special. The photographer arranged the two to sit on cushions and lean on each other. The 5 little ones lined up in order from oldest to youngest and leaned in their arms.
Good-looking parents and 5 good-looking babies. The picture is as beautiful as it can be.
Even the young couple who were taking family photos next door were attracted and exclaimed, "Oh my God!
This family is so good-looking.
This smile melts my heart." Wang Dong and Muruwashi both felt embarrassed to be praised openly by so many people. The photographer holds up the camera and reminds, "Dad and Mom, look at the camera, it's time to take a picture." They both looked up and smiled.
Snap.
The photographer looked back at the photos and saw that the sun, which had been blocked by dark clouds, suddenly shone in from the window and fell on the family. The contrast between light and dark in the photo is perfect. Plus, both adults and babies are looking at the camera and smiling, which is very contagious. The more the photographer looks, the happier he is.
I couldn't help but take a few more photos.
At this time, several little guys suddenly cried.
He must be hungry. The photographer then reluctantly put away his camera and went to take pictures.
Muruwashi asked the staff if there was a place similar to a mother and baby room. The staff shook their heads apologetically, but said that the venue was not in use at the moment, so the animals could be fed here. Fearing that Muruwashi would be embarrassed, several staff members left the room.
"Good baby, don't cry, let us drink milk." Muruwashi picked up Sibao, who was crying the loudest, and fed him skillfully.
The little guy stopped crying as soon as he drank the milk.
He drank it in big gulps and kicked his little legs happily.
Fearing that the other babies would have to wait a long time, Wang used the method taught by the nurse and held the third baby to feed him. The two little guys were getting more and more excited the more they drank, as if they were competing. Worried that they would choke if they drank too fast, Wang Dong and Muruwashi gently patted the two little guys' butts.
"Drink slowly. Wait until you've fed the third and fourth babies."
The two of them used the same method to feed their first and second babies.
Finally, feed Wubao. Wubao didn't drink much milk in the morning.
After lunch, Muruwashi fed her again alone.
She was not very hungry at this time. He took 2 sips and spit it out.
The little hands were restless and always wanted to grab Muruwashi's hair to play with it. Knowing that she was not hungry, Muruwashi did not force her to drink. Afterwards, Wang Dong changed the diapers for the 5 little ones before going downstairs to pay the deposit.
Coming out of the photo studio,
Muruwashi saw a milk tea shop nearby, which was the brand she used to like. Since she became pregnant, she rarely drinks milk tea.
Feeling Muruwashi's gaze, Wang Dong suggested, "Wife, let's go buy a cup of milk tea."
Muruwashi exclaimed, hesitating whether drinking milk tea would be bad for the baby.
She is breastfeeding now. For the health of your baby, you need to avoid many things. It's okay to drink occasionally.
Wang Dong's words dispelled all of Muruwashi's worries.
The two walked into the milk tea shop and ordered 2 cups of milk tea.
Wang Dong was not used to milk tea, so he ordered a cup of fruit tea.
Muruwashi ordered her favorite taro mochi milk tea.
There weren't many people in the store at the moment, so we waited for a while before arriving. As soon as she got in the car, Muruwashi couldn't wait to open it and drink. The milk has a rich flavor, the taro paste has a delicate and soft texture, and the pearls are chewy.
Once you start drinking it, you can't stop. Seeing Muruwashi drinking happily, Wang Dong was also very happy.
While waiting for the red light, Muruwashi suddenly handed over the milk tea and said with anticipation, "Honey, try it, it's really delicious." Wang Dong took a sip and found it to be just the right amount of sweetness without being greasy.
It was indeed delicious. He finally knew now.
Why do girls like to drink milk tea so much? The sweet feeling not only satisfies your taste buds, but also makes you feel better. Moreover, Muruwashi didn't mind at all that he had drunk it. It was just a very ordinary little thing, but Wang Dong felt full of happiness. The 5 little guys were exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they got in the car. After arriving home, Muruwashi took the babies back to the bedroom to sleep. Wang Dong didn't have the habit of taking a nap, but seeing Muruwashi's expectant face, he had to lie down and sleep with her. He didn't know how long he slept, but he heard the sound of the system in a daze. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking a full-month photo of the baby. Triggering the father's love is like a mountain command, and obtaining the fighting skill and 5 bottles of baby culture fluid.
Fighting skills?
Just when Wang Dong was puzzled, he suddenly felt a sudden awakening, and a lot of information suddenly appeared in his mind.
They are all about fighting skills.
In an instant, he seemed to have become a martial arts master. At this moment, Wang Dong felt that he was incredibly strong and could kill a pig weighing less than 300 kilograms with one punch. Not only did he gain more fighting skills, but Wang Dong also clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot.
So this is the effect of the skill.
He thought to himself that with such a thoughtful skill, he would be able to better protect Maruxi and the babies in the future.
I looked at the time and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Dong did not wake up Muruwashi and the babies. He got up and went to the market to buy vegetables and then went home to cook. Thinking that there was not much rice at home, he bought another bag of rice. During the period when Muruwashi was in confinement, Shangguan Wanqing was afraid that Wang Dong couldn't take care of the baby by himself, so she moved in as well and helped take care of the baby. It used to take 2 months to finish a bag of rice, but now it can only last for more than a month. Chapter 44, Nervous, Preparing to Meet Father-in-Law. After dinner, Wang Dong and Maruxi watched early education cartoons with the babies in the living room. Although the babies are still young and can't understand it yet. But if we continue to do this imperceptibly, it will not only help babies understand the world, but also better develop their intelligence. At this time, Shangguan Wanqing came out of the room.
Seeing the 2 of them whispering to each other happily, I felt happy for my daughter.
Over the past year, Shangguan Wanqing has been observing Wang Dong.
It was not until this moment that she was truly relieved to entrust her daughter's life to Wang Dong. He is determined to be the son-in-law of the Mu family. Thinking that Wang Dong had never been to his home,
Shangguan Wanqing walked into the living room and asked the young couple.
Xiaodong, Ruwashi, you 2 have been married for so long and now you have a child.
When do you plan to come home?
Muruwashi was very happy to hear her mother's words. She looked at Wang Dong, waiting for an answer.
Wang Dong was excited.
Go to my parents-in-law's house. When you visit someone for the first time, you usually need to prepare a lot of things and can't go in a hurry. He said solemnly, Auntie, Ruwashi has just finished her confinement and is not suitable for traveling. The babies are still young and have weak resistance, so it is not good to take them out for too long. After Ruwashi recovers and the baby's resistance is strengthened, I will drive Ruwashi and the babies back. Auntie, don't worry, I will prepare gifts and visit you in the form of proposing marriage. In addition to proposing in person, Wang Dong also wanted to personally set up a romantic proposal venue for Muruwashi on her birthday and formally propose to her. Whatever others have, his wife must have too.
Muruwashi blushed immediately.
Although they were already husband and wife, she still felt shy when she heard Wang Dong say he wanted to come to propose marriage.
At the same time, I am very excited and looking forward to it. Shangguan Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. You have always been steady in doing things. Auntie is very relieved.
No matter big or small, Wang Dong would arrange everything in an orderly manner, and he was so steady that he didn't seem like a young man in his 20s.
This is what Shangguan Wanqing is most satisfied with Wang Dong for.
Then you 2 should take good care of the baby.
I have done a good job of convincing your father during this period. Your father loves you very much. Don't worry that he will be angry with you.
Wang Dong said seriously, Auntie, don't worry, if Uncle beats or scolds me when the time comes, I will never talk back. Muruwashi's face was full of worry, fearing that her father would do something to Wang Dong.
Don't take it that seriously.
Shangguan Wanqing smiled and said to her daughter, although your father is usually very serious, he always has you in his heart. When he learned that you gave birth to a baby, although he was very angry, he became worried about your safety the next second.
How are you and the babies?
In fact, he has wanted you to bring Xiaodong and the babies back to see him for a long time, but the old man was stubborn and refused to say it. Muruwashi finally felt relieved after hearing her mother's words. She has always wanted her father's blessing. She wanted to tell him that she was living a happy life now and that Wang Dong was the person worthy of her entrusting her life to. I also want the babies to meet Grandpa. Seeing Mu Ruoshi's tears, Wang Dong gently wiped away her tears and said, "When you recover, we will take the baby home to see Uncle."
Mu Ruoshi smiled and nodded, burying her head in Wang Dong's chest.
Wang Dong kissed Mu Ruoshi on the forehead and held her in his arms. Seeing how inseparable the two were, Shangguan Wanqing smiled and shook her head, her heart filled with joy.
All the suffering my daughter has endured before is worth it.
Thinking of giving the young couple some time alone, Shangguan Wanqing pushed the 5 little ones back to her room to take care of them. At night, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi slept in each other's arms. But the two of them slept uneasily, subconsciously feeling that the babies were still around and they needed to get up and take care of them. The next day, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi both had dark circles under their eyes. Only after they brought the baby back to their side did they fall asleep peacefully. Sometimes, it's not that children can't live without their parents, but that parents can't live without their children. Shangguan Wanqing, who knew the reason, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time she was happy for the two of them.
They are finally settling into their roles as parents. I can take better care of my baby.
The days passed by, and in the blink of an eye it was Mu Ruoshi's birthday. Wang Dong got up early and went to the market to buy ingredients to prepare a rich meal for Mu Ruoshi. In addition to the dishes, he wanted to make a birthday cake for Mu Ruoshi himself.
The other side. In order to celebrate her daughter's birthday, Shangguan Wanqing rushed over from home.
As soon as I entered the door, I saw Wang Dong busy in the kitchen.
Upon learning that Wang Dong was making a cake for his daughter himself, Shangguan Wanqing couldn't stop smiling. In her opinion, sincere intentions are worth more than anything else. Afraid that Wang Dong couldn't handle it alone, Shangguan Wanqing took the initiative to help. But Wang Dong refused, saying he could do it alone.
Unable to persuade her daughter, Shangguan Wanqing had to go to the bedroom to help her daughter take care of the baby. When the little ones saw their grandmother, they happily stretched out their hands and whined for being held.
Shangguan Wanqing's heart softened.
She picked up each of them, supporting their buttocks with one hand and their backs with the other, and turned around in circles.
"Oh, Grandma's darling, you miss Grandma, don't you? You are so good. Have you been good during this period? Have you listened to your parents? Flying high, isn't it fun? Children love to play like this the most. They are all full of energy and kick their chubby legs happily. I'm so happy to see Grandma."
Mu Ruoshi took a tissue and wiped the sweat from the little guy's forehead, then opened the closed window wide.
The wind whistled into the room, and the forest in the distance swayed. Even though it's summer.
But because it is close to the scenic area, it is surrounded by willow trees and there are many streams and waterfalls on the mountain, so the wind is cool.
Feeling the cool breeze, the little guys are as happy as 5 elves. Giggling non-stop.
The tender child's voice echoed in the room, passed through the living room, and reached the ears of Wang Dong, who was busy in the kitchen. The child's laughter was very contagious, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up.
Happiness becomes concrete at this moment. Chapter 45 Surprise, Birthday, Formal Proposal. Wang Dong cooked 12 dishes in one go.
The delicacy of each dish is comparable to that of a state banquet.
Not only does it look good, it also tastes amazing. Husband, is today some kind of festival? Why is the food so sumptuous?
Mu Ruoshi looked at the table full of dishes, her pupils full of confusion. She had never expected that today was her birthday. Since giving birth, all her energy has been focused on the 5 little ones. She remembered their birthdays clearly, whether according to the new or old calendar, but she had long forgotten her own birthday. Wang Dong followed her words with a smile on his face. "Well, today is a very important holiday, it's my wife's birthday." Mu Ruoshi was stunned, and then she remembered that today was her birthday.
"Thank you, husband."
Mu Ruoshi felt warm in her heart.
Many couples are left with only the daily necessities of life after marriage, and she is the same. Focus on family and children.
But she never expected that Wang Dong gave her such a big surprise. Mu Ruoshi and Shangguan Wanqing both praised the meal highly. Wang Dong's cooking skills are getting better and better.
If she continues like this, one day she become as fat as a pig?
Mu Ruoshi was worried while eating. Hearing her daughter's sigh, Shangguan Wanqing smiled while eating and said, "You just don't know how lucky you are.
I've been with your father for so many years, but I've never eaten a meal cooked by him. Look at Wang Dong, he cooks delicious food for you in different ways every day."
Mu Ruoshi smiled and said, "Honey, thank you for preparing such a sumptuous meal for me." Wang Dong replied with a smile, just eat it if you like it. Feeling sorry for Wang Dong, who had been busy all afternoon, Muruwashi took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes after dinner. When Muruwashi came out from washing the dishes, the living room was pitch black. She thought Wang Dong had taken the babies back to the bedroom, but when she walked to the sofa, she saw the 5 little ones still lying in the stroller. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, not crying or making a fuss. He was so well behaved that it made people feel distressed. Wang Dong would never neglect his children like this. Muruwashi suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and at this moment, a sound came from the children's room. Muruwashi pushed the stroller to the door of the children's room. The door was closed and she was not sure whether Wang Dong was inside.
Wang Dong, are you in there? No one answered. She gently turned the doorknob and walked in.
The moment I entered, colorful lights suddenly lit up in the dark room, and a family photo was projected onto the ceiling. The colorful lights on the ground formed a heart shape, which was filled with roses. Suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder. Muruwashi turned around and saw a handsome man in a suit standing behind her, holding a cake with candles in his hands.
I wish you happy anger and happy birthday. The man has a magnetic voice and sings very beautifully.
He sang a simple birthday song like a masterpiece, which made people unable to help but be immersed in it. After singing the song, Wang Dong said affectionately,
Happy birthday, my wife. I wish you always be healthy and beautiful. Woo! Thank you, husband. Thank you. I'm so excited.
Muruwashi was so moved that she became incoherent.
No girl can resist flowers, surprises, and cakes, all in the same scene. Honey, you're welcome. This is what I should do. At this time, Shangwan Wanqing put the birthday hat on Maruxi's head. Her eyes were gentle and happy. Happy birthday, daughter. Mom. Xiaodong told me a long time ago that he wanted to give you a romantic birthday party.
Muruwashi was stunned. I never expected that my mother was also involved in this surprise. At this moment, she had thousands of words to say to Wang Dong, but when she saw his handsome and tall figure and his affectionate eyes, her mind was blank and her heart was filled with endless emotion.
Wife, make a wish. Good.
Muruwashi put her hands together, slowly closed her eyes and made a wish.
The first wish, I hope my family will be safe and happy.
The second wish, I hope the babies grow up safely. The third wish, to be with Wang Dong forever.
Make a wish.
Muruwashi opened her eyes and prepared to blow out the candles. But suddenly he froze in place, covering his mouth with his hands, unable to believe what he saw. The handsome man in a suit and tie was kneeling on one knee at this moment, holding an exquisite box carved from sandalwood, which contained 2 jade rings.
Jade. Quit. Refer to.
These 2 jade rings are heirlooms of the Mu family.
These are what my father used when he proposed to my mother. The jade ring has always been my father's treasure and a symbol of the family. Now that he has given the ring to Wang Dong, it means that his father also recognizes him. Wife, I have always wanted to get everyone's consent before I formally propose to you. Now that I have done it, will you marry me? I do.
Muruwashi's shoulders trembled with excitement, and she could no longer suppress the joy in her heart.
Wang Dong, I do. I am willing to spend the rest of my life with you. Aha! Hubby, I feel so happy, woo woo woo.
In the end, Muruwashi began to cry loudly. Dad has always hoped that she would find a young man who can be helpful to the family. But she didn't want to sacrifice her own happiness for an arranged marriage. She even thought about not getting married for the rest of her life. It was not until she met Wang Dong and had a baby that she thought about spending the rest of her life with someone.
In order to be with Wang Dong, Muruwashi made a big decision and was even prepared to sever ties with her father and the Mu family. Because she knew her father wouldn't agree. But.
Something that was more difficult than climbing to the sky was actually accomplished by Wang Dong. Dad not only supports them being together, but is also willing to give the ancestral ring to Wang Dong.
Shangwan Wanqing, who was standing by, was sincerely happy for the two of them. And quietly exit the room. Leave some space for the couple to be alone. Wang Dong wiped the tears from Muruwashi's face and couldn't help but tease her. She cried like a little kitten. Not only was Muruwashi not angry, she also held Wang Dong's face and kissed him. So are you willing to spend the rest of your life with the little cat? Wife, I do. We want to be together forever and grow old together.
Wang Dong put the jade ring on Muruwashi's hand, and they hugged and kissed each other.
He didn't let go until Muruwashi was almost out of breath after kissing her.
He hugged Muruwashi and promised, "Wife, in the future I will definitely give you a satisfactory wedding and make you the most beautiful bride."
Okay, I'll wait for you. Muruwashi nodded happily. After the proposal, the family ate cake in the living room.
The babies are too young to eat the cake. In order to add to the festive mood, Wang Dong spread cream on his fingers and lightly tapped it on the foreheads of the 5 little ones.
Today is Mom's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday together, okay? Aha! The little ones felt their parents' happiness and kept humming. Muruwashi found the cake more and more delicious the more she ate it. She couldn't help but ask, "Honey, which cake did you order? It's so delicious." "You are so lucky. This cake is not ordered from outside, but made by Xiaodong himself." Shangwan Wanqing answered for Wang Dong with a smile. "I just do it casually."
Wang Dong was very happy to be praised by his mother-in-law. Muruwashi kissed Wang Dong again and said, "My husband is so great, everything he makes tastes good."
After putting your baby to sleep at night,
Wang Dong was lying on the bed concentrating on editing the video and didn't even notice Muruwashi got on the bed.
After covering herself with the quilt, Muruwashi came over and asked, "Honey, what are you doing?" "Cut the video."
Wang Dong extended his phone to Muruwashi, and the picture showed the two of them hugging and kissing. The dim lights and roses created an ambiguous atmosphere.
The two kissed passionately and couldn't let go. Chapter 46, Childhood Friends Come to Visit. What is going on with the 5 little babies? Muruwashi's face suddenly turned red. Push the phone back. When did you take the photo?
Wang Dong explained that he set up many camera positions when he was setting up the scene.
The purpose is to record this important moment in full. Now it may seem nothing. When they are older and look back at it, they will have a different feeling. If you truly love someone, you want to be with her no matter what you do. I want to record everything. Record her, record life. Husband, why are you so good to me?
Muruwashi hugged Wang Dong, and her emotions, which had finally calmed down, became turbulent again.
Wang Dong is so good to her. So good that she felt that she was not worthy of him doing this. You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who can I treat well?
Wang Dong hugged Muruwashi and kissed her forehead, but he still paid attention to the wound on her stomach. The two of them stayed together for a long time before falling asleep.
A new day.
After feeding the baby, Muruwashi shook the rattle while watching the video edited by Wang Dong.
Wang Dong is very good at video editing. Both the composition and transition are very high-end and he is no worse than a professional editor. Moreover, he set up many cameras, and Shangwan Wanqing helped shoot a lot of materials, so the content is very rich. It can be considered a small micro-movie.
Muruwashi couldn't help but read it over and over again. The 5 little ones like the sound of the rattle, and they laugh when their mother shakes it.
Debeo even reached out to take it away. Baby, do you want to watch the video edited by Daddy? Muruwashi put down the rattle and cast the screen to the TV. The video played on the 100-inch TV screen. Hearing their parents' voices, the 5 little ones turned around in tacit understanding. He babbles in baby language and likes the videos edited and shot by his father. If you keep your mouth open for too long, your face will be covered with drool. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Muruwashi was wiping the baby's saliva while answering the phone. Before she could say anything, she heard her best friend Zhou Tiantian's noisy voice from the other end of the line. Ruwashi, where are you? Open the door quickly, I'm at your door, it's so hot, so hot. I moved. Zhou Tiantian is Muruwashi's childhood friend. The two grew up together, but the other went abroad to study after graduating from high school. She didn't expect that the other party would come back. This was such a surprise. After wiping the baby's saliva, Muruwashi continued to pick up the rattle to amuse the little ones. When Zhou Tiantian heard that her best friend was moving, she was stunned for a moment and said dissatisfiedly, "You didn't even tell me such a big thing is moving. Tell me, are you hiding something from me?" Muruwashi replied with a smile, "Yes, there is. You will know when you come over." These words immediately aroused Zhou Tiantian's curiosity. What big thing had been hidden from her for so long? Where did you move to? Send me the address and I'll take a taxi over. I'll heat it up, etc. What's that sound you're making? A terrible thought suddenly flashed through Zhou Tiantian's mind. Shit, Muruwashi, you don't have a boyfriend and are living with him, right? No way? No way?
If you dare to say yes, wait and see how I will treat you. She was shocked by her own thought, but the more she thought about it, the more possible it became. The two grew up together and are as close as sisters. They understand each other very well. Muruwashi felt that she could do this.
Zhou Tian likes to get to the bottom of everything.
If we continue chatting like this, it will probably take more than an hour to finish. Muruwashi said directly, you will know when you come over. After saying that, she hung up the phone and sent her location via WeChat.
Husband.
Wife, what's wrong? Wang Dong poked half of his head out of the kitchen, holding a fish in his hand. There was a little flour on his face, but his face looked particularly handsome and cool. The moment their eyes met, Muruwashi felt an inexplicable palpitation in her heart. My face also turned red for no apparent reason.
Honey, my best friend is coming over soon, can you bring her some of the food you cook?
Wang Dong nodded and said, okay, then I'll cook a few more dishes.
By the way, do you want me to clean up the guest room and prepare some toiletries?
Muruwashi shook her head and said, no need, her house is not far from ours. Before Zhou Tian went abroad, her parents bought several houses for her, but her favorite was the waterside forest residence, a luxurious room with a river view.
It's south just across the street from Qingyu Villa.
On the other side, Zhou Tian drove to a nearby supermarket to buy some fruits and gifts.
If Muruwashi still lived in Yayaju, she could come empty-handed.
But now she has moved to a new house, and she has to show some appreciation when she visits the new home for the first time.
Half an hour later, Zhou Tian rang the doorbell carrying a lot of bags.
Muruwashi came out to open the door, holding a cute little baby in her arms, and coaxing the baby in her arms with a gentle look on her face.
Shit, am I hallucinating?
Zhou Tian dropped what she was holding and rubbed her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, Muruwashi had already returned to the living room with the baby in her arms.
What the hell is going on? Zhou Tian followed with her things in her hand and asked, where did this child come from?
However, before she could recover from the shock, she was faced with a new blow.
She saw 4 huge, cute, and identical babies lying in the crib.
His features and eyebrows are exactly like Muruwashi's. If not her child, whose else could it be?
Have kids? 1 year without seeing each other and you have a child?
Quintuplets. Such a big thing has been kept secret from her until now.
Zhou Tian was immediately furious and wanted to turn around and leave.
But suddenly she caught a glimpse of the little ones in the crib smiling at her. Their chubby little faces and healing smiles immediately captured her heart.
Oh my goodness, this is so cute. Oh my god. It's so cute.
She couldn't help but touch the baby's little face. The little guy also responded to her enthusiastically. His chubby hands softly grabbed her, and the warm touch made her unable to let go.
Xiaoxi, can I hug them?
Muruwashi handed the second baby in her arms to Zhou Tian and taught her how to hold the baby so that the baby would feel comfortable.
Zhou Tian was amazed by the professional look. Chapter 47, Smell the stinky smell as soon as we meet, good sisters.
Zhou Tian never thought that her best friend already had a child.
And they are quintuplets.
She was filled with shock, for she knew best what kind of person her childhood friend was.
She has been an excellent person since childhood. What kind of man can make her willing to bear children for him? Zhou Tian is becoming more and more curious about the identity of the childless father.
Just as she looked around trying to find the other person, her nose suddenly wrinkled. There seems to be a strange smell in the air. Just when I was wondering, I saw Muruwashi approach the crib and sniff each of the 5 babies one by one.
Zhou Tian leaned over and asked, what are you smelling?
Muruwashi turned her head and looked at Zhou Tian with a smile on her face, which made Zhou Tian feel uneasy. You take a deep breath and smell it.
Zhou Tian didn't react and just did as she was told.
She smelled each baby one by one, and suddenly couldn't help retching.
She frowned and said, what's that smell?
Just now Muruwashi was not sure whether it was Wubo who pulled the stinky boy, but now she can finally be sure.
She picked up Wubo from the crib and skillfully pulled off his diaper. The odor became even more obvious. Zhou Tian immediately understood the source of the odor. It was the baby who had poop. Okay.
The little girl deliberately teased her and made her smell the baby's poop.
Ruwashi, you. Zhou Tian was both angry and happy.
When they were studying together, they loved to trick each other. Later she went abroad to study and was away for many years. I thought their relationship had faded, but now it seems that their relationship is still the same as before.
Just as good. Every time the babies poop, Murowashi will check to make sure they don't have diarrhea.
After all, children have thin stomachs and intestines, so it is easy for them to have abnormalities. After making sure that Wubao just had normal poop, Murowashi supported her body and took off her diaper, then handed it to Zhou Tiantian.
The trash can is over there, please help me take it out.
The diaper was covered with baby poop and odor, and Zhou Tiantian got goosebumps just by looking at it.
I quickly waved my hand and refused. Do you really want it? That's stinky.
After holding PP for a long time, Wubao felt uncomfortable and started to whimper and cry.
Baby, be good and don't cry. Mommy is here.
Murowashi had no chance to do anything and could only comfort him softly.
The little girl didn't buy her trick at all. She kicked with her calves so hard that Murowashi almost couldn't hold on to her.
For fear of Wubao falling, Zhou Tiantian endured the physical discomfort and took the diaper from Murowashi's hand. However, she held it in the wrong direction and got a handful of poop.
Ah! What to do, what to do? Trash can. Ah, I can't stand it. Zhou Tiantian cried out in despair.
Seeing her best friend embarrassed, Murowashi smiled and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Go to the bathroom and wash your clothes while you are there. Before Murowashi could finish her words, Zhou Tiantian had already rushed to the bathroom. After rinsing her hands 3 times and applying shower gel twice, Zhou Tiantian finally felt that her hands were clean.
Coming out of the bathroom, Zhou Tiantian inadvertently glanced at the kitchen.
I saw a tall, elegant, and sunny man cooking. The fire shot up so high that it almost surrounded the entire pot. But the man was not afraid at all. He held the spoon in his left hand and poured seasoning into the pot with his right hand. That scene immediately shocked Zhou Tiantian.
Oh my god, man. It's a man. What a handsome man. He is so handsome and can cook. Zhou Tiantian was stunned by his handsomeness. She couldn't help but be fascinated by the figure in the kitchen. When she returned to the living room, Murowashi has already changed Wubao's diaper and is feeding him. Murowashi was older than her before, and now that she has a child, she is even older. Zhou Tiantian shed tears of envy. Your babies are in for a treat. Murowashi glanced at Zhou Tiantian and joked, after so many years, how come you still look so stupid? Zhou Tiantian's face turned dark. Why are you bringing up things that are not relevant? She has been working hard these years, but it just doesn't work. What can she do? The little guy was drinking milk and was very happy. The little legs are raised high, the chubby little face is so tender that you can pinch water out of it, and the mouth is sucking. It is as adorable as it can be. Zhou Tiantian's heart melted when she saw this. She couldn't help but sigh that it seemed like having a child wasn't such a bad idea. Suddenly the scene she saw in the kitchen flashed through her mind. She looked around and then asked in a low voice, won't your husband be angry that you hired such a handsome chef to cook? Murowashi explained with a smile, that's my husband. Ah. Not only do you have such adorable quintuplets, but your husband is also so handsome. Ruwashi, you are so lucky. Tell me how you met, I'm so curious. At this time, Wubao had drunk enough milk, so Murowashi put her back in the crib and gently burped her. By the way, I told Zhou Tiantian the whole story. The more Zhou Tiantian listened, the more she couldn't suppress her excitement. Isn't this the plot in the overbearing CEO novels, where marriage comes first and love comes later? Propose at the mall. Aha! I can't imagine how romantic it is. But a man cannot just be romantic, he also needs a financial foundation. So does he have money? Although he doesn't have a lot, he is very motivated. While taking care of me and the baby, he also started a business with his friends. The house we live in now was bought by him. Zhou Tiantian's frown finally relaxed when she heard that Qingyu Villa was bought by Wang Dong. The price of a Riverview house is not low. The fact that Wang Dong can afford it shows that he has strong financial strength. Murowashi will not suffer if she follows her. Although Wang Dong's conditions were not very good. But it's not easy to find a man who is decent, loyal, and romantic these days. Zhou Tiantian said, since he has passed my test, I will allow you to be together. Then something came to mind. She asked worriedly, what about your parents? Murawashi's mother is okay, but her father is very stubborn and will definitely not agree with Murowashi being with someone whose conditions are not as good as hers. My parents both agreed. Murowashi raised his hand and shook the jade ring on his finger, smiling happily. He moved my father with his actions.
Zhou Tiantian knew the importance of this jade ring to the Mu family.
My brother-in-law is so awesome. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
She and Mu Ruoshi were childhood friends, and she had been to the Mu family many times.
Uncle Mu is more terrifying than the dean of studies.
In Mu Ruoshi's house, she doesn't even dare to breathe hard.
Someone who can even handle Uncle Mu.
Zhou Tiantian suddenly became very curious about what kind of person Wang Dong was. At this time, Wang Dong came out of the kitchen and called Mu Ruoshi.
Wife, it's time to eat. The voice is clean and pleasant, even better than the voice actors.
Mu Ruoshi took Wang Dong's hand and introduced them to each other. Husband, she is my best friend, Zhou Tiantian, who just came back from studying abroad. Wang Dong nodded politely and said, Hello, my name is Wang Dong.
Tiantian, he is my husband. Hello, brother-in-law. Zhou Tiantian is not as good as her name suggests.
Instead, she is a very generous girl.
After introducing each other, Mu Ruoshi took Zhou Tiantian's hand and went into the restaurant. Wang Dong transferred the 5 little ones from the cribs to the strollers and pushed them into the restaurant.
When Zhou Tiantian walked into the living room, she saw 4 dishes and a soup on the table.
Each dish was very exquisite and had an enticing aroma. It tastes better than what a 5-star chef cooks. It was so tempting that Zhou Tiantian couldn't help swallowing. It was hard to imagine that all of this was done by your husband? Mu Ruoshi nodded.
His cooking was delicious, even better than that of the chefs outside. As they talked, the 3 of them sat down.
Chapter 48. It's inhumane to show off your love in front of others.
Mu Ruoshi picked up a piece of fish for Zhou Tiantian.
Zhou Tiantian's favorite food is fish. Wang Dong also said to Zhou Tiantian with a smile. Not enough, I'm doing it for you.
After saying that, he concentrated on picking out fish bones for Mu Ruoshi.
Is this showing off your love? Zhou Tiantian turned her body to the side, not wanting to look at this warm scene anymore.
The food on the table suddenly lost its flavor. However, the law of true fragrance soon came into being. She ate the fish that Mu Ruoshi picked for her with tears in her eyes.
Ah! This fish is so delicious. This man is handsome, gentle, and considerate. Cooking is so delicious. Woo woo woo. She is so envious. Zhou Tiantian shed tears of envy while eating her meal in big mouthfuls. Is it delicious? Mu Ruoshi smiled. His face was full of pride.
Wang Dong's cooking was better than that of the chefs in restaurants outside.
My mother came to live here for a month and gained 8 kilograms.
As soon as Zhou Tiantian heard the word fat, she immediately stopped eating.
She has been overeating since she came back from abroad. I've already gained 5 kilograms, I can't get any fatter. Can.
Looking at the tempting food on the table, Zhou Tiantian was hesitant.
You can lose weight at any time.
Eat one less meal of this delicious meal.
Never mind, let us eat first.
Zhou Tiantian continued to eat with tears in her eyes. After dinner, Zhou Tiantian collapsed on the sofa and doubted her life. Before she knew it, she had eaten 3 bowls of rice.
3 big bowls.
Thinking back to the time when I worked so hard in the gym, I only lost 1 pound. I'm going to gain 3 pounds from this meal.
I am in tears just thinking about it. But this rice is delicious.
This was the first time in her life that she had eaten such a delicious meal. At this moment, Wang Dong was washing dishes and cleaning up the kitchen, while Mu Ruoshi was coaxing the babies to sleep in the living room. The 2 of them were busy with their own things, but it was very warm.
This scene allowed Zhou Tiantian to see the embodiment of happiness.
Suddenly, she also wanted to find someone to get married quickly.
But think about it.
Not everyone is as lucky as Mu Ruoshi to meet such a great Wang Dong.
Ruoshi, I hope you will always be happy, forever. Zhou Tiantian was sincerely happy for Mu Ruoshi.
At noon, Mu Ruoshi wanted to accompany the babies for a nap, and asked Zhou Tiantian if she wanted to go to the guest room to sleep for a while.
Zhou Tiantian shook her head and said, I have to go back to my parents' house later. Can I come over in the evening? I have a lot to say to you.
Mu Ruoshi nodded and said, Okay, then come over and send me a message in advance and I will open the door for you.
When Wang Dong came out from washing the dishes, Zhou Tiantian had already left.
At this moment, Mu Ruoshi had just coaxed the babies to sleep and was about to push the little ones back to the bedroom.
Let me do it.
Wang Dong pushed the crib, Mu Ruoshi took his arm, and they went back to the bedroom together. Wife, you and Tian haven't seen each other for so long, you must have a lot to talk about. Otherwise, you two can sleep together tonight and I will take care of the baby.
Okay, husband, you are so nice.
Murowashi stood on tiptoe, held Wang Dong's face and kissed him.
After dinner in the evening, the couple usually takes the baby downstairs for a walk.
There are many mosquitoes in the summer, and they were afraid that the baby would be bitten, so they modified the stroller and added a thin layer of gauze.
This will not affect the baby's vision and can also block mosquitoes.
Before going downstairs, Murowashi changed into long-sleeved shirt and long pants, but Mosquito was still very fond of her. Just catch her and bite her. On the other hand, Wang Dong next to him was wearing short-sleeved shirt and big shorts, but he was not bitten at all.
This made Murowashi very depressed.
While smiling at her, Wang Dong took out the floral water he had prepared in advance from his bag.
The couple sat on a bench.
Wang Dong took off Murowashi's shoes, put her feet on his legs, and gently applied floral water to the bite.
The cool feeling relieves the pain and itching after being bitten by mosquitoes.
After applying it, Wang Dong made a cross on the wound.
Murowashi was puzzled. What was the purpose of pressing this button?
Wang shook his head and said, I don't understand either, but when I was a child, I was bitten by a mosquito. My mother would make a cross with her finger after applying floral water on me, and then the itching would really go away. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or if it really works, but Murowashi actually doesn't feel itchy anymore. At this time, everyone likes to go downstairs for a walk after just finishing their meal. The two of them greeted familiar neighbors while walking towards the west side of the community. To the west of the community is a riverside park, where you can not only enjoy the cool evening breeze and the gurgling river, but also the fiery sunset and the setting sun.
The scenery is as beautiful as a painting.
It is a good place for young couples to date, couples to walk their children or take a walk. After strolling along the river for a while, Murowashi received a message from Jo Tian saying that she would be here soon. Thinking that they had been out for quite some time, the two of them pushed the baby back.
Night.
Murowashi and Jo Tian slept in the guest room. The two childhood friends lay on the bed, and became more and more excited and happier as they talked.
It feels like I'm back in high school, staying up all night and chatting about gossip with everyone in the dormitory. Here, Wang Dong is taking the babies to sleep.
I don't know if it was because they got enough sleep in the afternoon or because they couldn't see their mom. The little ones were shaking their heads and looking around.
Why doesn't he want to go to sleep?
Wang Dong held two rattles and shook them, trying to exhaust the baby's energy and make them sleep. But it shook for half an hour. The baby's energy is not exhausted, but my hands are sore from shaking. This method didn't work, so Wang Dong tried another approach. Cover the babies with thin blankets, then pat their backs and sing nursery rhymes to them in a low voice. The moon accompanies me into my dreams.
The little rocking bed, rocking gently.
Go to sleep, go to sleep.
My dear baby.
With such a warm and pleasant voice, there is an inexplicable magic when she sings children's songs. The little ones gradually calmed down and fell asleep.
The 5 little ones all sleep in the same position. They are chubby and cute. They are so adorable.
Chapter 49. I dare not look at my husband for 3 seconds, he is too handsome. After the babies fell asleep, Wang Dong also lay down to rest. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the first time to accompany the babies to sleep alone.
You are rewarded with a beauty sublimation pill. Do you want to use it now?
Wang Dong was shocked that the system actually had such a good thing.
He immediately chose yes.
Then he fell asleep in a daze. In his dream, he was floating in a chaotic world, with countless rays of light passing through his body. The pain instantly spread throughout my body.
He struggled but couldn't wake up.
He was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. I don't know how long it took, but the pain gradually subsided. Hearing the sound of babies crying, he suddenly opened his eyes and got up to make milk for the babies. The little ones who had drunk their fill of milk stopped crying and raised their feet high.
Come on, Daddy, check if you have pooped. Wang Dong picked up Diaper and tore off his diaper. It was clean and empty inside. Bao only peed a little bit.
Fearing that she would feel uncomfortable, Wang Dong changed her diaper. Sanbao's diaper was bulging, and it was obvious that he had pooped a lot. Wang Dong changed her diaper, wiped her little butt with a wet wipe, and then put on a new one. The little guy hugged his father's neck, swung his little feet happily, and looked very relaxed and comfortable.
Bao pooped a lot.
Wang Dong went to the bathroom to get some warm water, cleaned her little butt, and applied a layer of talcum powder before putting a new diaper on her.
Wu Bao fell asleep right after drinking milk.
Wang Dong touched her diaper and found it was not bulging and there was no smell. I didn't change her diaper. After taking care of the baby, Wang Dong went to the bathroom to take a bath. Wang Dong had just slept and sweated a lot, so his body was sticky. He took out a bath towel and rubbed his whole body. You don't know until you rub it, and you'll be shocked when you do. His body was covered in dirt. After taking a shower, Wang Dong felt refreshed and full of energy, and all the tiredness from taking care of the children was gone.
Suddenly I felt a lot more relaxed.
Most importantly, he found that his abdominal muscles were more sculpted and his arm muscles were more pronounced. Looking at myself closely in the mirror, my facial contours are smoother and I look more handsome.
I think there is something about the system. The appearance of your ceiling can actually be improved. The appearance enhancement pill not only enhanced his appearance, but also his inner self. The next day, Mu Ruoshi and Zhou Tiantian saw Wang Dong and were both shocked by his sudden change. Honey, why do I feel like you become more handsome? Mu Ruoshi grabbed Wang Dong and looked him up and down, left and right.
The more she looked, the more incredible it seemed.
Is it possible that she is seeing things? How could a person change so much overnight?
Wang Dong took the opportunity to kiss Mu Ruoshi on the face, and her face was so soft that you could fry an egg on it.
Eat dog food early in the morning.
Zhou Tiantian's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. But Wang Dong seems to be really different from yesterday, he has become more handsome. That face, that figure, plus his nonchalant expression, he's so handsome that it's hard to walk.
No wonder the arrogant childhood friend would marry the other person and even have a child. It's a pity that I can't meet such a man. After breakfast, the two sat in the living room and chatted. Mu Ruoshi's eyes were always on Wang Dong, who was playing with the babies in the children's room. The two of them have been together day and night for so long that the other person can notice any difference between them at the first time. She really felt that Wang Dong was different. Not only is he more handsome, but his figure has also become better. For some reason, Mu Ruoshi's face turned red when she thought of that aspect. Zhou Tiantian asked curiously, Ruoshi, why is your face suddenly so red?
It would have been fine if she hadn't asked, but when she did, Mu Ruoshi's face got even redder.
As best friends for many years, Zhou Tiantian keenly noticed that something was wrong with Mu Ruoshi and looked in the direction she was looking.
Wang Dong was wearing a thin shirt, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a standard double door body.
Lots of sexual tension.
You can tell at first glance that he is very good at cooking.
Zhou Tiantian smiled evilly and said, Ruoshi, something is wrong with you. No, it's not what you think. Mu Ruoshi denied it flatly and didn't dare to look in Wang Dong's direction. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy.
I couldn't imagine that such a charming man was my husband.
She is so happy.
Seeing her best friend's happy smile, Zhou Tiantian felt happy for her from the bottom of her heart. This little sister has found her own happiness. Although they had not been in contact for a long time, she could feel that Wang Dong was kind to his girlfriends and babies from the bottom of his heart. The man in front of me is not only handsome, but also has very good character.
The other side. The appearance of his wife's childhood friend reminded Wang Dong.
The babies are getting bigger day by day, and it's time to propose marriage. Wang Dong came out to ask Mu Ruoshi's opinion and discussed choosing a time to go back to the Mu family together. He would go to meet his father-in-law and take the babies to meet their grandfather. Mu Ruoshi's eyes lit up and she said she would call her mother later.
Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhou Tiantian had an expression of watching a show.
However, she has great confidence in her best friend's husband. She believes that her uncle will definitely like him. After all, the man in front of her is so handsome that it makes her doubt her life.
Zhou Tiantian and Moroxi took care of the baby together for the whole day. Although I am tired, I feel particularly fulfilled and happy.
Especially seeing their cute faces and childish laughter, all the tiredness was soothed. I stayed there for 2 days without realizing it.
Zhou Tiantian felt embarrassed to stay, so she left after dinner.
Before leaving, he gave each of the 5 little ones a big red envelope, each containing 10,000 yuan, a total of 50,000 yuan. She is indeed a rich woman, she is very generous. This was when she didn't bring much cash with her. Mu Ruoshi is not short of money, but she is holding a heavy red envelope given by her best friend.
She was so happy. This is her love for her babies. Some are happy and some are sad.
Wang Dong racked his brains all night but couldn't figure out what gift to buy for his father-in-law. After all, it was his first visit, and the gift represented how much he valued Mu Ruoshi.
Don't be careless. Isn't there a saying on the internet, if you don't work hard this year, you will have to call him uncle next year. I've read a lot of guides on how to meet my father-in-law for the first time, but there isn't a single serious suggestion, and only a lot of unreliable ones. For example, don't bring tangerines with you, as they may be thrown out of the door and scattered all over the ground and difficult to pick up. For example, when I brought want snow cakes and Coke, my brother-in-law was the only one in the family who didn't object. None of them are reliable, so Wang Dong can only figure it out on his own. Mu Ruoshi knew that Wang Dong was worried about what gift to give, and thinking that her parents should be free at this time, she called her mother. At this moment, Shangwan Wanqing was reading the economic news, while Mu's father was drinking tea and reading the newspaper beside her. Shangwan Wanqing was very happy when she saw her daughter's call and immediately turned down the TV volume.
And clicked on the hands-free function.
Xiaoxi, what's wrong?
Mom, Wang Dong and I will go back to see you in 2 days.
Wang Dong wants to buy gifts for you and Dad. What do you think would be suitable? Shangwan Wanqing glanced at Mu Ba.
Although someone seemed to be reading the newspaper calmly, he was actually very happy and kept looking in her direction.
I wish I could say it myself. Xiaodong is a good boy. Your dad and I know his intentions.
Raising a child is expensive nowadays, so you don't need to buy us something too expensive.
Your dad likes to drink tea, so just buy him some cheap tea.
Dad Mu stared at his wife with a resentful look on his face.
Cheap tea? As the CEO of a listed company, is he worthy of drinking cheap tea? Shangwan Wanqing ignored her and continued chatting with her daughter, asking about her grandchildren.
The two chatted for more than half an hour until the baby cried for milk and they had to hang up the phone. As soon as the phone call was hung up, Mu's father suddenly became arrogant and said, "He kidnapped my precious daughter, so I don't want that boy's tea." "Okay, then I'll send a message to my daughter and tell her that she doesn't want tea either."
Shangwan Wanqing opened her daughter's WeChat and pretended to send a message. Chapter 50, So handsome, this is my son-in-law? Mu's father quickly stopped her and said, "Who said I don't want it?" Shangwan Wanqing couldn't help but complain about her husband.
He was obviously very worried about his daughter, but he always pretended to be stubborn.
We only have one daughter, Ruoshi. Her happiness is more important than anything else. Xiaodong is a really nice kid. When you meet him later, you will definitely like him. Dad Mu snorted and continued reading the newspaper. But in my heart I couldn't wait to meet my son-in-law. My wife is always good at judging people and is very picky. Anyone she praises must be excellent.
After hanging up the phone, Mu Ruoshi fed her baby while talking to Wang Dong about what happened on the phone.
With the help of my wife,
Wang Dong finally knew what gift to give to his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
The agreed day soon arrived.
Wang Dong got up early to make breakfast and pack diapers, milk powder and other things for the baby.
Mu Ruoshi was not idle either, she fed the baby and tidied the baby's clothes.
After breakfast, Wang Dong put the gifts he bought in the trunk.
Knowing that my father-in-law likes to drink tea, the system is a caring little cotton-padded jacket.
Warmth was brought to him overnight last night, and Wang Dong triggered the reward when he coaxed the babies to sleep. At this time, he was holding tea and skincare products in his hands.
These are all rewards from the system. In addition, Wang Dong also bought wine, massagers, fruit gift boxes, etc. Although they are not expensive, they are all carefully selected items. After putting the gifts away, Wang Dong, Mu Ruoshi and the babies got into the car, fastened their seatbelts, and set off. It was Wang Dong's first visit, and Shangwan Wanqing was afraid that she might not entertain him well enough, so she specially booked a private room in a 5-star hotel, planning to have dinner before going home together. The hotel is not far from Maruxi's home, about half an hour's drive away. But because they had to pack their things in the morning and take care of the baby, it was already noon when they arrived at the hotel. Shangwan Wanqing was concerned about her daughter and son-in-law, so she took Mu's father to wait for them at the hotel entrance early in the morning.
I saw Wang Dong's car from a distance.
Shangwan Wanqing nudged Mu's father with her elbow and waved happily, and her daughter and son-in-law came. Don't be fooled by the expressionless face of Mu's father. He is very nervous inside, and his eyes are full of anxiety and anticipation. When he heard his wife say that the children had arrived, he couldn't wait to look forward. When Mu's father saw Wang Dong's car, he was surprised. Although his wife had told him before that Wang Dong bought a Mercedes-Benz worth 2 million yuan, he was still touched when he saw it with his own eyes.
He also heard from his wife that Wang Dong not only bought a car, but also paid in full for a large flat in Qingyu Villa. Houses there aren't cheap. It is not something that ordinary people can do for a young man who comes from the village and has no background to buy a house and a car through his own efforts. He was really curious about who his daughter was dating.
Shangguan Wanqing knew that her husband really wanted to see Wang Dong.
She glanced at him and said with a smile, Xiaodong is indeed a good kid. He bought a house and a car on his own, which is good for his daughter. I have also met his parents, and they are both very easy to get along with. She felt that Wang Dong was much better than those rich kids.
Mu's father nodded. You'll know what he's like once you meet him.
At this time, Wang Dong just drove the car to the hotel entrance.
Mom!
Mu Ruoshi happily got out of the car and hugged Shangguan Wanqing, then she looked at Mu's father. Dad Mu nodded and kept his eyes on Wang Dong, who got out of the car. When he saw Wang Dong for the first time, he thought this young man was good-looking and handsome. He has the style of his youth.
Hello uncle, my name is Wang Dong.
Wang Dong appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually a little nervous inside.
Dad Mu nodded and showed more confidence in Wang Dong.
She was not at all stage frightened in front of him, and this alone made her better than most of the rich kids. Mu Ruoshi was afraid that Wang Dong would be embarrassed, so she came over and held his hand, saying, "Honey, this is my dad." Seeing his carefully cared for little cotton-padded jacket with its arms bent outward, Mu's father felt angry and helpless. But when I saw Wang Dong calling me uncle all the time and with a polite and proper attitude, I felt a little better.
It doesn't really matter whether your family background is good or not. Only if you are kind to his daughter and patient, you are qualified to be his son-in-law. After introducing each other,
Wang Dong went to the trunk to get the stroller and took the little ones out of the car. Children love to sleep when riding in the car. Now they have just woken up, with dreamy eyes and chubby little faces, they are so cute.
Oh, my little darlings, do you miss Grandma? This is Grandpa saying hello to Grandpa.
Dad Mu had seen the videos of the babies on Shangguan Wanqing's phone, but it was a different story when he saw them in person. The 5 little ones sat obediently in the stroller, pursing their little lips and waving their little hands, as if waving to him. It was so cute that it melted his heart immediately. He was extremely happy when he thought that these 5 adorable little cuties were his grandsons and granddaughters.
I'm Grandpa.
Dad Mu lowered his head to tease the babies, and his tone softened unconsciously. As soon as his hand approached the crib, the little ones reached out to grab him, humming and laughing at him, without any fear due to the stranger.
This is probably the sense of familiarity between blood relatives.
Seeing the babies are so enthusiastic about Mu Ba. Shangguan Wanqing said jealously, I have taken care of the babies for so long, but they have never been so enthusiastic towards me. Hearing that the babies were the closest to him, Dad Mu felt even more proud and happy.
Baby, are you hot? Grandpa will take you to a cool place.
Dad Mu was grinning from ear to ear as he carefully pushed the crib into the hotel. Shangguan Wanqing smiled and said to her daughter, Your father is just tough on the outside, but he really cares about you. Knowing you were coming, he went to show off to the neighbors every day that he had grandchildren. He was afraid that others wouldn't believe him, so he showed them the video. Mu Ruoshi couldn't help laughing when she thought of her usually serious father showing off to the neighbors that he had grandchildren.
At the same time, my heart feels warm.
Chapter 51 Mu Dad, Jealousy, My little cotton-padded jacket is leaking. This hotel is owned by the Mu Group, and the private room they are in is also the best one in the hotel. There is not only a banquet hall, but also rooms for rest.
The environment is quiet and comfortable,
suitable for business talks or birthday parties. It usually takes a month in advance to book a room, and it is very popular. Shangguan Wanqing knew that Mu Ruoshi brought Wang Dong back, so she asked the person in charge of the hotel to clear out the private room.
This is the highest reception the Mu family gives to Wang Dong. Shangguan Wanqing did not order the dishes in advance.
Firstly, she didn't know what Wang Dong liked to eat, and secondly, she felt that it would show sincerity if the guest ordered the dishes.
Honey, do you want to eat anything?
Mu Ruoshi looked at the menu over and over again. She preferred Wang Dong's dishes to those fancy ones.
I'm fine with either. What do uncle and aunt like to eat?
My mother likes to eat lighter food, and my father likes to stay healthy and usually likes food with Chinese medicine.
Then order these dishes, they are light and healthy, and you may like them. Okay, listen to your husband.
Mu Ruoshi told the waiter the names of the dishes Wang Dong ordered.
Mu's father saw Wang Dong's performance and nodded involuntarily. This guy is really good. She is good looking and has a good aura. No wonder my wife praises him so much.
If it were someone else, coming to such a high-end restaurant for dinner, they would have ordered everything on the menu.
Whatever is more expensive, it's not your own money anyway.
Although I have never formally met my in-laws, they must be good people since they can raise Wang Dong, who has such positive values and is well educated.
My daughter will definitely not suffer any loss if she marries into such a sensible family.
The dishes were served quickly. There are 5 dishes in one soup in total, and the portion is not too big, so 4 people can just finish it without any waste. Afraid that the babies would cry while eating, Wang Dong got them toys. When the little ones hear the sound of the rattle, they are so happy that they can giggle for a long time after each shake.
Xiaodong, this is the hotel's signature dish, you should try it.
Dad Mu took the initiative to pick up food for Wang Dong, which made Shangwan Wancheng and Mu Ruoshi both surprised and happy, but also worried for Wang Dong. This is not just a simple act of picking up food, but a test for Wang Dong. Whether he can get Mu Bai's approval depends on what Wang Dong does.
Thanks, Dad. Wang Dong responded politely and gracefully.
When Mu Ruoshi heard Wang Dong calling her dad, her heart finally relaxed. Dad picked up some food for Wang Dong, which showed that he acknowledged his opinion. If Wang Dong still calls him uncle, it would be impolite.
See this situation. Shangwan Wanqing gave her husband a smug look. Humph, how could the son-in-law I approve of be a bad one? Dad Mu nodded in agreement, feeling extremely happy.
The couple has only one daughter, Mu Ruoshi. He felt sorry for her, a girl, having to bear such a heavy burden of family business, so he thought of arranging a marriage for her to make things easier for her. Now, my daughter has found a son-in-law who is not only a good person but also smart, and a good candidate for business. With more training in the future, he will definitely be able to fight alongside my daughter and lead the Mu group onto a more glorious path. Wang Dong's call of dad eased the tense and serious atmosphere in the box.
The whole family had a happy meal.
Honey, try this, it tastes really good. Mu Ruoshi kept picking up food for Wang Dong, and felt sad when she saw Shangwan Wancheng and Mu's father. Seeing my daughter being sweet makes me happy as a parent. However, the daughter kept picking up food for Wang Dong, so why did the two of them have an indescribable feeling? Fortunately, Wang Dong spoke up soon and said, "Wife, please pick some for our parents too. I feel that my husband cares so much about his parents." Mu Ruoshi smiled warmly and said, "Come on, Mom and Dad, try it and see how it tastes."
This dish is also eaten.
The couple immediately smiled happily. Although this restaurant is owned by their own company and they have tried the food before, the taste of the food their daughter picked up is different. The 4 of them were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Sanbao started crying non-stop. Wang Dong originally wanted to pick up Sanbao and comfort him, but he suddenly smelled a strange odor and realized that he was making a fuss because he had pooped and was feeling uncomfortable. She skillfully took out the diapers from the bag and carried the 3 babies to the bathroom. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell the 3 people to eat first and not to worry about him. Seeing Wang Dong being so gentle and considerate, his daughter was just busy eating.
He was so angry that he reminded everyone to help. It's okay, Dad.
Usually, Wang Dong takes care of the baby more. He knows how to change diapers and so on. Hearing Mu Ruoshi say this as if it was her right, Mu's father was helpless. You can't just take advantage of Xiaodong's doting on you and do whatever he wants.
You are already a mother.
You should be more careful in daily life and don't rely on Xiaodong for everything.
Dad, I understand.
Mu Ruoshi stuck out her tongue mischievously.
Shangwan Wanqing made the finishing move at the right time.
Wow, she had previously said that she would never agree, but now she started to protect him. It was only after her mother's reminder that Mu Ruoshi reacted.
Dad, I am your daughter. You help Wang Dong but not me. Dad Mu said stubbornly, I help the justice, not the relatives.
The 3 of them talked and laughed, and the atmosphere finally returned to normal.
Feeling the lively atmosphere, the little ones opened their little mouths and laughed along with the adults.
It instantly melted the hearts of grandparents. Dad Mu hugged the little ones one by one and loved them very much.
Come, let Grandpa Sibo hug you. Your legs are so long, you will definitely be a little beauty when you grow up.
Shangwan Wanqing held back her laughter and reminded the old man that he was Debao, and a boy, so he couldn't be a little pretty boy.
Mu's father looked embarrassed and immediately changed his words. Oh my dear, are you happy that Grandpa is holding you? You are so handsome. I wonder how many girls you will charm when you grow up.
He had heard his wife mention the children's nicknames before, but when faced with 5 little ones wearing the same clothes, he couldn't tell who was who. Although they are quintuplets, there are still differences if you look closely. Murowashi introduced with a smile, Dad, Debeo has the best physique. He is the biggest among the 5 babies, and his eyes and eyebrows look most like Dad.
His full name is Wang Qingli and his nickname is Lily. The second baby is a girl.
She is usually very cool and likes to move around when drinking milk.
Her full name is Wang Qingmeng and her nickname is Meng Meng.
The child that Wang Dong took to change his diaper was Sanbao, a boy with naturally curly hair.
His full name was Wang Qing'an and his nickname was Anan. Sibao looks like his older sister Erbao and has the same personality as his sister.
He doesn't cry often and likes to entertain himself. If you give him a small toy, he can play with it for a long time.
His full name is Wang Qinjianyan and his nickname is Yanyan. Wubo is a girl, the last one born.
She had a weak constitution and was thin and small. But now she is much better and has grown a lot of weight.
She is very clingy and wants to be held. If she is not held, she will cry.
When she smiles, she has dimples just like me.
Her full name is Wang Qingyi and her nickname is Yi. After Murawashi's introduction, Mu's father finally recognized the 5 little guys.
At this time, Wang Dong changed the diaper and carried the baby out. Seeing the 3 of them talking and laughing around the baby, I felt happy too. Although Murawashi didn't say it, he always knew that she still cared about her parents in her heart and always hoped to get their blessings and understanding. Feeling sorry for his son-in-law who was busy running around without eating much, Mu's father glared at his daughter, took the initiative to take over the burden of coaxing the baby, and asked Wang Dong to sit down and eat.
Dad, I'll do it.
Wang Dong was a little confused.
How come the world changes just when you change a diaper? Shangwan Wanqing was extremely happy to see that her husband completely accepted Wang Dong.
It's okay, Xiaodong, your dad is full, don't worry about him. She pulled Wang Dong to sit down, picked up all the dishes on the table, and piled the bowl in Wang Dong's hand into a mountain of vegetables. Chapter 52 Father-in-law's pride, yes, they are all my grandchildren.
Yeah.
Wubo in the crib raised his little hands, crying, asking for a hug.
Although Wubo is usually the clingiest, she only clings to her mother. This is the first time she has taken the initiative to hug other people.
The 3 of them were shocked when they saw this scene.
Shangwan Wanqing felt jealous.
Yi usually only sticks to Xiaoxi, and I have hardly hugged her many times. Afraid that Mu's father wouldn't believe her, Shangwan Wanqing stood up and wanted to hug Wubo. The little guy's whole body was resisting. He pursed his lips and looked like he would cry if he dared to hug him. Dad Mu reached out and hugged her. The cute little baby didn't cry or make a fuss, but leaned obediently on Dad Mu's shoulder. Even the little feet that usually love to stare around are now motionless.
Seeing this scene, Shangwan Wanqing felt unbalanced.
Muruwashi was surprised. Although Xiaobao sticks to me, I am often kicked by her. Even though Yi is still young, she is very strong. One time she got kicked in the wound and it hurt so much that she burst into tears.
Mu's father's mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head.
He held Wubo in one hand and pushed the stroller with the other, walking around the hotel and showing off to everyone he met.
Yes, they are all my grandchildren. Yes, quintuplets. Oh, there's nothing I can do. My son-in-law has good genes.
After dinner, they packed up and went back to the Mu family. Wang Dong's car is equipped with child seats, so it is safer for 5 babies to sit in his car. Dad Mu personally carried the babies into the car, fastened their seatbelts, and kissed each of the little ones on the cheek.
I got off the car reluctantly. Look back every 3 steps. Shangwan Wanqing on the side was speechless. It was less than an hour's journey home and it was not like she would not see him anymore. She could hold him as long as she wanted when she got home. Grandma is bad, she doesn't miss you, we ignore her. Dad Mu touched the babies' heads lovingly, then gently closed the car door. He ignored her at all. Shangwan Wanqing.
Muruwashi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help laughing when she saw the scene, and she felt very happy in her heart. Because she wanted to give her baby a home, she and Wang Dong got together and have the happy life they have today. Because of the baby, she and her parents eased their strained relationship. Muruwashi looked at the 5 little ones and felt sweet from the bottom of her heart.
Babies, you are your mother's little lucky stars. Mu Ba and Shangwan Wanqing's car left first, and Wang Dong followed behind. In the front, the driver was driving, while Mu's father and Shangwan Wanqing were sitting in the back. Dad Mu held Shangwan Wanqing's hand and said, Wanqing, you have worked hard over the years.
They have been married for many years, but because of their busy work, they rarely sit down and talk. When my daughter was just born, it was the period when the Mu family group's business was on the rise. Mu's father was traveling all over the world to discuss business, and the burden of taking care of his daughter naturally fell on Shangwan Wanqing. So, it can be said that he was not involved in Mu Ruwashi's infancy. He always thought that taking care of children was easy, but after personally taking care of 5 little grandchildren today, he realized how hard and tiring it is to take care of children.
Shangwan Wanqing put her hand on Muba's hand and smiled happily. It's not hard. I feel very happy. I don't regret marrying you at all. The two looked at each other and smiled, their years of getting along evident in every glance. It's a 40-minute drive. It was over in the blink of an eye. The car drove into the Mu family's manor, where there was not only a golf course, but also an artificial lake full of water lilies. The scenery was breathtaking. Mu Ruwashi happily introduced to Wang Dong that this manor was bought by my father a long time ago, and the layout inside was designed by him personally. I have lived here for many years since I was born. Zhou Tiantian's parents lived next door to us. When she was a child, she often came to play with me. There was a piece missing from the sculpture of the fountain. My father still thinks it was because of the poor quality of the sculpture, but actually it was me who broke it. When talking about her childhood, the happiness in Mu Ruwashi's eyes almost overflowed. When you like someone, you will unconsciously want to participate in all aspects of her life. He had no way to participate in Mu Ruwashi's childhood, but he could understand it. Understanding is also a form of participation. Therefore, Wang Dong was happy to listen. Soon we arrived at the underground garage. The Mu family's private garage is filled with all kinds of luxury cars, some available on the market, some not available on the market, and even limited edition sports cars. Seeing these cars, Wang Dong was not discouraged. Instead, I want to work harder to give Mu Ruwashi a better life. The car just stopped. Dad Mu couldn't wait to come and see the babies. The little ones were tired from playing in the hotel and were sleeping very soundly. The little face is rosy, the nostrils are slightly trembling, the breathing is soft and even, and the little body is curled up like a cute gas tank. Having never held a sleeping baby before, Mu's father didn't know where to start. Wang Dong was giving instructions from the side. It's okay, Dad. Babies don't wake up easily when they fall asleep. Just hold them in your arms. When holding them, support their butt with one hand and their waist with the other. Babies are soft and they may fall backwards if you don't hold them. Hearing his son-in-law's encouragement, Mu's father reached out and hugged Debeo, who was on the outside. The little guy's body was soft and gave off a pleasant milky scent, but Dad Mu held him stiffly and carefully. Like a robot, he made Shangwan Wanqing laugh out loud. She smiled and said to her daughter with relief, "Your father has reflected on himself and knows how to feel sorry for me." Mu Ruwashi's nose felt sore. Mom, you have worked hard over the years. It was not until she had her own baby that she realized how difficult it is to be a mother. It's not hard, you are your mother's pride. The mother and daughter walked into the house while talking. Later, Wang Dong and Mu Ba carried the babies out of the car and chatted while pushing the strollers. The two people are of different generations and have different perspectives. But the more we talked, the more we got along, and many of our opinions were surprisingly consistent. Dad Mu was surprised and happy. Xiaoxi was the only daughter in the family, and there were many topics that men could not discuss together. Now that he has a son-in-law, he can finally speak his mind. Chapter 53: The Childless Mother's Unconscious Straight Shot. The style of Mu Ruwashi's villa is a combination of classic and modern. Although it has been lived in for more than 20 years, it is still not outdated. As soon as you enter the lobby, you can see the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. It looks particularly noble when paired with gorgeous carpets and curtains. There are many paintings by famous artists hanging on the walls, giving you a full sense of art. The old couple is taking care of the baby in the living room. Mu Ruwashi took Wang Dong's hand and showed him around. Husband, although our house is big, the layout is relatively simple. The first floor is mainly the living room, kitchen, piano room, utility room, and aunt's room. Auntie has been in our house for a long time, and our whole family likes her very much. However, she went home today for something and will not come until tomorrow. There is a small garden and a cherry tree in the backyard. My mother likes to eat cherry trees. My father planted them for her himself. They used to show me their love every day. The second floor is mainly my room and my parents' room. As they were talking, the two came to Mu Ruwashi's room.
What comes into view is a huge princess bed with many cute dolls on it, a diamond-studded dressing table, and a dressing room that is larger than the bedroom, which is filled with many expensive clothes, bags, and jewelry.
It's like a small shopping mall. Don't be fooled by my usually cool and aloof appearance. I'm actually a little girl at heart. I really like collecting cute dolls. I used to hug a doll when I slept.
Muruwashi picked up a rabbit doll from the bed. This was the doll I couldn't live without before, just like I can't live without you now. The words of confession came out of her mouth, and Muruwashi blushed belatedly. Wang Dong knew that Muruwashi had lived a privileged life since childhood, but seeing it with his own eyes was another feeling. He suddenly felt that Muruwashi and him were wronged. Know what Wang Dong is thinking.
Muruwashi stood on tiptoe and hugged Wang Dong's neck. I don't feel wronged being with you. On the contrary, I feel very happy because you make me feel the warmth of home.
When I was a child, my parents were often on business trips and we rarely saw each other throughout the year. The people who accompanied me the most were my aunt and my dolls. Whenever I felt wronged or unhappy, I could only comfort myself. They don't even have time to attend parent-teacher conferences. I swore at that time that if I had children in the future, I would stay with them and not let them become left-behind children and suffer such grievances. Recalling the loneliness she felt in the past, Muruwashi burst into tears out of grievance.
Rather than having endless money, she wants the company of her parents. A person's childhood is too hard. Wife, I will be with you every day from now on and will never let you be alone again.
Wang Dong wiped the tears from Muruwashi's face and gently held her in his arms. Feeling Wang Dong's hot body temperature and strong heartbeat, Muruwashi suddenly felt safe. Even if the future life is bloody and violent, she is not afraid.
Because Wang Dong is here.
Wang Dong's mind was full of thoughts. He had no way to let Muruwashi live a richer life now, but he would not let her suffer any injustice. It will make her happy and joyful every day. If you think about it, he's doing much better than most people.
I have a caring wife and 5 lovely babies. Family harmony and parents' health. Wang Dong has infinite yearning and passion for the future.
Because he not only has the support of his family, but also the help of the system. As long as he runs the restaurant well and tries to open more branches, he can invest in other areas when he has money.
Money makes money, and it will definitely allow your family to live a prosperous life.
When the time comes, I will buy Maruxi a villa that is bigger than this one, and she and her babies will live happily together.
After visiting the 2nd floor, the two went to the 3rd floor.
The 3rd floor is filled with collection rooms and guest rooms, and there is nothing much to see. The two of them took a quick stroll and returned to the lobby on the 1st floor. At this moment, the little ones all woke up and blinked their big eyes looking around for their mother.
I don't miss my mother anymore. But I'm hungry.
When he saw his mother, he was so excited that he shook his butt and clamored for a hug.
Drink milk.
Muruwashi took the baby back to the room to feed her. Wang Dong gave the gifts he brought to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mom, this is the skin care product I asked a friend to buy for me. His family has been practicing medicine for generations and has specialized in researching many Chinese herbal skin care products. I heard that they are very effective. Although we say we are all family, there is no need to buy special gifts. But when she really received it, Shangwan Wanqing smiled from ear to ear and carefully looked at the whole set of skin care products in her hand. The packaging is very beautiful, but I have never heard of this brand.
But she knew Wang Dong, a very honest man. If he says it's a good thing, then it must be good.
Especially when you see the formulas of skin care products, they are all expensive and rare high-end Chinese medicines. The skin care products developed by mixing so many medicines must be absolutely effective. The more Shangwan Wanqing looked at it, the more excited she became, and she couldn't wait to try it on her face. In addition to skin care products, Wang Dong also gave other things to his mother-in-law, which made Mu's father anxious.
Why hasn't he come yet?
Shangwan Wanqing knew that Mu's father was anxious, so she deliberately stopped Wang Dong from giving him a gift.
Let it air.
Who made him be so stubborn before, saying that he would never forgive his daughter in this life, and would not agree to his daughter being with Wang Dong? Dad Mu knew he was in the wrong and waited quietly by the side.
After waiting for half an hour, it was finally his turn. However, Wang Dong only handed him a tin can.
I don't know what's inside, but it looks a bit tattered, to the point where even a rag picker won't pick it up.
Shangwan Wanqing couldn't help laughing when she saw the tin can. She waved her exquisite gift in front of Mu's father to show off, then went back to her room happily to open the gift.
Dad, I heard from Mom that you particularly like drinking tea.
This is the tea that I asked my friend to buy.
It was not bought from a store, but purchased directly from a tea farmer he knows. So the outer packaging may not be very exquisite, but don't worry, the inside is very clean, and it was sterilized at high temperature before being packed.
Tea? The tea is good. As the saying goes, the lousier the box, the better the tea.
You can't measure the depth of the ocean, and you can't judge a box by its appearance. Hope rekindled in Muba's empty eyes.
Xiaodong, you are thoughtful. Dad likes it very much.
After saying that, he couldn't wait to open the tin, and the fragrance of tea instantly overflowed. He has been drinking tea for decades and has tried all kinds of tea on the market and is quite familiar with them. You can tell whether the tea is good or not just by smelling it, without having to drink it or brew it. Dad Mu is sure that the tea Wang Dong gave him is top-notch tea.
Not available on the market. As long as you like it. Seeing that Mu's father liked it, Wang Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
He knew that the tea sent by the system must be good tea, but everyone has different tastes, and good tea does not mean that everyone will like it.
What if the flavor you choose happens to be one that Mu's dad doesn't like?
Directly affects his father-in-law's first impression of him. Good tea should naturally be shared with old friends.
Say share? Actually, I just wanted to show off to my friend.
After feeding the babies, Mu Ruwashi took them downstairs. The living room was empty except for Wang Dong, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV.
Husband, where are my parents?
Mom went back to her room to rest, and Dad went to visit the neighbors next door. He called me to go, but I didn't go because I thought you had to take care of the children alone.
Resting? She must be going back to try skincare products. And my dad, he must be showing off. He and Tiantian's dad are childhood friends.
They both love tea. Usually, whoever buys a good tea will go to the other's house to show off. I heard from my mom that Uncle Joe bought a good tea some time ago and came home to show off, which made my dad very envious. Mu Ruwashi revealed the secret in one sentence.
But they also know. Parents like their children, so they like the gifts they give.
It was rare for the old couple to be so happy, so they both tacitly agreed not to disturb them.
There happened to be a pavilion by the artificial lake, so they took the baby there to play. Chapter 54, Fairy Son-in-Law, So Jealous.
At this time, Zhou Tiantian's father, Zhou Yuan, was drinking tea in the living room.
Lao Zhou, I have a good tea. What kind of tea? Zhou Yuan wondered.
Mu's father smiled mysteriously, opened the jar in his hand, and the fragrance of tea immediately filled the whole room.
Good tea, this is good tea. Zhou Yuan stood up excitedly, his hands couldn't help shaking. La Mu, where did you buy the tea from? Buy some for me too. The price is up to you.
He has been drinking tea for so many years that he has acquired a lot of skills. He can not only smell and taste the tea, but also make good tea.
Even Muba is better than him in making tea.
Therefore, whenever Muba got good tea, he would look for him first.
I want to buy it too, but I don't have the channel. My son-in-law asked his friend to buy it for me. My son-in-law bought the tea for me. When mentioning Wang Dong, Mu's father's smile became even brighter. Although the Zhou family's business is not as good as the Mu family's, Zhou Yuan has a wide network of contacts and can always buy a lot of good tea that even money cannot buy. She shows off to him every day. Now that he has finally won a game, Dad Mu is overjoyed.
Such good tea was enough to make him envious. Now when he heard the word son-in-law, Zhou Yuan's smile disappeared.
Recently, Mu's father has been showing off every day that his daughter gave birth to quintuplets and he has become a grandfather.
While Zhou Yuan was happy for him, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart.
My daughter is the same age as Mu Ruwashi.
Others have married and had children, but my daughter is still laughing and not doing her job.
Nothing.
Look at that son-in-law, he is not only outstanding but also so filial.
He also wants a son-in-law like this. I also want my son-in-law to give me such a fragrant tea.
Thinking of tea, Dad Zhou drooled with envy again.
He really wanted it. I wonder if Lao Mu would give him something since they have known each other for many years. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan looked at his old friend expectantly. Do you want it? Lao Zhou nodded quickly in thought. Then you should also find a son-in-law and ask him to send it to you. Mu's father's words instantly tore him apart. Do you think a son-in-law is as easy as buying radishes and cabbages?
Looking at Zhou Yuan's deflated expression, Mu's father was secretly happy. Then, he took out a small bottle of wine and shook it in front of Zhou's father to see what it was.
Zhou Yuan has sharp eyes.
I immediately recognized that this was a kind of medicinal wine that was selling very well at the moment. The Chinese medicinal materials used in it are rare on the market and are very beneficial to the human body. It not only tastes good, but also helps relieve alcohol addiction. Drinking it can prolong life, nourish the liver and kidneys, and has many benefits.
Don't be fooled by the small size of the bottle, the price is not low.
With the vigorous promotion of the internet, many people know that there is such a wine and are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. The price of medicinal wine has been raised to a sky-high level, but it is still hard to come by. In the end, Zhou Yuan used all his connections but still hasn't been able to buy it.
He wanted to ask how he bought it and buy a bottle for himself.
But soon I saw my old friend smiling proudly. Yes, this was also given to me by my son-in-law.
Zhou Yuan. Ah, I hate this person's face so much. No.
He wanted to urge his daughter to get married quickly and find a son-in-law for himself, so that he could show off to the old man later. After the show, the two sat down to drink tea. After a series of steps such as scalding the pot, placing tea, and warming the cup, the tea soup in the cup is bright in color and exudes a faint tea fragrance. Not caring about the heat, he quickly took a sip to satisfy his craving. It tastes slightly bitter at first, but quickly becomes sweeter, and the more you drink, the more you enjoy it.
Good tea. Good tea.
The two praised it highly and gradually started talking about the person who served the tea.
Zhou Yuan had heard some rumors before, saying that the Mu family's son-in-law's family conditions were not very good.
Not worthy of being the son-in-law of the Mu family. But now it seems that the rumors were all groundless.
How could a person from an average family be able to buy such tea and valuable medicinal liquor? And family conditions are not the standard to measure a person.
In his opinion, as long as the three values are correct, filial, and good to his daughter, he is a good son-in-law.
Mention Wang Dong.
Dad Mu couldn't stop talking at all, and his words were full of praise for him.
Zhou Yuan felt jealous after hearing this.
She can cook, is considerate, and has an entrepreneurial mind. The key is that he is handsome and has excellent genes.
Who doesn't want a son-in-law like this?
I told you a long time ago that you should trust the children's judgment, but you didn't listen and insisted on letting Ruwashi go through marriage.
My goodness, look how aggrieved the child is. She didn't even dare to tell you that she was pregnant. When talking about the past, Mu's father felt very embarrassed.
I'm not worried that she won't have a good life or that she will be wronged in the future.
You said that if Tian suddenly brought someone back, and you knew nothing about the man, could you safely leave Tian to him?
Zhou Yuan felt that it seemed to make sense. My precious daughter whom I have raised for more than 20 years.
If I didn't know him well, how could I dare to entrust my daughter's life to him?
I used to think that Mu's father's behavior was extreme, but now when I put myself in his shoes, I think it is indeed understandable.
If Ruwashi was Tian, he might be even more extreme than Mu's father.
The two chatted for a long time. Zhou Yuan felt relieved only after he had thoroughly understood Wang Dong's information and confirmed that his family was truly kind to Mu Ruwashi. He watched Ruwashi grow up, and in his heart, she is as important as Tian.
As a father, we all hope that our daughters can live a happy life. After showing off, Mu's father went home satisfied.
When Shangguan Wanqing got home, she had just finished using her skincare products.
The door opens. Mu's father's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Wife, your skin is so moist and tender.
The skincare products my son-in-law gave me are quite something.
The effect is so good just after using it." Shangguan Wanqing touched her cheek, took out a mirror and looked at herself. "Hey, it's true. Honey, my skin has really become hydrated, white and smooth. Wow, is this really me?" Shangguan Wanqing felt like she was 10 years younger and her skin was so tight. His eyes lit up with surprise. "I love it.
He is indeed a thoughtful and handsome son-in-law.
The gift he gave me touched my heart." Shangguan Wanqing was spinning around happily.
Dad Mu hadn't seen his wife so happy in a long time. The two shared their joy for a long time.
Mu's father asked, "Where is Xiaoxi?"
"Ruwashi and Xiaodong are taking the babies to the backyard to play."
"Do you want to call her?" Mu's father nodded and asked her to come to the study.
"Although my daughter is living a happy life now, as a father, I still have some things to say."
Chapter 55 Father and Daughter Reconcile. There is a gentle breeze and bright sunshine by the lake. The kids played by the lake for a while.
"When I'm tired, I just lie in the stroller and fall asleep in the breeze." Mu Ruwashi leaned on Wang Dong's shoulder, admiring the koi playing in the water, feeling like she was in a dream. A year ago, she had a fight with her father and was confused about everything except her career. A year later, she not only had a husband, but also 5 lovely babies.
Her family was harmonious with both sons and daughters. Husband, if you hadn't met me, what would you be doing now? Wang Dong hugged Mu Ruwashi and answered her questions seriously.
Wife, if I hadn't met you, I would still be confused now, not knowing where the future lies and what to fight for.
Mu Ruwashi smiled sweetly and said, Husband, me too.
At this moment, Mu Ruwashi received a message from Shangguan Wancheng.
Mom asked me to go to Dad's study. Go ahead and have a good chat with Dad. The babies and I will stay here for a while.
Mu Ruwashi stood up and kissed Wang Dong on the face. I know, husband, I won't lose my temper. After becoming a parent, Mu Ruwashi truly experienced how difficult it is to be a parent. She knew how much her father loved her and cared about her.
Go home and go to the study.
The door was not closed, so she knocked a few times and soon heard Mu's father's serious voice from inside.
Come in. Shangguan Wancheng patted Mu's father and asked, What are you doing?
You scared the child.
Don't worry about it, I have my own plans. Dad Mu sat there with a serious look on his face and didn't even drink his tea. Parents.
Mu Ruwashi opened the door and came in, sitting obediently on the chair in front of Mu's father.
Shangguan Wancheng glanced at the father and daughter, then tactfully sat aside so as not to disturb their conversation. Dad, actually I have something to tell you. Before going home, Mu Ruwashi had already decided to find an opportunity to sit down and have a good talk with her father, and clarify what she had previously hidden from Wang Dong and the babies. What? Although Mu's father's expression did not change, he was extremely happy in his heart. Because he knew what his daughter was going to say to him.
The daughter who had been stubborn since childhood finally changed. She not only learned to understand her parents but also knew how to reflect on herself.
This is a leap in growth. But it's also his fault.
He passed his stubborn and perseverant character on to his daughter.
But fortunately, they both realized it and were willing to make changes. Dad, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have quarreled with you out of anger, and I shouldn't have hidden the babies from you.
Fortunately, I am lucky to have met a good man like Wang Dong.
If I had met someone else with bad character, the consequences would have been. Before entering the study, Mu Ruwashi had a lot to say. But when she actually sat here and looked at her parents' aging faces, all she felt was regret. I don't hate meeting Wang Dong and giving birth to the baby. I just hate myself for being so ignorant and not thinking about my parents at all. Thinking of this, tears started to fall from her eyes. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, it's my daughter's fault. Seeing his daughter crying, Mu's father couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The words of blame turned into care and understanding at that moment. Think about it, my daughter is only in her 20s. She was asked to get married right after graduation, so it was understandable that her daughter resisted. Okay, stop crying. Your mother and I are also responsible for this. Mu's father's eyes were red and his hands were shaking as he tried to wipe his daughter's tears. When he first heard his wife say that their daughter was pregnant unexpectedly, she had kept it a secret from him. He was angry and distressed. In his heart, the family's honor is not as important as his daughter's happiness, and being gossiped about won't hurt him. He was just angry that such a big thing was kept from him. Later I learned that my daughter was living a good and happy life. The man's family did not have any bad intentions because of the money. They truly wanted to be responsible and treat their daughter well. He was slightly relieved. But he was still worried that his daughter had hidden such a big thing from him. Because of this incident, he never got to see his daughter. But at this moment, he finally let it go. Shangguan Wanqing came to comfort her daughter. Xiaoxi, your parents also want to say sorry to you. We only considered your future and ignored your thoughts at that time. When you were young, we were busy with work and away from home all day, which caused you to suffer a lot. It's my parents' fault, Ruwashi, I'm sorry, can you forgive us? Shangguan Wanqing heard everything her daughter and son-in-law said in the room. She always thought that as long as she worked hard, made more money, and gave Ruwashi a superior and wealthy life, she would be good to her. But they ignored the fact that she was just a child at that time. What I need most is not money, but the care and companionship of my parents. Mom and Dad, I don't blame you. I know you worked so hard to give me a better life. When Mujia Group was first established, it was just a small company. The current scale of the company is the result of Muba's drinking, one sip at a time, and Shangguan Wanqing's travels all over the country, negotiating one deal after another. Only they know how difficult the process is.
Shangguan Wanqing hugged her daughter and husband and said, "Let us just let the past go," and no one was allowed to mention it again. "As long as you and your wife live a good life and take good care of the babies, your father and I will feel relieved." Dadmu nodded and said, "I heard from your mom that you and Xiaodong have been taking care of the child since he was born.
Can you handle it? Do you want Dad to find you a nanny?"
"No need, Dad, we can take care of it." She and Wang Dong had discussed the matter of hiring a nanny. The salary of nannies in the market is not low now, so it would be a considerable expense.
Moreover, there are frequent news reports of nannies abusing children.
Without safety guarantees, they are not confident in letting a stranger take care of the baby. That means if Wang Dong can't handle it alone, he can ask the aunt to help. After more than a month, Wang Dong was able to take care of her and the babies with ease.
It's not worth spending a lot of money to hire an aunt.
At this moment, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi were on their way back pushing the baby. Seeing that Mu Ruoshi said she could handle it, there was no need to hire an aunt. Dadmu didn't force her anymore, but just reminded her again and again that if she was too busy or suffered any grievances, she must tell her parents.
Mom and Dad will always be her strongest support.
Mu Ruoshi nodded with tears in her eyes.
Mom and Dad, I know. Wang Dong is very nice to me.
Although his family is not well off, he has always been very motivated and hardworking. During the year I was with him, he paid for all our daily expenses, including the milk powder and diapers for the babies. He also paid in full for a car and a house, just to give me and my babies a better life.
His parents are also very nice.
The chickens, ducks and vegetables I ate during my confinement were all raised by his mother herself. She also often transferred money to me so that I could buy food and not treat myself badly.
Mu Ruoshi felt warm at heart when talking about Wang Dong's family. Both Mu's father and Shangguan Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, Xiaoxi is a lucky child. She met such a good in-law family. If she had met other selfish people, I feel that a woman can be manipulated at will after she has a child. That would be such a suffering.
If your parents-in-law are good to you, you should also be good to them. We must not disappoint them. Mom, I know.
Mu Ruoshi nodded to show that she understood. When we were video chatting some time ago, my mother-in-law mentioned that my father-in-law had been doing too much farm work recently and was always having back pain. She immediately bought ointment and a massage chair and asked Wang Dong to send them home to her parents-in-law. Although Mu Ruoshi is slow to warm up, she appears to be very cold on the surface. But in fact, she is a considerate person. She will be twice as nice to those who are nice to her.
Chapter 56. I want to give this son-in-law 100 points.
Dadmu said with relief, "You can understand this, your parents are very happy that your parents can't help you with the future path, you have to rely on yourself. As I said before, if that brat treats you badly one day, tell Dad and let Dad deal with him."
Dad, thank you.
Mu Ruoshi changed the subject and asked curiously, "By the way, Dad, how about the gift Wang Dong gave you?
Do you like it?" "I like these tea and medicinal liquor. You can't buy them even if you have money. You need connections.
Your Uncle Zhou used a lot of connections but still couldn't buy them.
Xiaodong directly gave me 2 of them.
He was so envious and kept asking me if I could ask Xiaodong's friend to buy him 2 bottles. When talking about gifts, Mu's father's mouth almost stretched to the back of his head.
This old guy always shows off to him. Whatever tea she buys today or whatever wine she collects tomorrow, he becomes extremely jealous. Now it's finally his turn to show off.
Seeing her husband showing off the gift from his son-in-law so much, Shangguan Wanqing was unwilling to be left behind. "The skin care products that Xiaodong gave me are great. Look at my skin, it's so delicate and shiny after just one use. If I use them for a long time, I'll look 10 years younger." Mu Ruoshi covered her mouth and smiled, "Mom and Dad, as long as you are satisfied."
Satisfied, satisfied, we are all satisfied.
But the most satisfying thing is that every time you send us 5 little darlings out to play mahjong, your aunt's son and the others are so envious.
Aunt Sun is one of Shangguan Wanqing's sisters, both of them are wealthy ladies.
When they have nothing to do, they get together to go shopping, do beauty treatments, and play mahjong. When talking about her children, Mu Ruoshi's face was filled with an especially happy smile. "Mom and Dad, when the babies grow up, I will send them here to keep you company and entertain you."
Okay, then your dad will teach them how to play golf.
What kid would love to play golf? Shangguan Wanqing looked disdainful and said, "When the time comes, you can send it over and I will teach them how to arrange flowers."
Illustration is not as good as playing golf. Just flower arrangement.
The old couple argued endlessly about this. Muruwashi stood aside, feeling both happy and troubled. But she has many children.
What if some little one just likes playing golf or arranging flowers?
This exchange opened the hearts of the three people.
That evening, Wang Dong and Maruxi took the babies to stay.
A family of 7 slept in Maruxi's room, and the doll on the bed could only sleep by the windowsill with tears in its eyes. When I got home from the hospital, it took me a long time to coax the babies into adapting to the new environment. But now he sleeps very soundly, and except for humming a few times when drinking milk, he is very well behaved the rest of the time. Wang Dong explained that maybe the babies felt their mother's breath. It feels safe knowing that this is the home where my mother grew up.
That's why I didn't cry or make a fuss. After coaxing the baby,
the two hugged each other and chatted for a long time before going to sleep.
Early in the morning, Shangwan Wanqing got up and ran around the artificial lake. After running, she went to the activity room on the first floor to do aerobics. This is her daily habit. After doing aerobics, Shangwan Wanqing went to the kitchen to have breakfast.
The person busy in the kitchen was not the aunt, but Wang Dong. My aunt stood by with a pleased look on her face, helping out from time to time. Seeing his mother-in-law coming downstairs, Wang Dong greeted her while stirring the porridge. "Mom, you're up.
The porridge will take a while. You may want to have a boiled egg." "Madam, my son-in-law is really good at cooking. He can even make bread and buns." Auntie didn't know that Shangwan Wanqing had eaten the food cooked by Wang Dong.
She kept praising him for being diligent and clever, and for getting up before dawn to prepare breakfast so that he could make a good impression in front of her mother-in-law. She watched the young lady grow up, and she hopes that she lives a happy life. Although she had only spent a short time with her brother-in-law, she had always been good at judging people, and she could tell at first glance that her brother-in-law was a steady and down-to-earth good boy, worthy of the lady's lifelong trust.
Shangwan Wanqing naturally knew what her aunt meant, and said with a smile, "Xiaodong's cooking is more delicious. When he has time, ask him to teach you a few dishes. When you learn, you can cook for us at home. What dish does mom like to eat?"
I thought Shangwan Wanqing was just joking, but she actually listed a list of dishes. It seems that he is really craving for the food made by Wang Dong.
At this time, Mu's father also came downstairs. Wang Dong was making breakfast with a surprised expression.
Dad Mu can cook, but he is very busy at work and has almost no time to cook. Shangwan Wanqing is not as busy as him, but she only knows how to cook some simple dishes, such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
When she first got married, Shangwan Wanqing went to New Oriental for further studies.
But I was not born to cook. I didn't learn the basics at all and almost blew up the kitchen at home. So they both decided to find an aunt who could cook.
Seeing her husband's surprised expression, Shangwan Wanqing looked very proud. "Xiaodong's cooking is so delicious.
I gained 5 kilograms when I went to take care of Xiaoxi before." Dad Mu has heard from his wife that the food at his daughter's home is delicious. He thought his daughter had hired a chef to cook, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He never expected that the meal was cooked by his son-in-law himself.
Nowadays, there are very few boys who can cook. Especially the younger generation, they are all spoiled by their families.
Dad Mu was so greedy that he wanted to taste his son-in-law's cooking right away. Seeing the expectant look in my father-in-law's eyes,
Wang Dong smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, what do you want to eat? I will make it for you at noon." Shangwan Wanqing feels sorry for her son-in-law. "Don't worry about your dad.
It's a rare opportunity for him to come here, so just have fun and cook something."
Dad Mu felt aggrieved, but he didn't dare to refute. "It's okay, Mom, I like cooking." "Did you hear that?
My son-in-law said he likes cooking."
Don't always make decisions for the children. Nuba's weather turned from cloudy to sunny.
Seeing Wang Dong busy in the kitchen, he also wanted to try it. Before starting his own business, his favorite thing was to tinker with food. Later, I was so busy that my hobby of cooking was thrown out of the window. Having been together through thick and thin for most of their lives, Shangwan Wanqing naturally knew what he was thinking.
While laughing, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Why are you standing there? Come in and help Xiaodong."
"I haven't been in the kitchen for more than 10 years, and my hands are numb."
Dad Mu rubbed his hands and went into the kitchen to help. "It's okay, Dad. I'll teach you." See how harmoniously and naturally they get along. Shangwan Wanqing went to the bedroom to help Muruwashi take care of the babies. "Finish feeding your baby." Wang Dong had just finished making breakfast. Several people sat down.
While eating breakfast, Dad Mu asked Wang Dong how the restaurant business was recently. He heard from Shangguan Wansheng that Wang Dong and his friends opened a restaurant. I only know that the business is doing well, but I don't know the details. It's not bad, with a net profit of 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a day. Recently, we are preparing to open other new stores. Earn 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a day. It's great for a young person to achieve such results just after starting his business. Afterwards, Mu's father asked some more details and, as a person with experience, told Wang Dong what to pay attention to when starting a business. After all, he is the president of a group worth tens of millions, and his experience can help Wang Dong avoid many pitfalls. The two had a pleasant chat and even discussed other businesses. After dinner, Dad Mu went to the company for a meeting. Chapter 57 Dog Food from My Daughter. Mu Rawashi and Shangguan Wanqing took the baby to visit the neighbors next door. The nanny is cleaning the kitchen. Wang Dong was wandering around the house alone. Suddenly, I thought of a meme on the internet. When the new son-in-law comes, it's time to play with the dog and the brother. But none of these wives have their own families, so Wang Dong can only travel around. Upon closer inspection, the electrical appliances in Maruxi's home are very good. Not only are they fully functional and beautiful, they are also very smart. Even if you are not at home, you can remotely control the rice cooker to cook rice. So smart. For example, the water purifier device in the kitchen is very technological. The water from there is very sweet. When used to cook rice, the taste is particularly sweet. Ordinary water purifiers can't compare to it at all. When he collects all the fragments of the mansion, he plans to install such smart appliances in his home. Improve Family Life Happiness Index. Afraid of forgetting the brand later, Wang Dong took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the logo. Wang Dong has to cook at noon. Muruwashi was afraid that he was not familiar with the nearby shopping malls and would get lost. Offered to go grocery shopping with him. It turned out that she had never been to the vegetable market and successfully led Wang Dong astray. In the end, it was Wang Dong who used navigation to find the vegetable market. Husband, do you think I'm useless? Muruwashi's tone was a little depressed. Wang Dong can cook, take care of children, start a business, and he is so handsome. When we first met. Although he is very handsome, his face is childish and he looks like a typical college student. A year later, he had completely transformed from a boy into a man, with sharper facial lines and a handsome look that was infuriating. Moreover, the 8-pack abs are becoming more and more obvious. It is said that men will get fat and turn into greasy uncles after marriage. This is not reflected in Wang Dong at all, instead he becomes even more handsome. Since I had my baby, my figure has not been as good as before. She even hates herself. Seeing that Muruwashi was unhappy, Wang Dong stopped and rubbed Muruwashi's head affectionately. Don't let your imagination run wild. If you say it's useless, it's because your husband is useless and has failed to give you and your babies a better life. No, husband, I am very satisfied and I like my current life. Women's moods are always changeable. After coaxing Muruwashi, the two continued to go shopping for groceries. It was already afternoon when I got home. After a short rest, Wang Dong went straight into the kitchen to prepare food. Shangguan Wanqing took the babies out and hasn't come back yet. Muruwashi went to the kitchen to help. Soon, laughter and joy were heard from the kitchen. I don't know how much time passed. Shangguan Wanqing brought the babies back from outside. You can smell the delicious food as soon as you enter the door. Say to the babies in a baby voice, Daddy's cooking smells so good, doesn't it? The babies waved their chubby little hands, as if responding to their grandmother. On the other hand, since my daughter and grandchildren came back, Dad Mu was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. After finishing his work at the company, he came back and head down and fall asleep. But I didn't sleep for long. His head was suddenly suffocated by something, and the solid feeling made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Dabeo thought it was fun, and with the help of Shangguan Wanqing, he sat back and forth drooling, and directly woke up Mu's father. Dad Mu wanted to be angry. Seeing the little grandson gurgling, he immediately smiled and said, My dear, come and wake up Grandpa. Come, give Grandpa a kiss. Dad Mu held Dabeo and rubbed the little guy's face. The little guy hadn't played enough, and his chubby feet were swinging back and forth on Mu's legs. Take off. Mu's father supported Dabeo and sent him to the sky. The little guy was so excited that he kept jumping his feet and laughing non-stop.
Shangguan Wanqing watched the show on the side. If I hadn't just been helping Debeo, I wouldn't have had any free hands to take a picture with my phone.
Otherwise, she would definitely record the scene where Mu's father changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. I saw that they didn't come down for a long time. Mu Ruoshi came up and called, "Mom and Dad, it's time for dinner." When he saw Mom, Grandpa's mood suddenly became less pleasant. He opened his arms towards Mu Ruoshi, asking her to hug him, his young face full of anticipation.
Mama's hands are dirty, so Grandpa can hold her.
It's rare to have someone to help take care of the baby so I can relax for 2 days.
Except for breastfeeding, she runs away all the time.
Afraid that the children would depend on her. Being rejected by his mother, Debeo pursed his lips and shed tears in grievance.
Debeo, be good and don't cry. Grandpa will take you to buy a big plane later.
Dad Mu held Debeo in his arms and coaxed him for a long time before he finally calmed down.
You are so lazy. Shangguan Wanqing tapped her daughter's head and smiled helplessly. Follow Mu Baba and the baby downstairs.
Mu Ruoshi stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, I feel relieved that you and Dad are taking care of the baby."
Even though they are in the same city.
But we live so far away and the babies are still young, so it takes a lot of time to go home. Her parents are busy with work and can't come to see her and the baby often. So she wanted to let her parents and babies spend more time together while they were still at her parents' home.
It's a hot day and there is no air conditioning in the kitchen, so it's so stuffy. Wang Dong was sweating profusely while making the last dish.
But he completely ignored the sweat on his face. Holding a spatula in one hand and stirring the wok with the other, the vegetables are tumbling in the hot wok, making a sizzling sound, and the kitchen is filled with the tempting aroma of food.
Husband, thank you for your hard work. Mu Ruoshi went into the kitchen to wipe Wang Dong's sweat and considerately fanned him. Thank you, wife. Wang Dong's lips curled up into a smile, and he felt very happy. An elderly couple taking care of the babies in the living room. Seeing how close my daughter and son-in-law are, I can't help but feel a little envious. It's also different to have a free love relationship with your daughter and son-in-law.
Their acquaintance was the result of a blind date, and there was no affection between them at all. They got married because their parents were satisfied and they were a good match. After marriage, they treated each other with respect and thought that this would be their life. It was not until they had a daughter and began to care about each other more that they gradually developed feelings for each other.
But I always feel like something is missing.
Now, seeing how their daughter and son-in-law get along, they both realize that they no longer have the excitement and yearning for love they had when they were young.
They are more of a family relationship.
But they have spent most of their lives together and are accustomed to living with each other.
Be it family or love, it doesn't matter anymore.
However, seeing the love between her daughter and son-in-law, Shangguan Wanqing couldn't help but sigh that it is better to be young.
Wife, you are not old, you are always young in my eyes. It's rare for Mu's father to say such cheesy love words, and I thought Shangguan Wanqing would be moved to tears.
However, she remained indifferent. I'm talking about you, you're old and not as good as you used to be.
Dad Mu suddenly blew his nose and glared. How can I be old? I exercise every day.
Most people of my age have a big beer belly, but you see I don't have any.
Why am I not as good as before? Seeing that Mu's father was so serious, Shangguan Wanqing couldn't help but be amused by him. Don't laugh. Tell me, in what aspect is worse than before?
Suddenly thinking of something, Mu Dad coughed lightly and said in an awkward tone, "You also know that my waist has been hurting recently."
Wait, can you try again? What nonsense are you talking about in front of your children? Shangguan Wanqing blushed and pushed the babies to the other side to play. P.S. The recommendation will be posted tomorrow, please give me some data.
The author used to write fantasy romance novels for females. This is her first book for males.
Woohoo, please give me some updates or other data omega.
The young author started his internship in July last year and has been working like a slave for more than half a year. Now the light in his eyes has disappeared and his waist is about to break. Please give me some data, so that I can stand up straight.
Woohoo, the little author has wanted to overturn the boss's desk for a long time omega. Chapter 58, Father-in-law's reminder that the wedding cannot be missed. The family sat down to eat. Wang Dong cooked 6 dishes and a soup in one go, filling the entire table.
The ingredients are all seasonal, and many have medicinal value. This table of food is not only delicious, but also satisfies everyone's taste.
Especially the yam and Codonopsis palaciula quail soup, which made Mu's father drool.
I've heard from many people that Huaishan codonopsis in quail soup is very nutritious, especially for middle-aged people. Drinking it can strengthen the spleen and yang, harmonize the stomach and relieve restlessness. It's a pity that the aunt at home doesn't know how to make medicinal soup. He is busy with work, and when he is not socializing, he just wants to stay at home, drink tea, and read the newspaper, or go fishing with Lao Zhou in the artificial lake in the backyard. The idea of drinking medicinal soup has been put on hold. But I never expected that my son-in-law could make a medicinal soup with such complicated procedures. Regardless of how it tastes, it's great to have this intention. The more Mu Dad looks at Wang Dong, the more satisfied he is. Dad, try this soup. Wang Dong made it especially for you. Mu Ruoshi served Mu's father a bowl of soup. Ever since their daughter moved out, the father and daughter have never gotten along so harmoniously again. This bowl of soup not only carries Wang Dong's respect for his father-in-law, but also contains Mu Ruoshi's apology and concern for his father. Okay, Dad, I'll try it now. The soup is hot, and the heart is hot too. I'm so happy that my daughter has finally grown up and knows how to respect her parents. How sad that my daughter has grown up in the blink of an eye and has become a mother. He took a bite with mixed feelings. The next second his eyes widened. This soup tastes surprisingly good. It has the freshness of quail and the fragrance of Codonopsis palaciula. Each ingredient has a distinct flavor, without dominating the taste or overpowering the others. Everything is just right. The yam is stewed until it is soft and sticky when you put it in your mouth, making you want to eat more. Xiaodong, you made this soup really well. Dad Mu drank a big bowl of soup in one breath. It was not enough, so he stood up and got another bowl for himself. Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his father-in-law said it tasted good. It tastes good, right? Let me tell you, no one can resist the food cooked by Xiaodong. Come on, Xiaodong, you worked hard cooking today, eat more, don't be shy, this is your home. Shangguan Wanqing picked up a lot of dishes for Wang Dong. Thank you, Mom. Wang Dong was very happy to get the recognition from his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Although this is Grandma's house, it is an unfamiliar environment after all. After living here for a long time, the little ones started to get upset. Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi agreed to return to Qingyu Villa in the evening after dinner. The old couple was reluctant, but they had to agree for the health of their grandchildren. We're in the same city anyway. If they miss their babies, they can go and see them anytime. After dinner, Mu Ruoshi fed the baby. Shangguan Wanqing went to the kitchen to prepare her daughter's favorite beef jerky, which was made by the nanny, as well as other food and drinks. I prepared a lot of things, big and small, and I was almost moving my house away. Although these things can be bought outside, the taste is different after all. On the other side, Wang Dong was drinking tea with Mu's father in the living room. Dad Mu asked earnestly, although you and Xiaoxi have already had a child, the necessary ceremonies are necessary. When do you plan to hold the wedding? After hearing what Mu's father said, Wang Dong put down the teacup and sat up straight. Answer your father-in-law's questions seriously. Dad, Ruoshi and I have discussed this before and we feel that getting married is a big deal. Right now, our baby is still too young and we can't spare the time to prepare for the wedding. We want to wait until our baby is a little older before holding the wedding. Now we plan to hold a full-month banquet for the babies. Seeing that his son-in-law had arranged everything properly, Mu's father nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't sleep last night because he kept thinking about this matter. Marriage is a major event in a daughter's life. We can't be hasty, we have to hold it in a grand manner. But now the babies are still very young and cannot leave their parents. My daughter's wound hasn't healed yet and she is still breastfeeding, so she can't wear a beautiful wedding dress. It's not realistic to have a wedding now. The reason he asked this was just to test Wang Dong's opinion and find out his family's attitude towards their daughter. However, the parents of both parties still have to meet to officially betroth you two. I had thought that our parents could arrange a time to have dinner together, but now you said you want to hold a full-month banquet for the baby, so why not schedule it on the day of the banquet so that our two families can meet formally? Wang Dong nodded and said he would discuss it with his parents when he got home. After spending 2 days together, Mu's father really approved of Wang Dong's character. I believe he can definitely bring happiness to my daughter. After feeding the baby, Mu Ruoshi went to the closet to pack some clothes to take back and wear. Many of these clothes are new, without even the tags removed. Before I had children, I spent money lavishly and went shopping at the mall every week. When I saw nice clothes and bags, I never looked at the price and just swiped my credit card to buy them. I bought it but never wore it, leaving it in the closet to get moldy. Now that I'm the head of my own household, I realize how expensive firewood, rice, oil, salt, and other daily necessities are, so I should save as much as possible on food and clothing. She can use the money she saves to buy milk powder and diapers for her babies, and also save it as an education fund for their babies. These 5 money-eating beasts would cost a lot of money just on their food, drink, and daily necessities. What's more, they will have to go to school, take interest classes, makeup classes, study abroad, etc. Muruwashi got a headache when she thought about the future expenses of having 5 babies.
When we returned to Chinyu Villa, it was already evening. The 5 little ones fell asleep as soon as they got on the bus.
Wang Dong and Muruwashi carried them out of the bus and went home. They all opened their sleepy eyes.
As if they felt the familiarity of home, the cute kids stopped crying or making a fuss.
Instead, they arched their bodies and fell asleep again.
Running back and forth takes a lot of energy. Muruwashi took a quick bath and went to bed to sleep with the babies.
Wang Dong packed up the food and drinks he brought back from his mother's house and put them in the refrigerator. He put the babies and his wife's clothes back into the closet before going to take a shower. After taking a shower and getting ready for bed, I suddenly received a call from my mother, Emo Chuntao. Said that the list of relatives and friends has been prepared and they have been notified.
Wang Dong is happy. Mom, thank you for your hard work. Emo Chuntao smiled like a flower and said, it's not hard. Your dad and I are very happy.
A few days ago I heard you say that you were going to take Ruwashi and the baby back to your parents' home.
Are you still there now, or have you returned? Just got back. Are Ruwashi's parents okay?
Your father and I plan to find a suitable time to meet them.
I was just about to tell you about this. My father-in-law is planning the same thing.
He said he would come to meet you at the baby's full-month banquet in 2 days.
Okay, your dad has gone to visit the neighbor next door.
I'll tell him when he comes back.
Emo Chuntao was delighted.
These past 2 days she had been worried that her son would be ignored when he went to his parents-in-law's house, and that Ruwashi's father would not agree to the marriage. Now it seems that worrying is unnecessary.
Emo Chuntao asked about Ruwashi and the babies again, and was relieved to know that they were all healthy. The mother and son chatted for almost an hour before hanging up the phone. Think of family harmony and healthy children. Everything is moving in a good direction.
Wang Dong couldn't retract the corners of his mouth that were raised, he felt so happy in his heart. Chapter 59 Super Reward, Full Moon Banquet begins.
Go back to the bedroom. He kissed the babies' chubby little faces and hugged Muruwashi to sleep.
As soon as I closed my eyes, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of returning to your parents-in-law's house with your mother and baby, and you will be rewarded with an Alfred 2024 Hybrid 2.5L Premium Edition Nanny car. Wang Dong was very happy to receive the Nanny car as a reward from the system.
As the babies grow older, the original Mercedes can no longer accommodate them.
Now that we have a nanny car, it is convenient to take the babies out for outings or to return to the village in the future.
After waking up,
Wang Dong couldn't wait to go to the garage to see the car. There was a brand new nanny car parked in the parking space next to the Mercedes-Benz, and the key appeared in his pocket at this moment. Wang Dong opened the back door of the car. The space inside was so spacious that there was no problem lying down and sleeping.
The system is indeed the most caring little cotton padded jacket.
It is also equipped with 5 child seats, making it convenient for him to take his baby out. The body of the car is his favorite black, which is not only dirt resistant but also looks high-end. After looking at the back seat, Wang Dong sat in the driver's seat. The seat had a very good texture and there was plenty of space for movement.
Wang Dong expressed his approval. I can't wait to take my wife and baby out for a walk right now. But I still held back. I want to wait until the baby's full moon banquet to give my wife a little surprise. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the baby's full moon banquet. Wang Dong and Maruxi got up very early. After feeding the baby, the couple began to pack up. Thinking that I will be meeting Wang Dong's relatives today, I have to dress up and leave a good impression on everyone. Muruwashi took out some cosmetics that she hadn't used for a long time. When she was pregnant, she bought a lot of cosmetics that could be used by pregnant women. Planned to be a delicate pregnant mother.
Later, let alone putting on makeup, she didn't even want to wash her face. The stuff had been kept in the dresser drawer. Muruwashi's hands feel a little raw because she hasn't worn makeup for a while.
Just a simple eyebrow trim. Eyebrows are the essence of makeup. Beautiful eyebrows can greatly enhance a person's overall temperament and atmosphere. After trimming my eyebrows, I started putting on makeup. Muruwashi put on some light makeup. After all, it was her first time meeting her elders, so she dressed up nicely so that the elders would like her. Moreover, she will have to hold the babies, take care of them and feed them. Too much makeup is not good for your baby. After putting on makeup and clothes, Wang Dong just came in from the living room. Mr. Wang was completely mesmerized by the sight. Although she has given birth to a child, Muruwashi's waist is still very slender, and her figure is curvy, exuding a charming aura. With makeup on, her facial features become more three-dimensional, with clear pupils, curved eyebrows, and thin, small lips as tender and juicy as roses. The skin is so tender that you can squeeze water out of it. It's both sexy and alluring. Muruwashi wore a long dress, looking gentle and charming. "Wife, you are so beautiful today." Wang Dong walked up to Muruwashi and hugged her and kissed her. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and they could hear each other's restless heartbeats. "Oops, I just put on my makeup." Muruwashi shyly pushed Wang Dong away. Knowing that putting on makeup is not easy, Wang Dong did not kiss her, but held her tightly. "It's okay, honey, you're still beautiful even without makeup." Muruwashi was so delighted by her husband's praise that she stood on tiptoes and gave him a kiss. The lipstick marks were left on Wang Dong's handsome face. "The time is almost up, you should change your clothes quickly. Hug for a while." Wang Dong hugged his Shangxiang wife for a long time before he went to change his clothes contentedly. However, looking at the wardrobe full of clothes, he suddenly became troubled. In the past, he wore whatever he had and never considered whether the combination was reasonable. Today is different, today is the baby's full moon banquet. And Shangxiang's wife is dressed so beautifully and even put on makeup. He has to clean up after himself too. "Honey, what are you wearing?" "Wear a suit. You look good in a suit." Muruwashi took out the ironed black suit from the closet and asked Wang Dong to put it on. "Pack your baby's diapers, milk powder and other necessary items by yourself. Just got halfway through cleaning up." Then I saw Wang Dong coming out of the bathroom with his long legs. He was wearing a well-fitting suit, which made his tall figure look even more handsome, and his demeanor exuded elegance and maturity. Looking closely at Wang Dong's face, his features are more delicate, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is a real handsome guy. Even though they had been together for a long time, Muruwashi still couldn't resist Wang Dong's extremely handsome face. "Oh my god! How can there be such a handsome man in this world?" Especially when she saw the lipstick she had put on his face. To think that such a handsome guy is her husband. Muruwashi's heart was beating violently and her face turned red unconsciously. "Wife, how do I wear this tie?" Wang Dong held the tie with a puzzled look on his face. "I'll come." Muruwashi took the tie from Wang Dong and helped him put it on while explaining. Although she could do it, she had never done it in front of a man, so she seemed very clumsy. The two were too close, and her eyes were always unconsciously attracted to Wang Dong's face. Blushing face. A woman's blush is a man's proudest trophy. The plan succeeded. Wang Dong's mouth was raised the whole time, he enjoyed it very much. Actually, it's not that Wang Dong doesn't know how to wear it. I just want my wife to help him wear it. I was watching a TV series in which the sister-in-law helped brother Chang put on his tie. That warm scene has always been unforgettable for him. Wang Dong thought at that time that when he got married, he would ask his wife to help him put on his tie. Wearing a tie, Wang Dong carried bags of baby supplies while Muruwashi pushed the stroller. Exit the elevator of the underground garage. Muruwashi walked towards their Mercedes-Benz as usual. As a result, at this time, Wang Dong walked to the nanny car nearby and said, "Wife, we are going to take this car today." Muruwashi was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Why not take our car?" "Take the nanny car?" Wang Dong smiled and replied, "Yes, this car is new and I bought it. It is much more spacious than the original sports car and it is convenient to take the babies out for a trip." Muruwashi was surprised. "When did you buy it? How come I didn't know about it?" The next day after Wang Dong returned from his parents-in-law's house. "I didn't bring anything when I went there, so the space was barely enough. When I come back, my mother-in-law gave me a lot of things, filling the trunk." At that time, Wang Dong had a plan in mind to buy a nanny car after the new store opened. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded him first. "Husband, you have given so much to this family." Muruwashi was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes.
She actually wanted to buy a nanny car for a long time. After all, there are 5 babies in their family. But unexpectedly, Wang Dong bought it without saying a word. Once again, she was surprised. Not much, my babies and I suffered with me. It's not hard, I feel I am the happiest person in the world. Murowashi is sweet. His eyes are full of love. Afterwards, the two of them carried the baby into the car. As we go out more often, the little guy is no longer as excited as before. But the scenery along the way was still very eye-catching. He stared with his big watery eyes and hummed a few words from time to time. Halfway through the drive, Emo Chuntao and Shangwan Wanqing both called. They said they were ready to arrive, and their friends and relatives were on the way. I asked them if they had left for the hotel. Murowashi replied to Shangwan Wanqing in the passenger seat, while Wang Dong stopped the car and replied to Emo Chuntao. After chatting for a while, the two hung up the phone and continued to head towards the hotel. P.S. The little author is broken, please urge for more updates, please give me data, please give me everything I can. Chapter 60 Relatives arrive. Arrive at the hotel entrance. Before getting off the car, Murowashi wiped the lipstick marks off Wang Dong's face. Wang Dong just remembered that there were lipstick marks on his face. Thinking of wiping it off before going out. Who knows, I forget about it when I'm busy. He himself doesn't think it's a big deal, but it would be bad if his relatives saw it. Zhou Tiantian was waiting at the hotel entrance in advance. Seeing Murowashi rolling down the car window and calling her, she hurried over. While getting in the car, I greeted Wang Dong and said, "Hello, brother-in-law." She also noticed the couple's new car. This nanny car is indeed spacious. It can accommodate 5 child seats and several adults. The seats are soft and comfortable. Zhou Tiantian knows about this car. It is Toyota Alpha's latest series of nanny cars this year, with a landing price of 8 or 900,000. I heard Murowashi say that Wang Dong bought the car in full. Zhou Tiantian was extremely surprised. This car was worth a house. Wang Dong is really rich. Murowashi explained with a smile that Wang Dong had money before, and later he started his own business and opened a restaurant, making a lot of money. He also bought Qingyu Villa in full. Zhou Tiantian's eyes were bigger than bells. This was too cool. Awesome. When two childhood friends meet, they have endless things to talk about. Wang Dong didn't disturb them and went to the trunk to get the stroller. Seeing Wang Dong pushing the stroller over, Murowashi and Zhou Tiantian carried the babies out of the stroller. This was Zhou Tiantian's second time holding a baby. Her technique was unfamiliar and her limbs were stiff. She looked even more scared than the baby. Ah, he. Erbao arched his body in Zhou Tiantian's arms, kicking his legs non-stop. The chubby little hands grabbed Zhou Tiantian's face and he giggled, looking very happy. Don't move. The little guy was so soft that she didn't dare to use any strength for fear of hurting the baby. But no matter how hard you try, you can't suppress the little guy at all. Seeing that her best friend was about to cry because of the 3 babies, Murowashi smiled and said, "Hold her tight, it's okay, the baby is not as fragile as you think." Zhou Tiantian was half believing and half doubting, and she held her arms around the baby to prevent her from moving. Sanbao immediately burst into tears out of grievance. Don't cry, don't cry. Zhou Tiantian suddenly became flustered. Seeing that she was really unable to hold on, Murowashi reached out to help comfort her. By the way, teach her how to hold the baby so that the baby will be comfortable. With the right holding position, the little guy felt comfortable and gradually stopped crying. It is said that children's mood is like the weather in June, changing at any time. Soon the little guy showed his sweet smile to Zhou Tiantian again. Zhou Tiantian's heart was melted by the smile that came towards her. I carried him all the way from the hotel entrance to the elevator, and then reluctantly put Sanbao back into the stroller. The 3 of them came to the box that Wang Dong had booked in advance. The environment is comfortable and quiet, and most importantly, the space is large enough to accommodate many people. The 3 of them sat down. The waiter came in with tea and snacks. Murowashi and Zhou Tiantian played with the babies while Wang Dong called his parents and father-in-law and mother-in-law to ask them where they were. My father-in-law and mother-in-law will be here in 10 minutes. Mom and Dad said they were almost downstairs. It was their first time here, and Wang Dong was afraid that the old couple wouldn't be able to find the private room, so he said goodbye to Murowashi and went downstairs to pick them up. As soon as I walked to the elevator, I saw Potato Head, Rice Ball Head, and Taro Head, which I hadn't seen for a long time. They came out of the elevator together, talking and laughing. Donga. When the three saw Wang Dong, they greeted him enthusiastically. The four of them chatted for a while, and Wang Dong asked them to go to the box to rest first.
I have to go downstairs to pick up my parents.
Brother Dong, you are busy, don't worry about us. The three of them watched Wang Dong enter the elevator with a smile before going to the box. Wu Bao only drank a little milk before he came out, and now he is crying because of hunger. Mu Ruwashi made milk for her.
Only Zhou Tiantian was left in the box, using a rattle to amuse the baby.
Potato Head and the other two walked into the box and saw Zhou Tiantian, thinking they had come to the wrong place. The woman teasing the baby is so strange. Mu Ruwashi is a celebrity in the school and a beautiful campus girl.
The beauty in front of me is also beautiful.
But she is a sweet type of beauty, completely different from Mu Ruwashi's bright and charming queen type.
Not the same person at all. Seeing someone coming in, Zhou Tiantian looked up and asked, "Are you Wang Dong's friends?" Hearing Dong Ji's name, the three of them nodded in unison. "Welcome, welcome. Come in, come in."
Zhou Tiantian is a socially anxious person, but her best friend is making milk powder right now. She had no choice but to welcome the three men.
Potato Head is a natural.
While coming to see the baby, I also chatted with Zhou Tiantian. "Hello, my name is Potato Head, he is Riceball Head, and he is Taro Head.
We are all Dong Gu's friends. Hello everyone, I am Ruwashi's childhood friend, my name is Zhou Tiantian. Were you from our school before? Why haven't I seen you before? Although not as good as Maruxi. But cute beauties like Zhou Tiantian make boys want to protect her.
And he is also a friend of the school beauty's sister-in-law.
If it was from their school, there was no way he hadn't heard of it."
Zhou Tiantian shook her head and said, "No, I went abroad after graduating from high school and just came back recently." At this time, Mu Ruwashi had just finished making the milk powder. When I saw the three potato heads, I greeted them with a smile and said, "You're here." The three of them responded in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Mu Ruwashi had met Potato Head a few times and was quite familiar with him. I only encounter riceball heads when I go to restaurants. Wang Dong had heard of fragrant taro, but had never seen it. But they were all Wang Dong's important friends, so she didn't act pretentiously and spoke to the three of them openly.
We talked about the latest developments in the restaurant.
Mu Ruwashi knew that they were preparing to open a new store recently, but she was busy taking care of the baby and had no chance to find out. The three of them were flattered to hear Mu Ruwashi's words. The three of them handed over a big red envelope and said, "Sister-in-law, this is a little gift from us." Knowing that it was a thoughtful gesture from them, Mu Ruwashi did not refuse and took the red envelope with a smile. "Baby, Uncle gave us red envelopes, we should say thank you, Uncle. The little ones can't speak yet, but they are very smart." He raised his little hands and hummed, indicating that he wanted Potato Head and the other two to hug him. How could three grown men hold a child? Everyone had a red face and dared only to tease the little ones to divert their attention. At this time, Wang Dong came in with a dozen people. There were men, women, young and old, all of them were Wang Dong's relatives. They came up from the countryside with his parents to attend the baby's full moon banquet.
As soon as I entered the box, I was shocked by the environment inside. Visit around.
Take photos and videos and send them to your respective family groups.
Oh, look, it's so bright. This is the first time I've eaten in such a bright place.
The Wang family has made great progress. They booked such a luxurious place for dinner. Look, this place is so beautiful, you can tell at a glance that it cost a lot of money. As soon as Mo Chuntao entered the box, she went straight to her daughter-in-law and lovely grandchildren, and happily introduced them to everyone. "This is my daughter-in-law, Ruwashi.
Ruwashi, this is Xiaodong's aunt, this is my aunt.
Hello, auntie." Mu Ruwashi greeted her relatives with a smile.